It's Saturday, February 27, 2016. This is the beginning of the annual budget review by department. Let's make sure we're taping. I'll open, Mary O'Donnell, who's our chair, is not here this morning. My name is Alex Vespoli, the vice chair. We'll be opening the meeting up, so I'll call the selectmen to order, do a quick roll call. Paul?
Yes, I'm here.
Bob?
Here.
Dan?
I am here.
There he is.
John.
Alex here. John? I know this is a joint meeting
Yeah.
of the Finance Committee.
John was here.
John is right here.
I'm having my
Finance
coffee.
Committee
He's not
meeting.
not wearing a suit. It's very.
What do you have in that coffee cup?
I don't know, can you pass some around, though? Okay, we'll start with the moment of silence and the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, we'll start this morning's proceedings with some opening remarks from our town manager, Andrew Flanagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. Before we get started today, I want to provide a brief overview of how I hope the day will go, and then answer any questions related to the format. Before we get started, does everybody have a copy of the presentation? A hard copy? So I'll start by talking about what we're not going to cover today. What is not included in today's presentation is the IT department's budget. That will be taken up by the Board of Selectmen at their next regularly scheduled meeting on the 7th of March.
It's a dual meeting.
The school department budget will be taken up at a hearing at a tri-board meeting, which is scheduled for March, I don't have the exact date.
9.
March 9th, thank you. We'll not be touching on water and sewer operating budgets today. The reason for that is, as both the Board of Selectmen and the Finance Committee know, we're well underway with a comprehensive rate analysis study. The town has contracted Woodard and Curran. It is my hope to introduce their findings, their initial findings and recommendations also on the 7th of March. And once that is confirmed, I'll let the Finance Committee know as well. I expect probably 2 hearings on that in addition to the informational meeting on the 7th. So the board is scheduled to meet on the 7th, the 14th, the 21st, the 28th, and now the 31st. So there'll be plenty of time to discuss water and sewer throughout the month of March. And then
Like if you're coming on the 7th, you ought to bring your pajamas or something.
7th could be a long meeting. And then lastly, fixed costs. Fixed costs will be Board of Selectmen meeting in March. In terms of the format of each department's presentation, what we're really trying to do is an overview, a snapshot of the FY17 recommendation and request. Each department has been asked to open with an opening slide. Their second slide will include a year-over-year change from 16 to 17 in the aggregate, personnel services and expenses, followed by a year-over-year comparison of FTEs. I think that only changes in 2 or 3 places. And then there'll be one subsequent slide for each CIP request that is recommended to be funded at town meeting. So with that, Tom? Included in the budget message that was released on February 5th were some fundamental budget goals that we applied in the process of developing this year's recommended budget. I'm just going to read through them because I think it's important to at least lay this as a foundation for this morning and this afternoon's meeting. The number one goal was to develop an FY17 budget that is within the limitations of Proposition 2.5 and in compliance with the Town and Board of Selectmen financial policies. 2, maintain a level service budget while identifying opportunities to improve service delivery through efficiency and a commitment to collaboration and innovation. Maintain employee compensation in a manner that provides opportunities for equity through modest adjustments and is consistent with the town's long-term financial planning efforts. Continue to aggressively manage employee benefits and associated impacts, both short and long-term. Continue towards developing a long-term financial model that provides for predictability and the opportunity to plan for sustainability of operations. Establish a capital program that is based on an annual spending target for cash and debt appropriations that provides the town with the ability to expand capital capacity and fund investments in both infrastructure and facilities within the limitations of Proposition 2.5. And then lastly, develop a budget document consistent with the recommended guidelines and best practices set forth by the Government Finance Officers Association. We do a lot of good work already with our budget book, but it's our goal to make it completely comply with best practices. FY17 revenue assumptions. I'll go quickly through both revenue and expenditure assumptions. Tax levy to increase by 2.5%, less excess levy capacity as allowed by Proposition 2.5, plus new growth. So the recommended budget before you this morning includes $321,000 of excess levy capacity. New growth, which we have budgeted at $1.8 million, and local receipts, which we have budgeted at $10.8 million, are based on 5-year averages of actual growth and collections. State aid. State aid projections have been adjusted to reflect the governor's budget H1. As we know, state aid is primarily driven by two categories, Chapter 70 and unrestricted general government aid. Combined, the increase in the governor's budget is $195,000 for Andover. Now it will go to the House for their consideration. I want to point out that in the budget book, you'll actually see state aid decreasing, and that's because within that line, we also include MSBA reimbursements, which are declining significantly. So it shows a decrease in reimbursements, but also there's a corresponding decrease in exempt debt. So I just want to point that out. And then lastly, free cash, which is the recommendations to appropriate $3.7 million for one-time capital expenditures while maintaining a balance that will provide for a stable amount of free cash in future years. Based on the $3.7 million, which includes the funding of 5 capital projects in an appropriation to bond stabilization, would take us to town meeting with slightly over $1 million as a balance in free cash, which, if we want to compare the past years, I think is the highest year since 2012. Now I'll work through expenditure assumptions. Town and school operating budgets to increase only by the amount of funds available after meeting the funding requirements of all obligations for the purposes of this year and what has been recommended. That includes a 2.98% increase in both town and school. Retirement contribution to increase by 8% from current budget per the existing funding schedule through 2032. General fund other post-employment benefits OPEB funding will be based on a percentage of budget with a target set of 0.5% of budget. We'll talk a lot more about this once we get into the fixed costs part of the dialogue. But for the purposes of today, that 0.5 was a target. I'm recommending 0.4, which is $616,000 from the general fund, which is a $116,000 increase from last year's general fund appropriation. Aside, include if you add in the water and sewer enterprise funds who are able to fund their ARC or their annual required contribution, the total appropriation that is being recommended to the OPEB trust fund for FY17 is $920,000. And then total appropriation to fund capital, I'm having a tough time with this one today. Capital expenditures, cash and non-exempt debt, will be based on a percentage of budget and increase by approximately 0.6% over FY 2016. So when we released the CIP back in October, I said I wanted to start looking at capital a little bit differently and look at it as a percentage of total budget rather than Article 5, our capital project fund, as 1.6%, and then non-exempt debt being targeted at $4.5 million a year, but rather look at them collectively. We were just at 5%. I set a target of moving over time to something that's closer to 7%. This is certainly a step in the right direction and will provide us with an opportunity to do a major project within the levy. So one of the things I'm going to talk about before we get into the departmental budgets is the compensation fund, because it relates to all of the department budgets. So I'm going to walk you through what was appropriated in FY16, what has happened with relation to collective bargaining, and then what I'm recommending for FY17. So the 2015 town meeting for FY 2016 appropriated $950,000. $268,500 is estimated based on settlements that have been signed and ratified by the unions, what is going to be needed to provide for departmental adjustments for FY15 and FY16, because as we know, we began this process with unsettled contracts of both last fiscal year and this fiscal year. That $268,500 is reflective of disbursements that we anticipate moving into the police department budget, which you'll see the impact in their FY17 recommendation. That leaves an adjusted balance of $681,500. So what I'm recommending in FY17, that is our starting point, $681,500. That assumes that nothing else has settled. Something is just settled, which I'll talk about in a second. So this is really one of the real moving targets that we're going to be working through over the next 6 weeks or so. So based on having to carry forward $681,500, it's not really carrying forward, but it's actually reappropriating $681,500. I'm recommending that we're going to need an additional $428,500 to fund any adjustments that will come through a whole collective bargaining process for the next round of successor agreements, providing we were able to settle everything before town meeting, which is $428,500 for a total appropriation, a recommended appropriation for FY17 of $1,110,000. So to summarize, departmental adjustments for FY15 and 16 reflect settlements from both the police bargaining units. ASME, I'm pleased to report that ASME has recently settled for FY15 and 16. No departmental adjustments have been made as of 2/27/16, and that's because this happened after the budget book was released. So what will happen is, of that $950, some will be shifted to the departments in which ASME employees work, mainly municipal services, and then the recommended appropriation will subsequently go down for 17. And that will happen every time we have a settlement between now and when we go to town meeting. So I'm confident that we'll be able to settle additional contracts beyond the 3 that have been settled before a town meeting. We're working very aggressively with all the bargaining units to make that a reality. So more information to come, but I wanted to provide at least an update of where we are.
So if this budget request goes down, departmental requests will go up.
Exactly.
So it's not going to free up any money for use elsewhere.
It will not. So, again, just a summary on the compensation fund. That is it for me now. So at this time, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to turn it over to Kim Stamus, Director of Community Services.
Just a few brief information about DCS. Last year, 2015, we served over 10,000 people in over 470 programs in Andover. We made a little shy of $900,000 between our operating budget and our oh my gosh, I'm nervous. Our other budget. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit nervous. This year, we're asking for an additional $30,000. That is because of minimum wage going up again to $10 an hour. We are not bringing all of our counselors up to $10 an hour, but our seasoned counselors, the ones that have been here for 3 or 4 years, we feel we're going to lose them if we don't. During the summer months, we hire or we have on staff 114 young people. Out of that 114, probably about 50 of them will bring up to $10 an hour. The others will keep at $9 an hour. And that's about all we're asking for. Does anybody have any questions about that? Our staffing, as far as our office staffing, is all staying the same. We have 3 people out of the operating budget, 2 people out of the revolving budget. And then, if you want to talk about the CIP, we're asking for $50,000. That is to turf an area at Palms Pond that we currently use for a preschool camp. Right now, we take in 30 preschoolers each week. If we can increase that by just 10 kids per week, that will bring in an additional $15,750 per season. Within 3 years, we would make up that money. So that's what we're asking for with the CIP.
Kim, minimum wage is going to 10? I can't.
It's at 10
It's at
now,
10,
but
you'll have some employees that aren't at 10?
we,
How can you,
Donna,
I'm
can you-
not quite sure how that works.
we do not, being government, we do not have to pay everybody minimum wage. So currently, when it went up to $10 January 1st, we did not bring any of our staff up to $10. We kept it at 9. So currently, all the kids working for DCS now are just making $9 an hour.
So
And-
why would we want, I'm a little confused, why we would want to have municipal workers because we can make less than minimum wage? Why wouldn't we want to budget them all at minimum wage, which is the rate that they could get elsewhere?
So this matter has come up in a number of different departments that employ minimum wage workers, and until we're able to have a larger discussion of how some of these changes at the federal level impact the whole organization, we've been very careful about making those adjustments. There are people who are still below the minimum wage in some departments. There are some that are at it. This is the first move, I think, Donna, to actually move beyond our exemption. So I think it's part of a larger discussion of how we're going to address it organizationally, because I totally get your point that having a disparity based on minimum wage or created by the minimum wage shift is worthy of discussion.
Why would a young adult want to work for the town of Andover if they're going to make less than minimum wage?
Because jobs are scarce.
I'm sorry?
Jobs are scarce.
Right.
I know there are kids who will work for 9, even though I think we need to be moving toward minimum wage. You're saying you think there's a risk we're not going to be able to hire qualified people.
Well, I mean, I think it's not ideal that we're hiring at less than minimum wage. I mean,
We're raising salaries for everybody
Yeah, we're-
else, but we're keeping some, the lower class under minimum
I mean,
wage.
it's not a matter of that. It's making the kids that have to work harder because they happen to have been hired maybe a little earlier from the municipality. So personally, I'll just leave it at, Andrew, if you can, look at what that would be across the board to have our employees at minimum wage and target budgeting that amount in the budget. Let us know what that dollar amount is in the budget.
I can give that to you right now, Dan. It would be in
Well, it's
the...
probably across multiple departments.
Oh,
assuming
okay, I'm
kids-
sorry.
You mean the whole
But still,
organization?
within your department.
But
In
no,
our
be
department,
interesting.
it would be 50,000.
Across multiple departments. But I mean, I can, DCS and youth services, I can see having,
Yeah, I think it's worth a larger discussion that we're not going to solve here.
the schools.
So, and actually, is DCS the primary employee of,
And
well,
youth
and youth
services,
services?
yeah.
And library pages, poll workers, election workers, there's a good number of them.
I just want to make sure, from an overriding philosophy, the basic economic assumption is supply and demand. To your point, Janie, and I don't think it's not slave labor, it's just that if there are jobs out there and you can pay $9 or $9.50 or whatever and attract good employees for that, why would not use that model?
We'll get the younger kids, we'll get the 16-year-olds, but again...
That's what I'm thinking.
19, 20-year-old
Is there an age
kid who has to make money to go to college, and he's already worked for DCS. He started 3 years ago. He made $8 the first year, $8.25. Last year it went up to $9. And then this year, some 16-year-old's going to be doing the same thing as he is in some private organization, lifeguarding at Indian Ridge. That's a lot easier than lifeguarding at Palms Pond. that kid's going to be making $10 an hour, and this poor kid working.
And there's a,
Pay him more to retain that employee.
Yes,
well, there's a
exactly.
cost
So
of developing employees too.
Yeah, not everybody, but the kids that we really want to keep. We don't want all 16-year-olds lifeguarding at Palms Pond.
Right, but you want some, is my
Of
point.
course.
Having had a house full of teenagers, I appreciate that, you know,
Exactly.
When you
We
come
always want to
in-
bring in new kids.
right.
Kim,
Right.
do you believe that you'll be able to get the people, I mean, with this plan, do you believe you'll be able to staff appropriately? I mean, I think that for me is the bottom line.
That is our goal. I mean, I work very closely with these kids. I work with them year-round, and I'm hearing right now, when I'm at basketball, when I'm at skiing, if I can't make $10, my parents aren't going to let me work for DCS. That's the
Oh,
bottom
that's a
line.
concern then. I mean, for these more experienced kids, you're saying that,
Right.
that,
And
but for the
college-
younger ones, do you think you'll be able, are you comfortable with that divide? That
With
you'll,
the 16-year-olds, I think it would be okay.
okay, so in
I
the
think it's
market.
amazing that there's a minimum
Easy to
wage
do.
law that doesn't apply to government. It's an interesting.
You know, I just want to make a point that there's more than just what you get paid when someone decides whether to take a job. So I do think that someone makes that decision based on the overall, and especially kids. I don't want to speak for, every child out there, but I think that there are other factors they consider, whether they want to work for AYS or DCS, so.
Look on your resume.
We'll report back.
Yeah, and I'm not taking a position on it, I just want to be clear about that. It sounds like we're going to have more discussion on it. I just wanted to know whether you felt that you could hire what you needed.
I think so.
I just have one question about sale of service. How does the number budgeted this year compare to what we're actually going to take, projected to take in? That's part of the question. And then that's a pretty substantial increase going to 550, so.
What we did is, keeping the same number of children in camps as last year, we went through, increased many of our more popular camps, just by a little bit, $10 here, $15 there per week. By doing that throughout all of our camps, we got to 30,000. And that's keeping the same number of children as we've had in past years. So even if our camps don't grow, which of course they will, we'll make that money. So we're very confident in that.
So Kim, let me just confirm. So you're asking for $188,000 as part of your budget request, and that's because you're bringing in $950,000 in operating, in revenues, right?
Including revolving.
Right. So you've got a $1 million budget, and you're asking for $200,000.
Basically.
Because you're bringing in $800,000 or $900,000.
Exactly.
Okay, that's a lot of bang for your buck there.
Yep. Are we all set then?
Yeah.
Thank you,
Okay,
Kim.
thank
Any other
you.
questions? Okay, thank you.
Okay, sorry, it took a little longer.
Thanks, Jim.
Next is Elder Services. A little early here, which is good. And Kathy? Kathy Urquhart?
Good morning. Just give me a sec, boy, my timing was good, I just walked in the door.
Take your time.
You know, I had to put a picture on the front of this. Somehow I think that what we do is a lot more than the numbers that you see. I know it is. So, our budget is pretty straightforward. You can see from looking at the bottom, there's a slight reduction in personnel services. That's from some changes within the department. Some people have retired, so there's been some staffing changes and expenses have been reduced. We still continue to do more with the same amount of money. If we look at the census, 10 years ago, the number of seniors in Andover, well, in 2000, I'm using federal census, was 5,045, and in the 2010 census, it was 6,447. Andover has had one of the biggest increases in senior population in the state. I think the average is 16 or 17%, and our increase was 27%, and that's predicted to continue. So I think it's amazing that we do what we do and try to reach out to not just the seniors, but the soon-to-be seniors, people known as the baby boomers. and people over 50 who have kids in the school and are reaching the point where they're saying, do we stay in Andover once our kids are out of school, or do we move? And again, when you look at the bottom line, we realize how important it is for them to stay in town because they're part of the community, and they're paying taxes, and we don't have to pay for kids in the schools.
And then no FTE change?
How are things going with the new, the youth center and the proximity to the puncher center and things like, is that going well, or how?
I'm not sure what you mean.
I'm just wondering, I was in the hall last night, and I'm just thinking from a sale of services perspective, if, it just seems the proximity is so beneficial to have a facility close by to have additional programs and things, and I was just wanted to get your perspective, how you view that.
That's absolutely true. Bill and I have talked, and we hope to be able to use the facility soon.
So the number of seniors are going up in town, but do you have any, somewhat other parts of the question, do you have any numbers about people attending your programs? How many attend programs, and has there been a change in how many?
The number of people that attend our programs fluctuates. What we're seeing right now is that a lot of people who did participate have reached the 85-plus age and become more frail. So lots of times we're providing services for them at home as opposed to them coming in, or providing information for their families, just resources so that they, know what's available so that they can deal with any issues that arise. We do have the Boomer Venture program on Thursday evenings, which has a great attendance, and last year we had done the survey with UMass, and one of the big things that we heard is people would like to see more evening and weekend events. But for us to expand much more out of the footprint where we are now as far as providing extra programs isn't possible unless we're able to add extra staff.
So does your staff primarily work daytime hours, or do you have evening and weekend?
We have Thursday evenings.
Just Thursday evening.
Staff works on weekend, and we have some additional events as well, but for something that's regularly scheduled, it's just Thursday evenings. But does that mean that the social worker isn't getting emails over the weekend or at night and responding to those, or that I'm not? No, it doesn't. But for a lot of the staff, they're just basically during the day.
So it would be nice to see activity, maybe 10 years ago and now, number of people involved in programs. We understand people get older, so
Yep.
their needs would change. They could move from a group who's coming in for dance class to a group that is, getting Meals on Wheels or whatever. But also, and time of day, to get some feel for what is the time of day that the services, is there a need for more evenings? Is there
sure.
some way you can get us numbers of people who are involved in a growth over time?
I could. I was told I was supposed to stick with this.
Well, there's follow-up.
So, yeah,
This is
yeah.
just preliminary.
No,
We're going to
I-
go back and talk about things and get more
Yeah.
questions and get more information when we decide
Yeah.
to vote. So that would be, we can still, who's our liaison?
I have.
There you go. We'll have it.
Okay, yep.
Any other questions?
Good. Any other questions? I just want to say, as the liaison for the Board of Selectmen and Council on Aging, there is a lot going on that Kathy did mention because of keeping it to the budget piece, but there's a very active Council on Aging that is looking at things like the zoning overlay and sustainability and the ways that they can stay in town. So there is, I think, a new life in the Council on Aging, and I've attended the last few meetings, BOJ, as well, and there's just a lot of activity, great attendance, so this is an organization that does a lot with a little, and, we need to keep very close to them and see what we can do, moving forward. As Kathy mentions, the population is aging and aging very quickly, as
Kathy,
some of us can attest to.
Are there any gaps that you see in your, major gaps in the community that you're unable to fill at this level of budget?
There's a lot of mental health issues. There are a lot of people that hoard. I'm sure you'll hear this from some of, from fire and safety, from public health, that there are a lot of issues and lots of seniors that are involved, and certainly when intervention can be taken, it is. And neighbors are good, because usually if people have issues, they're not going to self-report. But neighbors are good, neighbors will report lots of times, and lots of times it's a situation where fire or police is called, and then they get back to us and let us know that there's
But
an
you
issue.
feel that there's something you could be doing there that is a gap that,
Well, you'd like to think if you're aware that you can try to reach out, just reach people and say, we're here. For anybody, whether there's an issue or not, the hardest thing is always to take that first step. And I'm willing to bet that any one of you could ask a neighbor who's over age 50 or 60 if they've been to the senior center, and probably at least half of them would say, oh, no, I've never been to the senior center. And I'll add, even if they were 85, they might say that, because it's for old people. And I don't care how old you are, everybody has a certain vision in their head, myself included. They're, 29 or whatever that good age is, and it doesn't change. So it's always, that first step is always the hardest, and we find that about 85-90% of the people who make that first step will follow through and do it again.
But there has to be a program they're interested in.
Exactly, and I mean, that's been the frustration for us, because all of our space is multipurpose. So depending on what we have scheduled, we're setting up and breaking down. Well, if you like to quilt or sew, if you don't come in on Monday morning, you're not going to see anybody who's quilting or sewing, because that's the only time we have it scheduled. Or if you like ping pong, you're only going to see that on Friday afternoon. We do use the space to the max, but there are limits in what you can do. So that part is difficult. And funny thing is, and some people have probably heard me say this before, you can walk in the lobby and stand there and not see anybody and not hear anybody and think, boy, nobody's using this space. Meanwhile, there's at least 100 people in the center. They just happen to be behind closed doors in whatever the class is that they're in. So it's really funny when somebody comes in and says that, and I say, well, let me give you a little tour, and we walk down the hall and we peek in the windows, and they say, oh, I had no idea, I didn't think there was anybody here. So, and we like people to be able to stop in and see a friend. But, again, it's limited in how often people will just hang around because they come for certain activities and that they know that everybody else is more or less doing the same sort of thing. So that makes it hard too, because, well, we're all creatures of habit. I bet when you go to your meetings, you sit in the same space all the time. Right? No, nobody does that?
oh, no, we're actually, we talked about it, and we tried to move around.
Actually, Peggy requires us to change seats.
I like that.
She just changes up the nameplates. It's
Really?
interesting. And it makes a big difference, too. It's really weird.
You talk to different people.
It's like the movie Mr. Holland's Opus. I'm sorry, wrong movie. What's the movie? I can't remember the name. Anyhow, he has all the students walk up and stand on the desk and look at the room, so they're seeing the room from a different perspective. Come on, somebody must know what movie I'm talking about. It was Robin Williams.
Dead Poets Society.
Thank you, yes. And the room looks completely different. So, but we're creatures of habit. We like the familiar. We like to walk in and see a familiar face,
So I think, so your staff, you have 11.8 FTEs. I assume some of those are part-time and some are
Yes,
full-time.
yep.
So how many of them, or most of those, how many of them are at the center at a given time?
Most of them, wait a second, let me count.
Some are drivers, I assume?
Some are drivers.
Okay, I think we're all set here
About 9.
for the budget. Dan, did you have a statement?
Well, it's a day and night, the evening and weekend that's interesting. I have.
Well, so we're talking kitchen staff. We're talking staff for Senior Connections, the supportive day program. We're talking administrative secretarial staff. So sometimes when you take those people out of the loop, you've limited, okay, number.
Just a quick question, probably maybe for Andrew or Kathy, I'm not sure. Your regular wage number going down roughly about 35,000. Is that because of future organizational changes, or is that because of turnover, or for elder services salary regular wages?
some staff was hired at a,
I noticed some shift into
It was
part-time.
a shift
as well.
of the part-time. So the impact should be an increase in part-time.
Yeah, yeah, I saw that as well, okay.
and some staff has left and new staff was hired, so that's at a different rate.
Yeah, there was a pretty big requested bump in part-time, but, you know, it's roughly $70,000 requested bump in part-time, but it went up 40.
Goes for an additional person to serve at night.
So we shifted people from full-time to part-time, are they benefited part-time?
It's a full-time position, but it was recorded as full-time, but half of it is paid through the budget and half of it is paid for fees through service for the program. So instead of keeping it in part-time, instead of keeping it in full-time, it was switched to part-time because that's
So
what
it's a part-time general fund impact. So full-time, they work full-time schedule, half is applied to a revolving fund, half is applied to the
So the
general fund.
budget is split, but there's no change in terms of the total salary the person is paid, or would have been paid,
Right.
or the benefits that they would receive. Okay, thank you for clarifying.
Dan, you all set? Okay. All right, thank you, Kathy.
Thank you.
Okay, next we've got Youth Services. Bill Fahey and team.
Morning, everybody.
Morning, sir.
Love that. I love, whoops. I tend to scream into the microphones. Love that picture right there. Now, that group of kids, pretty different group of kids, pretty spread out. You see some teachers in the background. Our campaign to build the youth center, so it's a pretty exciting time for us to have that building come to life. And they're standing what currently is at the lobby of the youth center right now. So that's pretty cool. I think you can, it's pretty straightforward there. In terms of, let me get to my budget here. What page are we on, Andrew?
59.
Thank you, sir. Oh, give me that, like a book over there, Glenn. Sorry, I took my wrong budget book. Thank you. Thank you. Well, May 1st is the Calling Ritzer Road Race. We'll be picking up the registration packets at the lobby of the youth center, so just want to, I told Peggy I'd remind everybody at our meeting.
Expecting a big turnout.
It's going to be a big turnout,
big
it's going to be a
turnout.
good time. There's a lot going on with that family if you watch the news this week. So, she was on the news last night. So basically, in terms of our budget summary, our request is, we asked for an additional $4,000 in our expense line. I believe the $6,000 in the personal services is just, Andrew, is that just?
Contractual adjustments.
Contractual adjustments, yeah, that's what I assumed. Yeah, $4,000 is basically in 3 line items. It's printing and office supplies and personal development, which personal development's $57.15 on the bottom line, and it asks the town manager, with everything going on with young people related to sort of the epidemic of opiates, we'd like to be able to attend. There's a lot of different trainings and things to keep you updated on different ways for treatment and those kind of things. We've never had a line item for professional development in all the years we've been here, so we're excited about having the opportunity to attend a few things that we think are important to the development of our program. And then the printing and the office supplies just goes with, moving from 2,000 square feet to 21,000 square feet. We anticipate sort of different ways to market and get our information out to the public. And so we're happy to receive that $4,000 in the budget. And
Billy, there's an opportunity for you to do a grant request from Andover Cares for professional
Correct.
development as well. So
Yep.
if you want to even go beyond that, let me know and I'll be able to help you on applying for the grant.
thank you. Yeah, so there's a training coming up next week, and just as an example, it's it's $300 a person. We probably could send 10 to 12 people that have been working on that issue, and we appreciate, actually, the police department helped us with that training, be able to get to that training for a few of our staff. So, But that's just an example of something that's, gets pretty costly to.
That's very direct to the mission of what Andover Cares was all about. So
Absolutely.
I'd just like you to keep that in mind. If you need additional funds for training, for opiate training, I'd be more than happy to help you with it.
Okay, thank you, Paul. So that's the budget summary. I don't know if people have questions related to those numbers.
When is the building open to the public? Is there a published schedule now as to what days of the week and what hours?
Absolutely.
The building is
It's,
open?
it's
I went
on
to
a-
your website, there's nothing on the website.
Well, Bob, I don't know if there is information on the website, and it says also refer. We directly, the kids that are participating in our programs, the parents that are participating in our programs, they get information.
No,
from
but I'm
us.
getting questions from residents asking, we spent a lot of money to build this building, it's finally done, it's
Yep.
occupied. We have a big budget for youth center. Is the building open to the public?
The building is
And if
open.
so, what days and what hours is it open?
Yeah. Basically, it's open Tuesday through Friday, and we're still transitioning from our Pearson Street office, which, that's quite a transition then. We have to close down one place. We have to move everything ourselves, including the technology, the furniture. There's no budgetary item like when you build a new school and you set aside money so someone else does that work. We're doing that work.
And so what is the plan for the youth center? Is it going to be a 4-day-a-week, 5-day-a-week, 7-day-a-week facility?
Well, it's a question that I'm going to develop and work on as we go forward. Like anything, Bob, it's a brand-new building. I
What
can't
is it-
just open it up with the...
What does this budget
Oh,
contemplate? The building being open for how long? How many days a week for the upcoming fiscal year?
It'll be open 40 to 60 hours a week. Right now, I have 4 people. If you want to compare it to the library, that's open 60 hours a week, that has
I'm not sure.
quite a bit more than that. If you want to compare it to the senior
Can
center,
you
has
open
more
on
people.
weekends and after
It'll-
school, or?
Depending on the development of the staff and the budget that we receive, we'll open it at minimum 40 hours. Right now, currently, we've been going 50 hours a week for the
Yeah, no,
last
I'm talking about
month.
the budget you're proposing. Does this budget tie in with a particular schedule you have in mind as to when this facility is?
40 hours a week.
40 hours a week.
Correct.
So that's 5 days,
Yes.
5 days a week?
5, it could be, for example, we did the building maintenance, the building development meeting the other night, Wednesday night. We left at 11 o'clock at night. We started at 9 o'clock in the morning. Our staff wasn't paid any more than 8 hours for that day.
Why did
I've
you
been
have to be
talking a
there
lot
for that
about,
meeting?
what's that?
Why did you services have to be there for that building meeting? I mean, why did that?
They had
go
to
on?
hand out the clickers, when they asking the question, there were these clickers that were.
I think because it's, we're just getting into that building and, we hosted the meeting
Right.
because
Yeah.
part of the effort is people in the community want to see variety of uses. And from what I understand, people were more than pleased with, that building, that effort, and that, how we came together.
I attended, and I
Yeah.
did feel as if you were hosting it. I felt
Yes.
that having the kids there
Yep.
made me feel like they were welcoming me
Yep.
to that building.
And that's
They
it's
gave
exactly
us
how we're
tours
going to develop.
and-
Yeah, they were, and the kids were very excited. They actually participated in it, and it was a great event. And I'm not saying that in a way that there's no issues with that. We thought it was a great experience.
It was a
for
great,
the town,
it was,
and for the
it was,
kids.
yeah, that just.
Very
not-
positive.
Not to go into the weeds on that one, I thought it was a good night. It was, for anybody that's watching and doesn't know what we're talking about, there was a facilities study that's been contracted by the town manager and the school superintendent to review all of our town facilities. And this was a charrette, this was kind of an opening review and survey of folks that attended, open to the public, and it was hosted in the Phillips Room of the Cormier Youth Center, and it was a great place to have the session. It was a good opening. But just so we don't go down into that one piece, I just want to make sure, Bob, you're finished with the
Well,
question on the hours.
you know what, Bill, maybe it would help with Bob's question, I'm sorry to jump in, if we could have a comparison, like,
Sure.
when you're in the old youth center that you're in the process of moving from, you were budgeting for 40 hours a week with your staff and your budget, and you're hoping to do something comparable in this new budget in terms of hours?
Well, as we all know, that's
It's very
budget's not
different.
increased, okay? So
Right.
we just will operate within the resources that we receive, but we also will, the life of that building, the life of the building could be 7 days a week.
Well, that's the hope.
We're going to, So we're going to work on that with, other departments in the town, you know.
Right,
as
Bill,
well as-
if I can just kind of add to these guys,
Sure.
because the building's unbelievable. I mean,
Yeah.
it's just a phenomenal facility, and I think there's this kind of sense of, hey, what, you know, I mean, obviously it's focused on, you know, youth services, but, you know, it's almost in the sense of, can we, you know, elderly services, can we, you know, and over time, develop, you know, a place where we can actually, I could see, you know, like, and again, I don't know what's contemplated in this budget for like offset revenues, you know, for other place, you know, for other organizations renting space, because you've got it's just a phenomenal facility. And so I think that's kind of like, you know, what we probably want to understand better in terms of, you know, the hours open to the public, but then access to the public type of stuff, given that, you know, youth services is the priority. Does that make sense? You know what I mean? In terms
It makes sense, John, but I also think, it's, you know, what does that mean to the public? Does the town want it open 7 days a week from
Right,
8 o'clock to 12 o'clock every day? And if that's what the town wants, like this particular building, then I think it should be, you should think about increasing the staff,
Right.
which we don't do. So
Right.
I also think people need to remember one thing too, we're transitioning in, the town manager's been talking about it, there's, you know, there's priorities, the whole community's excited, and I think that we've been completely, one of the reasons we hosted that meeting is because there was a double booking and there wasn't a venue to do it. So we said, you know, we'll move our programs around and make it work for the town, and I think that's been our history of being very open to ideas and making things happen. And you know, if Bob, you want to come by and sit down and talk about it?
No, I want.
You're welcome any particular time. I don't know if you've been in the building?
I've been in the building. I want to hear during.
Well, not with me, you haven't. So if you want to come by sometime and sit down and talk about it, be more than happy to talk about the finances.
I'd like to talk about it right now. You're proposing a budget, and I'd like to know, what does this budget contemplate? If I could, Dan, first, 1 second. 1 second. You're proposing a budget, this is a budget discussion. Your budget, you should be able to back it up and say, this budget contemplates X number of hours on certain days, which is your plan. Assuming no budget increase at 40 hours, well, what are those 40 hours? Is it after school?
Yeah, maybe I should have
Is it
said
on
no to the
weekends?
facilities meeting the
I
other
mean,
night.
right now, the building's open.
It was over the 40
And I
hours,
don't see
Bob.
any
I should have said no to that, you know what I mean?
schedule as to when the public can use that building.
The plan has always been with that building, you know, there's been a lot of discussion over the last few years. Well, we don't want to add a whole ton of new staff. You know, we're going from, what, how many square?
2,000 square feet to
2,000 square feet
21,000 square
20,000
feet.
square feet. And the plan has always been, get the building built, and then figure out how youth services can best fit into that building. You know, if you're looking for set hours, Monday through Saturday, this time to that time, we're not at that point as of yet. You know, when is the building open? I walked in last week and met with Glenn as he was in there, and talked to Glenn about the building as well. So it's open kind of at random times right now, but they're trying to figure out programming. And once that's determined, I'm sure that with Bill's staff, Bill will know what he can do. But they need to be variable, because they do programs at all the time.
But that's my whole point, Dan, is nobody knows when. There's no public, unless
Right, and we've
it's
just
hidden on the
opened up
website, and I
we've
can't
just
find
opened
it.
up the
I don't
building,
see
and
what
we
the
gotta figure
hours
that
are.
out.
Taxpayers
So
paid a
it's-
lot of money for that building.
So what I'm hearing, though, is that there's a level services assumption right now in the
Right.
budget. Level services for youth, for AYS, level services, you've had kind of a home base.
Yes.
It was, you know, Pearson was like a home base.
Yes.
And then you did programs wherever. So you have a benefit here that you have a new facility, but your staffing is still based on that old model.
Correct.
And as a result, you're not going to have open building hours on a regular basis, because they may not have a program at that time. So I think the point I'm hearing is that if in fact you're going to change your model to be more of an open community center, as well as supporting these programs, which by the way happen in the evenings, on weekends, it's going to require a different staffing model. So to answer your question, maybe I'm not the one who should be answering it, but I'm hearing level services. And so again, they need to think about, have time to think about, if their programs are going to change and the services they deliver are going to change, it's going to be a different budget. I'm not hearing that we're doing that this year.
This year, I mean, I don't want to speak for Bill, but this year's a transition, it's a transition year. I mean,
Thank you, John.
that facility is a spectacular facility.
Actually, you guys are saying phenomenal, spectacular. I just want to say, that building is really great, but I don't want people listening who haven't been to the building to think that we built the Taj Mahal. Honestly, I'm a little worried. I mean, it's a great functional building, and I like the fact that it was designed to be very functional. That's what I love about that building. I walk in there and I see a really great functional building. So I just want to put that in there so people don't think we're doing it.
No, but I think, to your point, it's important maybe to have an open house or something so the general public would get that. Because I was at the
That's a
public
great
session the
idea.
other night, and for the first time, and it's a wow factor. When you walk in there, that building is a wow factor. And there's so many people who helped contribute to it. Bill and his team that have been working for years to convince the public that a facility like that was needed.
And perhaps not
and then
just an
his-
open house, but some open hours, so the community could drop by, so that it's not just one
So they
event.
can see the basketball areas, they can see the seating area, they can see the open auditorium where we had those 75 people who were at the
But
meeting the
but I
other
think what I
night.
want to be clear about is that that is a great way to think about, as you're opening the building, how do you let the community see the building? But to staff regular hours, it's a different model, and so you're thinking through what that model would be.
So, can I just,
Yeah,
well, you guys, you were
now.
talking a lot about the building that we're intimately involved with, and first of all, in the financial perspective, please understand this, that it's $2 million of taxpayers' money. By the time we finish fundraising for the next 2,000 square feet, which we fundraise as a staff,
Yeah.
and we're buying the technology for the building. We just finished, one of the reasons people have been there, because, the kitchen's not open yet. 2 rooms weren't finished. We finished the rooms the afternoon that we did the public hearing. We finished the rooms.
Yes.
By the time we're done outfitting it, paying for the additional 400 square feet we needed in the gym to make it big enough for the community, it's going to be over $8 million that we've paid.
You
So
just
that, do you
described
want to talk
the
about
reality.
revenue? We've
Thank
given
you.
$6 million to this community through hard work. Now, we're already open 40 to 50 hours a week now. The first priority is young people in the community, developing youth programs for our kids. That's what it is. It's a youth center. That's what we've been doing. And people are welcome to, I will meet anybody here after this meeting, later this afternoon, tomorrow morning. We were open all last week because there's a lot going on in the community with a young girl that's no longer with us, with parents that have abruptly lost, with things that went on last night. So we're transitioning, we're creating balance. I've talked to the town manager, he's very supportive of it. He wants to make this work for the kids, and he wants to work for the community. But I think it's no different than any other thing that we do in the town. We have to slowly go into it. I also have to be responsible for the safety of the kids that are in that building and their parents. And by the way, hundreds of people have been in the building with their young people. We ran youth wrestling out of there this year. We have basketball programs going on. We had 100 high school kids in there last 2 nights ago. So I think when I started in '95, what we did is we first created partnerships with kids, and we started working with them and saying, how do you step in the community and get involved? That was on $22,000 salary and a $5,000 budget. We started to grow, and we started to service other kids and other parents and other programs, and lots happened in the community. We fully expect this building to make something that Andover is very proud of. We see as a place that we want high school kids to be involved in terms of programs, also in terms of volunteering and opportunities. If people went the other night, I think they were very impressed with how the kids hosted it and how involved they got in the community. And that's where we're going. That's the direction we're going. So if we could get some support and we could slowly move into it. And the other thing is, we didn't do an open house because we weren't ready. I couldn't bring the whole public in there for a lot of different reasons, with certain places not being easy. So understand, I've used the gym only for a while. Now I'm using the gym in the lobby, and we used the Phillips room the other night. That was our first major event that we did there. We have over 100 requests from groups in town. We want to do our fundraisers there. We want to collaborate with you. We want to run our Zumba program in there. We want to run our AAU basketball in there. Basically, take a look at the field house and look at what we've done to that field house. And everybody uses it, but a lot of the people don't live in Andover. And then talk to the maintenance department and see how that building looks and how it's used. We're not doing that here at this youth center. We're gonna keep this thing clean. We're gonna keep the maintenance down, and we're gonna contribute. And I'm gonna ask the kids to step into it. So the first week in May, first or second, because Andover, we're trying to plan when it works for everybody. We're gonna do a celebration of that building and invite the entire community. But I need the indoor space and the out, because there's gonna be a lot of people coming, and there's an occupancy issue. You can't just have 3,000 people walk into the building. So just so you know, it's the first or second week in May. It's probably a 2 or 3 day event, a number of different things that are going on, I know that, Kathy mentioned, her and I have been talking, and one of the first senior events that we're doing there is the volunteer luncheon. That is, Kathy, when is that date? Was she still here? May 6th. May 6th, but that's, so we're in talks with a lot of different people about what we can do. And obviously DCS has facility needs, and we've talked about this in the past. However, level service, slowly work into it. We're still responsible for the safety of the participants and how it works, And as far as revenue goes, if you look at that model, and as Bob likes to say, been given all this money, take a step back for a second and take a look at how much we've given the community. And you all have supported that efforts, which we're completely appreciative of, and the former town manager and the selectmen, and now our new town manager. We just have to work through the details. It's very exciting, but I can't tell you how many people are trying to use the building that either don't live in Andover or want to start their own programs. I want to start my own basketball camps. I want to start my own soccer programs. I want to start my own learning programs. And I'm like, we're going to create programs that the revenue goes to the town. The check will be written to the town of Andover, not to somebody else that's using our facilities. And it's hard for me to explain that after 20 years of watching what's been going on. So it's pro Andover, it's pro kids, and it's pro community. And we're just, you know, we're the leader right now in youth development in Massachusetts.
And one thing, if I can jump in, Bill.
Sorry.
I think I'm going to try to aggregate a lot of what has been said here over the past 20 minutes or so. I think it's our goal and expectation as an organization to eventually be in a place where that building is open 7 days a week and can be utilized by all different groups and factions of Andover. But we're growing into it. And one thing I do want to point out, last week was a very challenging week for the community. And Bill was able to open that facility, not scheduled, Sunday starting at 4. Yep. I think it stayed open well, or late into the evening. There's not a lot of municipal facilities we can open on a Sunday with zero cost. And Bill was able to pull that together, and I saw some stories out of that Sunday meeting. It's really what a community is all about, and I don't know how many people you had there that night, but
we had over 100 people, and a lot of them were kids, and kids were the ones that were super affected, and then we had some great parents we called and asked to be around the kids, and potentially might open again this Sunday because there's a service, and we were also open during the week till 11 o'clock at night because we had a family lose a mother, a single mom with 3 girls that, we just didn't have a choice. We just said to the kids, we'll be around, we'll do what we can. We helped kids plan a funeral this week and went through that whole thing outside our regular scope of running our programs. So right now, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, it's pretty hot. There's a lot of people coming. We were very pleased to see, one of my goals is to be able to have high school kids be part of the facility. Understand this, the least programmed kid in America is 14 to 18 years old. Developmentally, high school kids, it's challenging. We like to talk about creating prevention for kids. That youth center is going to operate as a model of giving kids a place to belong if they need a place to belong, And then if it's bigger than that, we're asking them to create revenue in the building. We understand that, and we're fielding a lot of calls of people that want to use the building, but a lot of it's not the appropriate use, and a lot of it actually will just cause a lot of stress on the building, which is just a maintenance issue down the road. So we're learning a lot. We're excited to have this opportunity, and I think that we'll strengthen our partnership with our kids. I think it'll be a revenue source down the road as we're moving forward, but we're still trying to finish the building. I met with the school department yesterday, and we have a learning lab in the high school that we have some interesting projects that we're going to be doing in our workshop at the youth center. We haven't quite finished that yet, but we will. We'll finish raising that money, and I believe the 2,000 square feet, our goal is to have that finished by the end of the summer, which will be a tremendous savings. Not only will we pay for it, it'll be a tremendous savings for the town while we're running programs with kids. And we have a problem too, because now too many kids want to come.
It's a good problem. It's a good problem.
So it's like, and we're trying to balance that. And what I'm trying to say about high school students, we want them involved, and we want middle school kids involved. But then we have all the parents that have like elementary school kids, and they want to drop them off, and they want to, it's like everybody just wants to boot, and we're like, okay. But I think our history has been one of embracing ideas and getting as many people as we can involved. And quite honestly, we can't wait to find ways we feel that the senior population, like it's just a statistic in research that older people, grandparents in particular, are a saving grace in young people's lives. One of the most important relationships that a young person could have. With the transient world, the people moving all over the place, we don't have that anymore. So the ability to create programs, and our concept is big kids, little kids. Big kids are the seniors, little kids are like the high school, middle school kids. We've done a few programs before, they've been awesome, There's not a lot of revenue in that, but the value of that is far outsets the question of revenue. So when you look at this building as a revenue thing and everybody's like, how much money are you getting? How much? Understand how much money has been given to this community and will be given by the efforts of the Youth Foundation, the Youth Services, and 20 years of kids that have been part of this. It's $6 million. So look at a 20-year hearing, look about it. And that doesn't include the money we've given the schools to start programs. And the greatest thing ever was the young girl that came in, because we did a day before Thanksgiving, a showing to the kids. Right now, we're showing the kids. It's their building. It's their efforts. The girl walked in the front hallway. She's in college. She started to cry. I said, "Are you all right?" She goes, "I can't believe it happened." I go, "Did you think it wasn't going to happen?" She goes, "No, I never thought it was going to happen." I go, "You held signs for like 10 years. She goes, "I know, but I didn't think it was going to happen." And she said, "I'm standing inside the stomach of an idea." And she made it happen. And 20 years of kids, and the kids are calling me from all over the United States saying, "I can't believe it, I'm coming home." I had a kid his grandfather that came last week, and he stood on the inside and was so happy. But the 6th grader that comes in, he's like, "Hey, where do I plug my cell phone in?" I'm like, they don't even know the struggle of the journey, which is, that's my next group of kids. I'm like, well, now we have a new challenge for you. How do we make this building work? How do we raise revenue? How do we include everybody? And right now, when we see, you look around, come Tuesday night, Bob. Wednesday night, Thursday night. I'll be there all 3 of those nights. Come by and see. It's a neighborhood. Basically, it's innovative to the fact that we as a community, where the neighborhood has changed and the family has changed, it no longer is the unit, and it never will be that unit again anymore. We're creating a neighborhood in our community for everybody. And simply saying, I'm just starting with the kids, because those are the ones that held the signs for 20 years. By the time I come, you know what? Let's do this meeting next year in the youth center.
And
Okay?
again, we don't.
That's how it's going to work.
And I think the key is, we got to keep the idea of, Bill, you're absolutely dead on, but this is a budget meeting, right? So it's our responsibility.
I didn't anticipate to talk about this, John.
No, but it's our responsibility to be asking kind of revenue questions, right? And expense questions. So don't misunderstand that we're not supportive of that
I appreciate
intent.
being able to talk about it.
But it's and we appreciate having the phone. But the idea is for us to kind of look at, we need to do our job, right? Our job is, it's not about, your job is developing the stories, right? And being able to make sure that those kids have that support. Ours is about
What's it cost?
what's it cost? That's the reality.
But I've been working in facilities and running programs for
Right.
So Bill,
25 years and been very successful,
Ask a
so I
question.
can do this.
Challenging week last week.
Correct.
You're open a couple very late nights with several hundred people coming in and getting services. What did that cost the town?
Nothing.
I guess that's.
Our time.
Right.
Our time.
Well-
But we don't get paid for it.
Heat. I mean, if you
Right.
want to.
So just to keep us on
It's the budget
track, on
meeting. Let's-
schedule.
That's the reality.
But just to keep us on schedule, are there any more questions
I
around
did
their
is-
budget?
You mentioned something in there, but mission is budget. You can't separate what you're doing with a cost unless people, you mentioned parents of elementary school kids wanting to bring their kids in. That would be mission creep, as I understand it. I see the youth center as being primarily middle school and high school kids. Are you having elementary school kids?
Well, everybody likes the elementary, let me just.
We're talking mission creep about
Well,
even
and
other stuff, so
But
that's
it may be, but to me, that would be that was a whole different use of it.
The wrestling program is right for kindergarten,
Let's
fourth
invite
grade,
them to a
third grade.
finance
Right,
committee.
exactly.
And so have you always done that, and have I just not
No,
understood?
but we run certain programs, basically the sports programs, in like
middle
music and them, they can tend to go down younger, like lacrosse, for example, but that'll be on a field. But the other thing that will happen too is, you know what, elementary school kids, they're looked at as a revenue source in a lot of ways. So you have all these people creating programs that, they're not DCS, they're not people in the community that care about the kids and their families, So what our plan is to work it for the intention that it was, middle school and high school students. Please remember that if you take a building and try to make it all to everybody, you will end up with a building that doesn't serve the group it was supposed to send. If that's the mission that the town wants, then it's not a youth center.
I think we have to keep in mind, though, that the community as a whole donated $6 million to a youth center.
Correct.
And I think it needs to be primarily a youth center. I am a very much a proponent of the town, other town departments, other townspeople using that facility. But I think that $6 million was donated as a youth center, we need to be respectful of what these people
It was the
donated
Wood
their money
Fund.
to.
I'll just remind Paul that the $700,000 did come from the Wood Trust Fund with the...
Not tax money, though.
with
That's not
the-
tax
well,
dollars.
it was residents had the control on that money.
It is not tax
But,
dollars, though.
no, but it was money that was put in with a caveat of
No,
being able to use
I know
it.
exactly what it was.
Half the money went to the
Not tax
seniors and
money.
half went to the kids.
Let's do this. Let's wrap this up, because I think it sounds like we could probably go on this, which is a great topic, because it's a great need, but just to keep us on track. Any other, Bill, is there any other thing, Bill or Andrew, on this budget you want to bring
I have
up?
nothing else at this time.
Okay.
Yep. Thank you all for your time. I didn't mean to kind of go off on that, but
Bill, thank you.
it's a great thing for the community. People are very excited, so let's
I'm going to say
leave on a positive note, you know?
I'm going to say one more thing, too.
Yes,
I'd like
sir.
to acknowledge the youth services, the Andover Youth Foundation annual gift to the contribution to the continued maintenance and support of this
$30,000.
building. It's a line item on the budget, you know?
Right.
So that's the group that helped facilitate, you know, the fundraising of much of those dollars.
And is that
$30,000 a year.
What's it going? It goes towards,
Expenses of the
Offsetting
building.
expenses.
Right, so
Maintenance and,
You're right.
it gets deposited into a gift fund, and then we charge
Right, but
operating
it's-
expenses
But
against.
it's not a gift. It was part of the deal, right? That's not a
Yes.
gift. Let's not call it a gift. It was part of the deal that
in
they
the
would
contract.
contribute towards it, so.
But, you know, here's the funny thing. If someone calls the high school right now and says, I want to use the field house, the answer is going to be no, if someone else is using it. So, you know, this building, if it becomes everything to everybody, then just call it that and support it that way and make it a community center. We tried that for years and people didn't want it.
I want
you know?
to, we need to move on to the next one. I will say, I was at the North Andover Youth Center recently talking to Bill's peer, and he said, Bill, it's going to take 6 months to a year for that process to work through. I guess he's been talking to you and Andrew, so, but anyway, thank you.
I have a problem when people talk of the youth of our community as not being part of the public. I mean, public use of that facility could simply be
Thank you.
to provide places for all those youth activities. And just like when we talk about the public schools, it's not just the school children or even the school children and their parents that benefit from having good schools in the community. It's the whole community. It's the seniors, it's everyone who lives here. And youth services, it's the whole community that benefits from having good, solid youth services programs, not just the current participants.
Okay.
Fiscally sound as well. And safe.
Thank you, Bill.
Thank you all.
Okay,
Have a good day.
Thanks. Okay. Library services.
So defensive.
Beth Mazine. Hi, Beth.
Hi, everybody. I'm going to squeeze John Hessen here. John's a member of our Library Board of Trustees, and you all know John. Here. Hi, everybody. Welcome to our building. Love having you here for this. So. John's asleep. You have to.
He hasn't had to change a page for a while.
Yeah, exactly. So this is a really plain vanilla library budget. There is no real change in our services or our staffing or our budget. We're actually, budget actually went down a little this year due to retirements, staff reorganizations. So expenses went up a little bit related to things like our MVLC membership and a couple other lines, but basically it's a level funded budget, little below it. Next. Yeah, I see a little difference in the way the staff is structured. We had a retirement, and it was a 20-hour-a-week librarian, i.e. 20, who retired, and we took her 20 hours and reorganized and divided it up among other part-time people. We're moving towards, as we can, just having as little part-time people as we can who get benefits. So the net result of the reorganization was that we have the same number of FTEs, exact same number of hours, and one less benefits and pension package. So we've been doing that over the years. When I started, when I started at the library, almost everybody in the reference department and at the circ desk was part-time. Now, everyone in reference is full-time, and the circulation department and children's are about half and half. So we're making that transition. Our CIP request this year is $25,000 to complete the renovations in the children's room. We had $25,000 in the Lib 1 for this year. That's not enough to finish the project. We had divided it up last year. We're working on that now. Renovations in that room means the kinds of renovations we've done throughout the building, which are furniture, wiring, shades, paint. Lighting. Well, lighting, the town's done a lot of that for us. Yes, lighting changes. So we haven't done anything like no major plumbing, no breaking down walls, no major configurations. We've removed shelving, we've put up more appropriate shelving for display, and we've been doing this by ourselves without an architect or anyone, so it takes us a while. We're moving through the building slowly. If you actually, if you're here next year, you'll see that the children's department looks a lot different. Same basic building, same basic room, but that place is a zoo down there, and we had to make more room for people in the building, so we removed shelving, reconfigured stuff, put smaller tables in, because you come here at 9 or 10 o'clock in the morning, and it's just amazing how many people are there, so.
I just want to say I think our library is more of a community center than just a library.
It definitely is. After school, you know, in the morning, it's the kids. During the day, it's business people, tutors, people borrowing materials. After school comes, at 2:30, we look at our watches and say, okay. And it's all hands on deck. We've reconfigured, we have an extra little staff, a teen aide, one of our lower level positions. We've have her in a couple more hours a week to handle it. We have kids all over the building until about 6 o'clock, and then between that, at nighttime, there's all the programs that are going on. You'll see the programs go up every year. We're doing more and more community programming all the time. So we've been really busy. We're really happy with where we're at. The busier it is, the more we like it.
Beth, how's the current improvement? How's it coming along?
I knew you'd ask about that.
It's going to be great, isn't it?
Sexiest project ever. Yeah, it's, when we did it, I don't think any of us had any idea about how complex a project it was going to be. It looked, you know, you put a roof deck, you've got doors, you put a canopy on it, some tables, you're all set. Well, it's been quite complicated, actually. You may want to take a look when you go downstairs. The handicapped lift alone to get people up to the deck was really a major project, getting it, and now it's bright yellow, it's actually gorgeous in a weird kind of way, and the wood that's making the pergola is very, very heavy Brazilian Ipe wood. It's going to be beautiful. It's taking a long time. It will be finished in the spring. We will have a big dedication and big open house and party, but it's going to be just gorgeous. It's taking a little longer, but it is really going to be very nice. I think you're going to be really, really happy with it when you see it.
I think the trustees have helped with that funding.
Yes, trustees.
They did.
And
a lot.
friends of the library are helping as well.
That open house, you won't have enough room for people.
Yeah, that's true.
You're not going to have enough room for people.
The open house will be the whole building. Will be
Yeah.
the whole building, right? Because we're not going to have enough room on the deck
soiree.
itself. Yeah, we're going to have a soiree. I haven't talked to Andrew about a liquor license yet for the day, but we'll see. We'll see. We're hoping to do something in the spring along with Andover Reads, with our community read program as well. We'll have to see when it's done, but we think the deck will be substantially complete by April or May, but the canopy, which has to be measured exactly, may be a little longer, so it's going great.
Okay.
So to follow up on it earlier, how many people do you have who are making minimum wage or below minimum wage? What's your number?
We have our library pages and our library aides. So the library pages are high school kids, juniors or seniors. They're making $9.25 an hour, $9 to start and $9.25 after 6 months. Those are juniors and seniors in high school. And then we have library aides who are making, I think it's 10 and a quarter and then 10.50 after 6 months. And those are, they're the adults who shelve our books. They're the teen aides who work in the teen room, helping out on nights and weekends and helping with teen programming. And there are 8 library pages. I think aides, maybe 4 or 5 aides that we have.
And so it adds, this says 5 FTE, so the 8 pages and then 4 or 5 adds to...
The FTE, that's not in the slide. You want to go back a minute? Let me explain that a minute. Yeah. So the full-time and part-time people are all classified employees. Those are not low-paid. Those are not the minimum wage or more than that. These are all classified employees. They're people who work full-time at the circulation desk or full-time on the children's room desk, or, part-time in the children's room desk, part-time at the circ desk, part-time in technical processing. Those are classified positions.
The 26.6?
Yes.
Yes.
But
those
if
are
I
all-
look on page 74 of the budget book...
Oh, okay.
I get that same number, 26.6, but some of them are listed as, well, library assistants, pages and aides.
If you just look under part-time where it says
It's under part-time?
pages and aides,
That's what-
it's just a dollar amount.
It's just a dollar amount there. Yeah.
I see 5 people.
No.
No, it's
next to a different number.
Library assistants.
Oh,
There
pages
isn't
and
a
aides.
number.
Oh, I thought it was
Blank,
library
yeah.
assistant, pages and aides. I thought that was all one
Right.
term. Okay.
Right. So those positions, they enable us, and some of those aides, they enable us to be open. We're open 68 hours a week. So they enable us, they help us, they do the shelving, or they are at the teen room desk, or they help us to be able to be open on nights and weekends. Evenings and weekends, I should say.
Just something research.
If you ever want to see, I actually sent out something on our alert list to try to, if you want to study to avoid the library on Friday afternoons. We are so busy with kids and people coming in to get stuff for the weekend. It's really humming.
That's when it's fun.
We think so.
I just wanted to add, if I could, please, one thing where the trustees were very pleased the way Beth and her staff worked out the budget in terms of knowing somebody was leaving and then figuring out a way to do it so that it really doesn't have a budget impact or a benefits impact because of the way she was able to reorganize the staff. So we thought she was being very creative in the way she did that. And this isn't the first time she's done it, so the trustees were very pleased with it.
As the liaison from the Finance Committee, I also want to applaud you for the way that you manage your staff and your budget.
The staff is the town is very generous to the library, and we appreciate that very much, and we try to operate as efficiently as we can.
Anything else?
Thank you.
Thanks, John.
Thanks.
Okay.
Thanks, Mr. Hess.
We'll now move into public safety, the police department. Chief Keith. A little early.
Good morning. I have Zeph Menard, Executive Assistant with me. Keep me on my toes. So the change there Andrew touched on, the plus 298,000 is get a couple of bargain units have settled, and we still have a couple out in the police department that's still negotiating at this time. That's a difference in there as well. Also, the community coordinator position as well is in that change. Expenses, that is due to maintenance agreements have gone up, mostly all in our applications and programs for the computer programs. personnel, it's 50, FY16 is a 6. We haven't filled that position yet. Hopefully, another week we'll be filling that position. For the remainder of FY16 and then FY17. And that's the community support coordinator position. And CIP, this year is just the police vehicles. Do this pretty much annually. We change about 1/3 of the vehicles in the police department. Most of those are the marked units that operate at least 16 hours a day. We do change some unmarked ones as well, some of the older ones.
Chief, just to go back to the prior slide, is the head count staying the same then, year over year?
Well,
73,
yeah,
73, I saw.
Yep, so FY16 is 73. Right now, it's actually 72 boots on the ground.
Okay.
It will be 73 if we fill the community support coordinator.
So you're lining that within the department?
Yes.
Okay.
The remainder,
So it's not...
the remainder of FY16 will take care of that 3 months within the department, yep.
Okay.
Any other questions? Is this a record?
Well, since you opened it up.
We'll see you
Looking at your, on page 81, the parking violations are way down. Is that?
Yeah,
Have a
it's,
parking monitor? or-
nah, it's the systems, the new systems that we have. The people are just on violating. When there used to be meters, we used to get all the violations because people didn't feel like going out feeding the meters. Now they can pay higher amounts to display in. So it's been down. You also see, usually we do have a CIP for parking. This year, we're on a hold until the parking study is complete. We decide exactly what we're going to do as a community, and we'll make the changes.
So this is not that you have a decreased enforcement?
Nope, it's the same amount of enforcement, yep.
And to give a quick update on the piece regarding parking, we've populated a parking implementation governance committee, which will begin meeting in the next 2 weeks, hopefully. And it's composed of all stakeholders relating to parking in downtown Andover. So there's a designee from my office, a liaison from the Board of Selectmen, business owners, municipal services, police, and it's going to be chaired by the planning department. And the charge there will be to review the Nelson Nygaard study and their recommendations, and hopefully in the spring, take those recommendations to the Board of Selectmen for their consideration. And it's my expectation that probably next year's CIP will include some capital outlay for parking.
Yep, absolutely. We have some left over from prior CIP.
So I haven't, and I can't find it right away, so I'll just ask you, is our budget for parking, for our revenue down? Have we decreased the budget for, in our?
It's in a combination of fees and penalties?
Yeah, revenue might not be down, correct?
Somewhere in,
I mean,
If you're collecting
violations
one.
are down, but parking is up.
Correct.
Yeah, you
So-
pay all at once.
So it's probably pretty even.
Violations are down, but the revenue is pretty constant.
That's because
Why is
the
the
technology is
Because
better.
people are paying more for parking.
but not as much as they paid in, those fines were much bigger than the 5 cents you were.
Yeah, but in the total scheme of things, you know, if you have more people paying, I think it just washes out.
So paying in the kiosk, I mean, paying to park rather than paying a
Right.
parking ticket from violating parking
Correct.
regulations.
It's also easier to pay for a little extra. I tend to bump up on the higher side, you know, just to make sure I'm not going to get a violation.
And that's a very good point, because people do pay for more.
Psychologically
They don't-
get you.
The parking spot opens up again.
Hey, it's just my credit card.
If you think about, we used to have meters, it was time, so whatever money you put in, if you paid for an hour, you leave a half hour, the next person parks for free for 30 minutes.
Sicilian.
Now, when you leave, the new person still has to pay. Does that make sense?
So you're not,
Have we actually,
so you're double
Meters
dipping.
have been in,
Exactly, yeah, well, yeah.
the meters have been in place for a couple of years. Do we actually have the numbers that show that it's balanced out?
Maximizing
Well,
the use of the
the meters have
There
been
you
gone for a
go.
couple of years, but we
I
have.
mean,
what you meant.
pace, I meant
It's
pace.
a kiosk, yeah. It's, I don't have the exact on the front, but it's been kind of constant with what the revenue has been.
One balances the other out.
Where's the revenue represented anywhere in the budget? Is it represented anywhere in the budget book, historical parking revenue?
Not historical, it's just a line of anticipated revenues. So we do have the history, Donna has it right here, and it does appear to be quite level between violations and,
Between 14 and 15, and we have
So what's
permits
the
and
revenue?
meters. This is just the parking, not the violations, that's in separate budget.
So could that just be a follow-up? Maybe you could send out
Happy to
the two
follow up.
pieces of information.
So the
It's
revenue
interesting
for
because the
parking
parking
is the
study
same
being done too.
in But just 14, 15, and do we have pay stations in 14?
Yep.
15, so we need to look at the year before it, or we need to look back and
Pay
find.
stations now.
6 years,
I'll give you the
6
history. for the
7 years.
last
Yeah.
five
Big
years.
is this line, what are we talking about? What is it?
In-
$20?
We have for FY 15, off-street parking permits was 47,000 approximately. And parking meters was 244,000. And it has gone up over the years. Not much between 14 and 15, but between like 10 and 15, significantly.
Right.
And the question is, has it gone down by
That
the
was
amount
probably the last
that
year that
we've
we,
lost in
well, almost like the last year
revenue
we
from
had.
the violations?
And in terms of parking tickets, we're very close to being on target for this year, for FY16. We budgeted $106,000 in parking violation collections, and at the halfway point, we were just about 47.
So you've been trending, the budget has been trending down as this line has been trending down. Because Peggy's point about the violations being down, that's not just a one-year history. There's a downward trend
Yep,
consistently.
and the way we replace things, we
Because
replace
of
replace
Right.
lots
Over
almost
time,
yearly.
yeah.
Library being the last one, we got rid of all the meters, and now we have pay by space, and that's been working great.
So can you monitor that remotely, or does our parking enforcer actually go around?
He has to go around right now, and that's one of the things that came up in the parking study,
Yeah.
is remotely.
So the parking study did include that, because that is one thing I'm wondering is if the view of enforcement is being considered there, because if you open up more spaces, I don't know if that increases your need for enforcement, if you are opening them up in the same way. But
Yeah,
I don't expect you to have to answer that
No,
now.
it falls under the technology side of the parking study that they brought
That's why we did the
forward.
parking study, yeah.
Yeah, great.
Sir.
The community support coordinator
Yep.
position, is that one of the opioid?
Yes,
positions?
yep, yep.
Okay. 'Cause in the budget, we're
Coordinator
showing...
position.
Pardon me?
It's the coordinator, the old coordinator position.
Right,
Yep.
but those were approved in September after last year's budget was set. We're showing that there's no FTE increase, but that would be an increase, right? If we
It
didn't
would
have
be, yep, it would be an increase from 15.
that, Right, so we are actually going up one FTE.
Yes, yep.
And the question is, we're only going up one, but the board approved two positions.
Yep.
So which of the positions
Well,
is
we
this?
were looking to fill these positions. It's taken us a while to find the right candidate for the one position. When we get this one position in, we're going to reevaluate and look for the second position.
So which one is this, the program coordinator
Yep.
or the clinician?
It's a program coordinator with clinician experience.
So if I could jump in and help answer Bob's question. One thing we did is we went through a whole round initially of interviews, and based on the candidates and the talent and the skill set, we said maybe we have to look at it a little bit differently in order to get, the right person to get going. So we actually merged the two job descriptions, or elements from the two job descriptions. So what went out on the street when we advertised the second round was program coordinator and clinical responder was actually the title. We decided, once we thought this through a little bit more, that when you think of the nature of the work of this person, if you're going to help somebody in need, hello, I'm the clinical responder, hello, I'm the substance abuse coordinator, that's probably not the most welcoming title. So we changed the title to community support coordinator, and as the chief said, it's our expectation that it's going to be a bit of a hybrid from where we started in the summer.
Okay. I was against both positions. I'm still against both positions. So the fact that we're going from 2 to 1 is at least progress in my mind. But we still have the issue of the Board of Selectmen had a vote that said create 2 positions. And I'm just wondering if the board needs to vote again to accept this, because this is a change from what the Board of Selectmen voted on.
Well, it's not my understanding that we're going to not hire the second position. From what I heard from the chief was that we're hiring the first position.
Correct.
And we're going to evaluate and see where it all is, and then we'll fill the second position. Is that correct?
Correct.
I'm sorry, from a budgeting point of view then, shouldn't we have the second position in here from a pure budgeting point of view? If that's the case.
Well, I think just history that it took us, how it took us to fill this first position, and then we're going to get the community coordinator position going. It'll be quite a few months before we'll reevaluate and take a look at that. It may be well into FY17, so I think that's probably why we held off.
Right, and let's take a step back. This is a completely new venture for the town. Let's start with one, see from that experience what we need, what we may not need. We don't know, but I think we'll maintain the flexibility to add the second if it's needed, and if it's not, we'll make that acutely aware to all the parties. But in terms of the vote, I took the vote, and I wasn't here for the vote, that the board authorized the town to proceed with the hiring of 2 positions. We made a collective decision to proceed with 1.
For now.
For this budget season,
Correct.
cycle.
Exactly.
Well, that's not what I'm hearing. I'm hearing we have 1 for sure, and we may have another one in
Within
this
this
budget
same
cycle.
budget cycle?
It's not budgeted.
And if that's the case, it should be budgeted, right?
We don't have.
Even for a half year or?
We don't even have 1 yet, so
Right.
we're still
No, but
waiting
you're
on 1.
budgeting for 1.
Yes.
Right? Yep. Because you're in the process of hiring. If your plan is to follow the direction of the board, then the budgeting ought to factor in saying, okay, maybe it's only going to be 6 months' pay, but it ought to be in the budget. Otherwise, we'll do what happened this year, which is doing things mid-year, off-budget, and adding new positions that weren't budgeted. But just a suggestion for the budgeting process. So maybe we can add this to an agenda item for the board.
Sure.
I mean,
what are we gonna? What do you want to add for the agenda? The other position?
No,
Or
my
budgeted
question-
for the other position?
The Board of Selectmen voted, again,
Yep.
again, I was on the opposing side, but the Board of Selectmen did vote 3-2 to authorize 2 positions. We're only budgeting for 1.
Correct.
So my question is, if we're only planning to hire 1, that's fine. But I'm hearing we're going to hire 1 with the idea that, well, if it works out, we'll hire the second one, but we're not budgeting for that. Any budgeting ought to have at least a financial placeholder to say, it is our plan to fill that second position, and we ought to have a placeholder in the budget. That's just good budgeting.
Well, unless it's going to show up in FY18.
Right.
Well, why don't you budget for that second position?
So we're not in a position to budget for the second position right now, I don't think, without taking from somewhere else.
Yeah.
So there's a chance we're going to make it with 1 position and do it really well. And if we can do it really well with 1 position, there's no reason to budget 2. So I'm saying let's start there. Let's see what the impacts are. We may realize we can do it comfortably with 1. We may quickly realize we need 2. But in my opinion, this is the best approach, and this is why I recommended the funding for 1 in the budget.
And if you figure out 6 months from now, partway into the year, that, I mean, you're authorized to go 2 if you want to go 2, but if you figure out 6 months, halfway into the year, gee, we really have this big gap, you're at least authorized by the Board of Selectmen from a policy vote to hire that additional person, and it would be up to you to figure out how to fund that additional person.
Correct.
Any other questions?
Are you getting applications? Have you collected some? Of somebody who is both?
Well, we only put out for the community sport coordinator, which we have somebody going forward next Monday night.
Oh, you have hired some?
Well,
Oh,
Pending appointment.
Pending appointment, okay. You have identified some.
Okay, you want to move on to the next slide?
Yep. All set, any other questions?
So what you were going to, so you requested something that didn't get approved, it looks like.
Yeah. We've been working with the TM's recommended budget for the last 2 years, so.
So you extending are we extending the life of our vehicles now? Is that the difference between the request and the recommendation?
Yeah, I've requested that amount since I've been chief, and Brian has prior, we never get close to that. We've been making it work. A lot of the marked vehicles are in great shape. Some of our older unmarked vehicles are a little bit older, but the maintenance on them, the crew down the maintenance shop have been doing a good job, so they're operational.
Good. Any other questions for the chief? Good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chief. Okay, fire rescue, Chief Mansfield.
Good morning, Chief. Good morning, Marcy.
I have with me this morning Administrative Assistant, Mr. Jacobson, as well. Welcome, everybody. Good morning.
Good morning.
Alex, can you move the microphone a little bit closer to him?
Sure.
Maybe share it between you. Here we go. There you go, Chief.
Thank you. The 2017 budget summary with personal services, increase of $13,821. It's basically an increase that has to do specifically with contractual items such as longevity pay, step increases, and educational incentives. We've seen quite an increase in educational incentives. Professional development within the organization has increased significantly over the last several years, to the point where we have several personnel seeking post-secondary education, to the point where we've got 3 right now, I believe. They're going to be graduating this year from graduate school. So that's where the $13,821 increase is being realized from. As far as expenses, we've seen some decreases in some of the line items for reasons directly dealing with the economy, specifically with fuel. So fuel costs and consumption has decreased a little bit. And we've seen an increase in a couple of line items, one specifically to do with training, because the training requirements are increasing over time, and it becomes burdensome for us to continue to try to do it internally. So we try to hire a couple of outside vendors to do that training for us, utilizing more often folks from the Massachusetts Firefighting Academy to come in and do specialized training for our personnel. Reduction of sale of service from the ambulance revenue by $50,000. We just missed our mark last year by about $17,000 and change. So I think the thought process was reduce that a little bit and see if we can't make the mark this year, which we are projected to, at this point, looking at and analyzing 7 months of revenue data. We're projected to bring in approximately $1,361,700 at this point. The reason for the reduction last year, the reason we didn't make our mark last year was we were feeling our way through the Affordable Care Act, and everybody else has been experiencing similar issues. We think that has pretty much leveled off, so that we've made the necessary adjustments, increased some training in some specific areas such as report writing, to be able to capture additional revenue that we may not have been capturing before. So,
Chief, have the calls been down in ambulance calls?
no, the calls are actually gone up.
I happen to know that, so that's why I asked.
They've increased. The thing that really has an impact with our revenue is 41% of our incidents, as far as EMS is concerned, are Medicare, Medicaid reimbursed. So they, regardless of what we're charging for EMS services out there for a particular patient or patients, Medicare has a set fixed rate that they will reimburse us at, and it's significantly lower than what we're charging. So
is that going down?
It fluctuates year to year. It's come up a bit this year, and hopefully it will come up again next year. But we've seen increases from anywhere over the last 9 years, anywhere between 1% and 2%, to decreases of upwards of 8%. So it's a moving target on an annual basis.
Step forward, 3 steps back.
Exactly. So
I didn't, the number you just gave, I thought $1,361,000 for ambulance?
Yes.
At this point of this year, and yet you have reduced the budget?
That's our projected
So you're projecting
revenue.
less revenue next year than this year? Oh, am I not following this right?
No. Last year, we missed our mark, which was established at
1.3.
1.3. It was 17,000. We missed it by $17,000 last year. So the reduction was to obviously try to get us to make the mark and not have to rely upon other line items in our expense account to make up the difference, to cover that. So we feel as though we're going to make the mark, but we're not certain because we're only...
You passed the mark? I'm not following this.
Based on the trend, they assume they're going to pass the mark. Right, for
I
this
thought
year?
you said $1,361,000
Projected.
at this point.
Projected only.
Projected
We have
again.
not taken it in yet.
Ah.
Based upon 7 months of analysis that we've done with current revenue that has already come in, through FY16,
That was the, yep.
we are projecting that we will bring in $1,361,700.
In which case, your estimate there is low. for next year.
Yes. But we'd rather have it low
Yes.
than overshoot it again like we did last year and have to come up with a way to make up that revenues in
So if it
another
comes-
area that counts.
If it comes in higher and the rest of your budget is approved, does that money go into free cash?
That's correct.
Okay.
So we still have a month in the budget process, so we'll look back, and if there's a reason to adjust it, we certainly will, based on the trend analysis.
Yeah, we just received figures for January, which came in at $120,000 in revenue for the month of January, which is very good. So, but again, that revenue figure from month to month can go as low as 85 to 88,000, all the way to 128,000. So we're doing quite well. We keep an eye on this week to week, month to month, to make sure that we're hitting the levels of sale of service that we need to, and making the necessary budget adjustments that we need to in the event that we do have to make some things up.
Chief, before you move on, can I ask you about overtime? The overtime's been running about $1.1 million.
That's correct.
Year after year after year after year. The department request was $1,460,000. Was there anything behind your request for a much higher overtime number?
Yes, there was. What happened back in 2009, 2010, during that budget cycle, because the economy had taken such a significant dive, the town manager at the time made the suggestion that I drop our overtime budget by $300,000. I had three options, and the option that was the least painful for the organization was to take the second firefighter off the aerial ladder when we didn't have enough personnel to cover that position. That position was covered by overtime when there wasn't enough personnel. So now what we do is we drop down to 15 before we have to hire overtime rather than 16. One firefighter on that aerial ladder is, in my opinion, not a safe situation. And what that request was for was to get that second firefighter on the aerial ladder pretty much full-time, 24/7, 365. And that's what that's about.
The same issue that came up last year, right?
That is correct.
Thank you.
The same issue that's come up since 2010, 2011.
So are we better off hiring, adding an FTE? And, I mean, it just seems like that's more, the overtime is more than the FTE would be.
Well, I think we've done an analysis, and depending upon year to year, hiring an FTE would be helpful, but the overtime, you're not paying the benefits and everything else that goes along with it.
So that's what I'm saying.
Not to mention the fact that we need four.
Do the numbers work at all?
Or FTEs.
We need four.
Right, so, all right. So
And the key to this is trying to make sure that we are staffed as full as we can possibly be, and trying to reduce the overtime costs by that. But again, that fluctuates as a result of people out on leave that they've earned, and people that are injured in the line of duty while performing the services while they're working. So we try to, what we do on a case-by-case basis is we will do some shift maneuvering to try to keep shift balance as best we can, so that doesn't trigger having to hire overtime. But more often than not, it's unavoidable. So that's where we're at.
Chief, we've been in this position for some time without having the second person on the ladder truck, correct?
Yes.
Have we had any incidents?
There's been some minor motor vehicle accidents as a result of, not having a second lookout person. It's not efficient, I can tell you, it's not efficient it's operating at different incidents such as fires. On a couple of occasions, I've ended up having to assist the ladder operator by setting that aerial ladder up myself. which is not what I am supposed to be doing when we're responding to these types of incidents. I should be either the incident commander or the operations person, keeping an eye out for the safety and the well-being of the other personnel that are working. And in many instances, it's not our personnel only. It's the personnel of the other mutual aid companies that are coming into town to give us assistance during these incidents. So it's really not a safe situation. You know, we've had some discussions about this, and we just try to do the best we can. What I try to do is I try to augment the area ladder from time to time during these larger incidents with ambulance personnel. But as the ambulance incidents increase year to year, they're not available. So it really drains on the effectiveness of being able to do the necessary tasks that are required when you're going into a tactical
So I
situation.
appreciate your pragmatic approach to this, but I also think that it's very important, the information you just shared, because I think so often we talk about the costs, and you've talking to how you're addressing the need kind of practically, but this is actually the first time I think I've heard the implications, so thank you.
You're welcome.
Is it all of the time that the second person isn't on the ladder truck? Or
I
is
think
it
right-
some percentage of the time when you can't come up to the full?
It's a very high percentage of the time that we cannot come up with that second person. Right now, we're running about approximately 87% of the time, we do not have a second firefighter on that aerial ladder. And we track that day to day, week to week, month to month, so that we can come up with some hard and fast figures for you folks when you ask those questions. Those are the data points that we're constantly tracking every day, so that when people are interested in you know, those types of you know, statistics, we can give them to you. We've been tracking that since that second person came off the truck.
You presented a lot of detail on this last year, right, Chief?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, yeah.
I think it's a recurring theme.
Right, yeah.
Every year.
And last year, the focus was on that decision to go with overtime instead of hiring. And that's the analysis that you just brought back here, that if you were to, it's really an overtime decision here that we're talking about, additional overtime expense.
Since 2010, 2011, we've been dealing with this situation in a similar fashion because we have not been authorized an increase in overtime since that's occurred. So like I said, we deal with it the best we can. We ship personnel around as best we can to make sure that it minimizes the impact of overtime. And like I said, we do the best we can with what we have.
So you fill the second person with overtime on occasion? Is that what I?
No.
No, you don't, okay.
You're saying it's a high percentage of the time that you are unable to.
87% of the time, we are unable to fill that second position. And going back, Peggy, going back to your question, on occasion, I should retract what I said when I said no. In reality, when we have significant snow or significant storms that are forecasted, I will put a second person on that truck because it's just decreasing the level of safety for that individual that's operating that truck.
And so you do.
We pay, yeah, and it's usually either a 10-hour shift, a 14-hour shift. The maximum we'd be paying the overtime for is a 24-hour shift, which in that situation, give you a perfect example, last year, we had several significant snowstorms that totaled upwards of 9 feet of snow. It makes it very difficult for our folks to respond when you have that much snow. So we put people on, and I put additional apparatus on and a third ambulance on because of the response time increase due to the weather and so forth. And we were reimbursed, or in the process of getting reimbursed from the federal, from FEMA, for those additional costs. So even though we've done that, we're getting reimbursed for that.
Chief, quick question on the ambulance billing. So the 1.2 is net. What do we bill roughly out gross, and what's the expense associated
We're billing,
with that?
yeah, that's a good question. We're billing out about 2 million, 2.1, 2.2, because of the reimbursement rates of all the payers, we're able to do that. And I think the billing combined with the quality assurance and the steps that we have in place, along with the good work that Marcy does with all the entering of the run reports, we're doing a really good job at capturing just about everything we can at this point. So,
Chief, just
Quick question, just because of my lack of knowledge. Good morning.
Good morning.
On page 70, or 92, is the fire calls. Now, that includes calls anytime a fire truck leaves the station, I'm guessing, right? How many actual fires do we have?
We can look at, let's see here, let me put my glasses on.
Because the fire calls included in there would be anytime you respond to an automobile accident or a call from a home for whatever reason, or something like that, right?
Yeah, it's encompassing of every time we respond out to an incident, but I can give you some specifics with fires specifically. You're looking at 653. Now, that includes anything from outside unauthorized burning to oven fires, stove fires, kitchen fires, anything that has anything to do with combustion. So
I guess I'm getting back to the not having that, the ladder guy on there.
Yes.
And so how often does that ladder actually go up?
That ladder goes up, I would say, probably 3 or 4 times a week.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It's
just a lot of it's protocol.
Is that position partially for the ladder when it goes up and then partially for safety of navigating the truck through the
Safety of navigating the truck, the safety of setting the truck up itself. It physically takes 2 people to set that truck up. These trucks are designed, and if you look at the National Fire Protection Association standards for deployability and personnel that are supposed to be assigned to these pieces of apparatus, they state a minimum of 4. Minimum of 4 to operate that truck and be efficient and safe as you possibly can. You've got somebody that's supposed to be assigned at the turntable that's operating the ladder while it's up, and you should have at least a minimum of 2, if not 3 personnel operating off the end of that stick, because they're going in and actually doing search and rescue operations inside the building, and you don't ever want one person to go in there. So that's why we're trying to augment it with other personnel so that they can work together as teams, which is it's not effective.
And Chief, also too, when you have pretty much a plan or design for when you're entering any building here in Andover, right? So
correct.
Commercial basis, everything like that. So as our buildings, as we kind of develop new buildings too, like we see them coming up on 133 and that type of thing. I mean, you have to have a game plan for all those bigger buildings and stuff too, I think, right?
Every time a building goes up, all our personnel go in, they go through them, they take tours with the property representatives, and then they're basically coming up with a game plan as to how we're going to attack a specific issue within that particular building. And that's constantly ongoing. And with those buildings, they even though they're sprinkled, they present a significant issue firefighting because of the fact that they're basically huge lumber yards, multi-levels.
Right. A lot of it designed for just life safety, get the people out.
That's all it is. That's it. That's all it is.
So I had one question on page 91 in the budget book. That you mentioned the advanced life support again. Is that something that you're planning, that you are, is that just in here as a placeholder? Or?
It's in there as a placeholder. To be honest with you, I strongly feel that we are not providing the best service we possibly could to the citizens of this community. And the way we can do that is by going from basic life support to advanced life support. I know that the town manager and I are going to have some discussions with regard to this and some other things that are involving our emergency medical services within town. I just pulled up some statistics as late as yesterday through our IT department that indicates that our paramedics' average response time into this community is 12 minutes. It's as low as 7 or 6 minutes. It's as high as 29 minutes. So we have some issues. Not that, and that doesn't cover or indicate anything with the fact that they are not available to still come in town between 30 and 35 times on an annual basis, which is not significantly decreased since they put a 3rd paramedic truck on to come into town. So.
So
Have we-
does
have
going
we
to
addressed
advanced
this with
life
them?
support change the response time?
I'm sorry?
Does moving to advanced life support change the response time?
Yes, because what happens is we're not relying upon somebody else to come into town to deliver those resources. Our own personnel could be delivering those services within the community and getting to there with our response times, average response time is 6 minutes.
So is response time from when you leave the station to get to the house?
That is correct.
I would
So
like
how
to
does that change if somebody has more training or less training? It's the same road,
Because
but
we
the same
don't-
vehicle you're driving.
We rely upon Lawrence General Hospital to administer advanced life support to any citizen within this community that requires it.
But as I understood it, we drive to the house, pick the person up, and meet them part way,
Oh.
and then get their person, you know.
And
So
what-
that's what I'm not understanding. It's.
And what I'm saying is the average time that takes place, in many instances, with the situation that's going on with the patient, it takes several minutes to be able to identify what the problem is and then start to intervene with that patient. It could be somebody that's in severe respiratory distress. It could be somebody that's in full cardiac arrest. If that individual's in full cardiac arrest, it takes several people, a significant allotment of time to be able to package those people up and get them into the ambulance before we can actually take off and even meet the Lawrence General Hospital
So what are
intercept
you
person.
measuring as response time? Is it time to drive in the driveway or time to get the person to have their medical needs?
Our response time is from the time we leave the station till the time we get on scene. Lawrence General Hospital's response time is from the time they are dispatched, just like we are, until the time that they meet up with either our people or they're at the home or the location.
So time to service might be different, but that response time you're measuring is not going to change, whether it's BLS or ALS. That's all I'm saying.
response
That's not a metric that will change.
It's going to change because we are able to, instead of waiting 25 minutes for advanced life support, interaction or intervention, such as intubation, such as IVs, such as drug administration, such as cardiac monitoring. If our people there at 6 minutes or 7 minutes, they start getting that treatment at the 6 or 7 minute mark, not at the 12-minute mark.
That's not the measurement you gave us with response time. That's a different, that's all I'm saying, is you need, you know. It is a different.
So time to ALS services begin being administered is probably another way of looking at it.
That's
Correct.
different.
Do you track that?
Right, if ALS
You track
leaves
that?
our station and arrives on scene 6 minutes later, if it's our ALS, that's when that service arrives.
The advanced
Now,
life...
if it's a combination, excuse me, it's a combination of Lawrence General coming, it could be as much as 23 minutes, you said? I mean, it's
Or
probably
more.
less, but it's likely less, but you know, significantly longer time.
Wouldn't you have somebody at the hospital before that? Before 23 minutes? I mean, it doesn't...
You may not. Some of these things take a significant period of time. If we have an automobile accident on the highway, we have 320,000 cars coming through this community on a daily basis. We are on 495 and 93 every day of the week, if not multiple times a day. If we have some serious car accidents out there, that incident could very well take upwards of 45 minutes to 55 minutes to an hour and 10 minutes to extricate these patients out of these vehicles that are crumpled into a ball that is not describable. So there are significant on-scene times that, you know, we can't get the patient out, we can't get them transported in a significant
So
amount of time.
I'm hearing a couple different things here. You're going to have a further conversation on this, I hear? I would really welcome an update after you've had that conversation. Also, this feels like a really great stat to add to the book. And I say stat, but I think I mean plural statistics, because there are a number of different things that you could track that would help us understand how your department is performing. And I think that's a big part of what we need to be considering when, you know, we're talking about this, so.
So the fact that this is mentioned here on page 91, it's not in the budget, is that correct?
It's not.
Right, and I don't think there'll be any provisions for ALS services in FY17 budget.
So, but I think it is an important thing to follow up on and understand, so I'm glad that you're going to be having more conversation on it.
What would the cost be to come up to ALS?
There's a lot to that.
The ten-
We've had a
The
lot.
$10,000 question right there. It's more than 10,000. You're absolutely right, Alex. It's more than 10,000. It's not seven figures. It's, to equip 2 ambulances with the necessary requirements that are established by the Office of Emergency Medical Services, you're looking at approximately $90,000. The additional costs come in with with personnel and things like that, and training.
It raises, everyone's salary goes up.
We currently have 6 members of our organization that are trained to the paramedic level, whose skill sets we cannot use right now because we are only licensed at the basic life support level. So, obviously, we've got equipment costs are probably the least amount of expense to do this, but there are some ways we can do this, probably very cost effective. And not to mention the fact that by going BLS to ALS, it also gives us the ability to increase or capture more revenue from this, because now, instead of having an EMT at the basic life support level performing their skills and doing assessments, we have a paramedic doing it. And Medicare, Medicaid, and all the other carriers pay a much larger reimbursement for those types of services because they're required.
Do they pay for every time the paramedic shows up, or is it just if the services are needed?
I will tell you this, Peggy, that right now, if we send a paramedic on each and every call, we will be able to increase our revenue. I don't have a figure for you, but increase our revenue by about $200 to $250 a call, just by having a paramedic walk through the door of a home and evaluate that patient at a medic level rather than a basic EMT level.
We have, we should, they're going to pass it.
Yes.
More to come.
And again, nothing that will impact the FY17 budget.
Just one thing I'd like to say is that if we do, I know we met with Lawrence General probably a couple of years ago, that there was to be kind of ongoing conversations. I would recommend to the town manager that if there's a performance issue with Lawrence General, that since they're our provider, that those conversations happen.
And Alex, we are actively working through some of those things, so thank you.
As far as FTEs are concerned, we're pretty much static with that, so no increase in FTEs. Moving on to the capital improvement project, we requested $575,000 to replace a piece of apparatus, an engine. The engine that is going to be replaced is engine 4, which is at this point 20 years old. And what would happen there is that engine would be hopefully traded in, and the current Ballardville piece of apparatus, which is engine 2, would become our reserve engine to replace engine 4. So it's a domino effect.
Is this the Ballardville?
This is the Ballardville replacement, yep.
And we have to buy a different one because of the size? Is that the
And
It's a little smaller.
custom?
It's a little small. We're restricted to 10 feet in height, 29 feet in length. So it's a little bit different than the other ones. I don't think that at this point, in speaking already to 3 apparatus manufacturers, I think we can work around some of the constraints that we have. But the fact of the matter is that we've deferred this replacement for a number of years now, and it's getting to a point where it's costing us money to keep the older apparatus up and running, and the safety level is not going to be there as it would be with a new piece of apparatus. So that's why we requested that.
So Chief, with this new engine, if some determination happens at the firehouse, and will this engine still be a useful engine in our...
Yes, it's spec'd as closely to the other ones as we possibly can. We won't get everything we want as far as compartmentation, but it'll work. It'll still have 750 gallons of water on it, just like the other engines do. We just have to work within a much smaller footprint, if you will, with this truck rather than the other two.
Right, if something would happen at the Ballardville fire station, we do replace that in the near future, and since these things have a 20-year life, we want to be sure that
No, and we're very cognizant of that.
Good.
Chief, does that 575 number include an offset associated with a trade-in? So what's the price of
Yeah,
the
well, we don't,
vehicle itself?
we really don't know at that point, at this point.
It seems low, 575 for a fire.
Well, because of the size of the apparatus, because of the things that we can utilize, not to mention the fact that we're working with the Fire Chiefs Association of Massachusetts has a collective apparatus purchasing program that does all the heavy lifting for all the fire chiefs across the Commonwealth that are part of that. So the pricing as a result of this process has significantly been reduced as a result of the number of pieces that they're buying statewide.
Remember these numbers being much larger when we were looking at budgeting a few years ago. You know, outlook of replacement of engines was much larger than 575. So
the ladder trucks.
Yeah, it looks like a significant cut in the
Yeah,
cost,
well, I mean,
so.
comparing apples to apples, we think with the trade-in money and this figure here, we'll have ample enough money to be able to replace that truck and have it last another 20 years, just like the other ones have lasted. There are some, you look at aerial ladders, now you're looking at 800, 900, $1 million.
That's the numbers I remember.
Yeah, exactly. And that's probably what you probably recall from when ladder one was purchased back several years ago, so.
If we had a typical size fire station, didn't have the limitations of what we have with the station in Ballardville, would that number be more?
It might be, because it would give us the ability to have some additional compartmentation, but I don't see that it would go up significantly.
Chief, on a lighter note, with, speaking of fire engines and mutual aid, you had an interesting mutual aid with North Andover as they opened their new fire station, I understand.
We did.
Helped them out.
We did,
Yeah,
yep.
that's great.
CIP, second request is emergency service call boxes for the playing fields at Shawshene, Upper Shawshene and Lower Shawshene, continuing on with the project that was initiated last year, where we put one of these boxes at the new facilities over in West Andover. And what these do is they give the individuals that are using them direct contact with our dispatch communications folks, which are located right in town, whereas sometimes people don't have good enough cell service in these particular areas, or when they have cell service good enough to call out for a 911 call, they're not calling Framingham to the State Police Barracks, or they're not calling the Regional Emergency Operations Center, which is located in Middleton, and have that delay our response significantly. So to direct all these folks, citizens would have to do if they needed, let's say, a ball player fractured an ankle or something, all you'd have to do is go press fire, EMS or police, which is a button on these call boxes. It calls right in directly over here at 32 North Main Street, and we can send out the apparatus immediately. So it works out really well. There are other communities around us that use these. We have other similar types of boxes that are utilized within the town as well. They're being used at Phillips Andover and have been used for years.
Chief, as a parent, I didn't realize that. I would have called 911 from my cell phone. Do coaches get training on this sort of thing? Do they know?
Some of them do. The soccer coaches I know are very, very well up on this. It's just one of those things. We're trying to make some things different at the legislative level so that we can get a lot of different things changed so that doesn't happen in the future. But there's red tape that has to be cut.
Chief, is this one box?
It's two boxes.
Two boxes.
It'd be one in the upper
This is a
Shawshene
large
field
field,
and
so
one in
that's
the lower.
good.
Yeah, it's a very large area. And
Are they
we figured-
hardwired or are they wireless?
No, they're all wireless. They're solar operated. So the maintenance is extremely low. And
Vandal-proof?
Yeah, did they get vandalized?
no, they usually don't.
Good.
Sounds like it's a blue
They
light
usually
system
don't.
at colleges type of thing.
Well, Phillips Andover is
Yeah,
utilizing the
the
same
blue light
systems.
system,
Yeah.
Merrimack's got it, yeah.
So, that's all I have.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
Thanks. Enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Thanks.
Stay. Okay. General government,
Community and planning development.
community development and planning.
They need more seats. We need some more chairs.
Good morning, morning. We're here to keep on.
Absolutely. Kind of spread out a little bit.
Good morning, everyone.
Want to call?
Thank you for taking the time to meet with CDMP this morning and allowing us the opportunity to present our FY17 budget request. Just like to quickly, identify the folks that are here this morning on behalf of CDMP that are participating in this presentation. I have the Director of Public Health, Tom Carboni, Director of Conservation, Robert Douglas. The Inspector of Buildings, Chris Clemente, couldn't join us this morning. He's recovering from knee surgery, so we told him to stay home. I think we can...
He offered to come, but...
He did offer to come. We told him to stay home.
Carry him in, right?
He'll carry him in, yeah. And the glue that really helps hold us together in CDMP, our office manager, Paula Hamill, who is directly behind us. She's, the numbers and kind of keeps us on point. So that's really the kind of just a quick overview there. In view of our personal services, I just would like to briefly walk you through our FY17 budget summary for CDMP. In view of personal services, we're requesting a modest increase of $22,243. This additional request is attributed to contractual positions and step increases. Looking to build off the town's commitment to improving customer service and streamline permitting, we're also requesting to combine 2 part-time positions into 1 full-time office assistant. With permit activity up 30% since FY14, we believe this full-time office assistant is critical in providing for continuity of services while complementing existing internal operations. This request would attribute $7,478 to our personal services, which has been included as part of our FY17 budget request. In view of the expenses for FY17, we're requesting a $4,225 increase from FY16, which can be attributed to a food inspector contract and, in general, expenses just rising in cost. In total, our budget for FY17 is an additional $26,468, or approximately 1.6% increase from FY16. In view of CDMP's personnel summary for FY17, we talked about including combining 2 part-time positions into 1 full-time office assistant while reducing the part-time to 1.7 to total essentially 19.7 FTEs. So the total headcount really isn't changing, but there's a combination of 2 part-time positions into 1. As part of CDMP, we feel, with this goal of enhancing customer service while balancing the town's ability to respond to the increased permit activity, CDMP welcomes the opportunity to hire 1 full-time office administrative assistant. We believe this change will provide a consistent presence at the front counter while welcoming residents and businesses, while providing targeted information as to their permitting process. In addition to this change, it will enhance service by providing 1 point of contact for permitting for folks coming through the door. In addition, this person will be able to help enhance the online permitting aspect of people coming through the door, help the folks that come through the door that struggle with finding applications, asking the questions. Who do they facilitate their inquiry with? Is it planning? Is it conservation? Is it Board of Health? really that kind of permanent ombudsman person that really can help guide the business as it comes through the door. I'm really happy to report in the coming year the permanent activity will continue to be robust, with large-scale, shovel-ready projects such as the Andover Company's 95,000 square foot wellness center, Pfizer's recently approved by the planning board 175,000 square foot manufacturing facility. Andover Woods is a 200-unit senior housing residential community off of River Road. Lowell Street, we have a great medical facility. There's going to be a phase 2, essentially another 30,000 square feet that's going to start construction this spring and has already started. As well as Phillips Academy, the planning board's in the process of permitting a 100,000 square foot field house. So as you can see, there's a lot of large-scale projects that are shovel-ready, ready to break ground in the coming years, and so CDMP, our office, is going to be extremely busy, and we welcome that challenge. And so really, as we look to facilitate the permanent of these projects, we look forward to providing that hands-on customer service and assisting and welcoming these businesses to the community. And with that, I do have the entire CDB team here. If you'd like to dig deeper into the numbers, we'd be more than happy to have a dialogue.
Are those two part-time positions that are being combined into one benefited employees?
Today, the 2 part-time positions are not benefited employees.
And the full-time person will be.
Correct. So one of the things we kind of, the consistent drumbeat, is looking at the total compensation and the long-term liability, when it comes to hiring full-time versus part-time. And I understand the need for, making sure that, we provide the best services we possibly can as a town, and permit fees, and, through your office, there's no question you see a volume of activity, right? But the thing is, I guess push back a little bit to say, is there stuff we can do from a program standpoint, process standpoint, training standpoint, that would mitigate the issues you have with service versus the actual need for having a consistent full-time employee? In other words, like a lot of times, what kind of augmentation can be developed, or do you have, Paul, like developed metrics relative to customer service? Because in the customer service industry, there's all kinds of metrics. Measure the heck out of everything, right? And so number of permit fees, that type of thing. What are you benchmarking now versus what do you think you can yield as a result of having a full-time versus, because I understand, you're very articulate in terms of being able to kind of point the direction you want to go, but kind of when it comes down to, again, this is, a budget meeting, so we're really pressing for just that, understanding that, hey, we don't want to take any more long-term liability, exposure than what we really need. And are we doing it, have we vetted it completely and properly, I guess is the question.
So I may be able to touch a little bit on that. We have tried different things on having these 2 positions separate. What we are finding is we're spending a lot of time on the back end trying to correct or figure out problems that have occurred. It may be a Wednesday afternoon, a permit was being processed by somebody, and she's not due back in until Monday morning. And Thursday morning comes, and we discover that there's some sort of an error. We lose that continuity. It could take the staff who was in another hour trying to figure out what went wrong, rather than saying, hey, we can tell this happened yesterday afternoon. Help us figure out what went wrong. How do we fix it? And sometimes that's the simplest thing. The other issue is that we could have a customer coming in, again, on Wednesday morning, and we know when they leave that day that they have to bring back paperwork A to get their building permit. They come in and the next day, and we've got a different person at the counter. She's got to re-educate herself at where this process, where this particular customer's in the process level. And she may have to go back and look and say, oh yeah, okay, you need that A. It's slowing things down at the counter. It's causing that customer who should have been a fairly simple solution to have to wait. That backs up other people who are in line waiting to be waited on. The exact metrics, I'm not sure that we have those.
Well, what you're describing is more of a documentation issue than it is a person, because, you're still having an employee, a staff member facilitating the transaction, but, to be caught up to speed on something, regardless of whether, because I sometimes forget myself what I did the last hour, right? But the idea is, it sounds like that's kind of documentation stuff as opposed to, and that's what I'm getting at in terms of, vetting the training process, I guess.
So John, is there any issue with retaining staff in those two positions?
Absolutely, that's a great question, Joanne. Oftentimes, where it is a part-time position, we do a great job in training up those staff, and when a better position becomes available somewhere else, we've been losing those employees. And so we're constantly going back and trying to re-educate the staff that are there. And in the interim, the business keeps coming through the door. And so as that point of contact rolls off, now we have to retrain that next person.
Go ahead.
John's making an excellent point, and I just want to emphasize this. And I'm taking this a very different way. I think John is saying, instead of doing business the way you've always done business and staffing accordingly, relook at how you do business and find out if there's a better way to deliver services with use of technology or other practices, and then staff to that. And I think that's the bigger point John's making is look at customer service, how we deliver our services, and then staff according to that, as opposed to staffing to how we've kind of always done business.
Do you have a workflow process or way to track the, it sounds like a job comes in and, you're then following that process through. Do you have systems?
We have an online permitting system that tracks the permitting flow. So we do have information as to where the permit is throughout the process. But oftentimes, people will come in and they're starting that process of filing for an application, so they may start a conversation with you, I'm looking to do X, and they'll say, okay, well, can you get some more information? You need to come back with X, Y, Z. Well, they come back the next day, and now there's a different person at the counter, and so now you have to revisit that conversation as a whole.
The thing is, I know that a couple of years ago, we talked about how to do business in Andover, and there was an initial step of documenting about having that online so that somebody, rather than sit there and take the person's time, would be able to go and say, okay, these are the steps I do to achieve this project.
Mm-hmm.
So the point is that if they come in, if there's some kind of tracking system that's complementary to what we've set the expectations for, then they know where they are in the process, and whoever is the person that's going to meet them is going to say, okay, here's where they are in the process. And I guess my question, it doesn't sound like we've got that really automated.
So
maybe we do, I don't know.
It's actually hard to automate something like that because each project is a different being. As much as we would like to be able to say every building permit needs to go through A, B, C, and D, we're constantly trying to figure out ways to do things better. As it gets very frustrating for us as staff to be repeating ourselves to some of the same builders that come in, to have a strong presence to talk and walk the homeowners who aren't used to the process through it. But there are a lot of ifs, thens within the whole process. So, you could be coming in to get a permit to put a deck on your house. So the question is, are you on a septic system or on sewer? If you're on a septic system, then we need to look at where that septic system is, so you can impact the septic system and end up spending another $20,000 for something we could have avoided. If the deck is going to be 10,000 square feet, well, that may kick in something extra for structural support that the building inspector is going to say, then you need to get a engineer's stamp on that.
Right, and I don't want to go through the minutia, but the reality is you could even develop something like that on an Excel spreadsheet. In terms of the if-then kind of pop.
We've looked at that, and that is it becomes so unwieldy that your eyes glaze over.
Can you
Not clear.
summarize briefly where view permit is now and the pros and cons and what you found helpful and where its gaps are for us?
Dealing with view permit.
So,
Sorry.
no, it's a good question.
Describe what that is.
So-
System, right?
First of all, everybody knows that this is the computerized tracking system that is being integrated into.
View permit is a software system that we invested in maybe 5 years ago now.
Yeah.
We've had problems with it in some aspects. They get corrected and something else goes wrong, but we are using it for all permitting across the department now. Planning board is using it, zoning, conservation, for the limited amount of stuff that they can do. Town clerk is on that system now, along with fire prevention and DPW. It has the capability to do online permitting. We've had to pare back on some of that online permitting because we were finding that, again, on the backside, it was costing us a lot more time because a homeowner, we could try to clearly say that this is, you could use this for roofing or siding, but a homeowner may get on and want to do more that then requires more paperwork, more background, because the deck needs to have some sort of a structural layout for the building inspector and for a plot plan. It has not done what we had hoped it would do. Are there ways that we can enhance that? That's one of our goals for this year, is to look to see what are the capabilities that we haven't tried to harness yet that we can, that will help streamline and track things better. But honestly, I'm a bit disappointed in the program. We hoped that it was going to be able to do more than it can for us.
Have we talked to other communities? I mean, we're not the only ones providing this service. What are best practices? What do bigger communities do that don't have the ability to have the same person come and, respond to a homeowner or a business owner, right? They're seeing different people all the time, I would think, in the bigger communities. So the question is, what is that? And we're right, without trying to engineer this thing in now, but
It's not a fast process, Alex. I mean, it's tedious, it's small, and I think Tom's exactly right. The tree that evolves when you start with, gee, I want to get a roofing permit, or I want to build a deck. Mushrooms in really different directions, and while it sounds
again,
like
that
a pretty
can all be
simple Excel spreadsheet,
automatic,
but it
automated.
actually does, it should,
You could, I mean, you can't,
but it's not.
I know.
But you're dealing with also all different kinds of consumers.
yeah.
You're dealing with a homeowner that comes in the first time and has no idea what they need or what they want or how to build anything. You're dealing with a commercial person who's got a staff who can come in and trip you up with everything. I mean, you have all different levels of consumers. You're not dealing with a consistent.
Right, but it's consistent in terms of the process, in terms of what's needed in order to accomplish the project.
But if,
So there's
yes.
different permutations to that. And
But
those
if-
are all identified, those can all be identified.
Right, but you're dealing with people who don't know
Sure.
how to do it, and I think that's a big component. It is.
It's customer service.
If I could highlight something that I think Bob wants to say something. I'm hoping you want to say something that includes the work you're doing on videotaping. And
I can certainly mention that, but directly to your question, before I came to work for the town, I worked as a consultant, so I worked in about 20 different communities in Massachusetts. And each of those often has different buildings where each of these conservation, building department, health are. So it's a much more tedious process rather than the one-stop shopping that we've got here. The one thing that we did our streamlining project this last year, that many of the contractors came in and said, this is great. I can see the fire inspector, I can see all these different things at the one stop. And the real beauty of the position that we have there, the receptionist, is that she knows who goes what and where and when, and that's one really key component to this effectiveness. And I will just briefly mention, we're, as part of that, another portion of that streamlining effort we had, people said, hey, if you put together a video which tells us what we need to do, we're all used to watching those on YouTube now. It's really quick. We can pull them up on our iPhone, pull them up at home. And as a pioneer project, our intern did put one together for conservation. And it's very well received, very easy to follow. And I'm currently working with Andover Television. We're looking to do some pilot programs related to that too this coming year.
Great.
So if I could jump in real quick and touch on a few of the things that have been said. In preparing the recommendation for the budget, I do spend quite a bit of time in CDMP, where there's a ton of traffic. And I agree with everything that's been said with regard to automation, and I think we're going to launch we're going to launch a new website in the late summer, early fall that's going to include some of these elements. But let's go back to basic human nature for a second. One thing I've seen is that, to Joanne's point, somebody who may be new at this, never have done it, has no interest in looking at the automated option. And there are people who aren't interested in that. They are exasperated when they walk in and just see a different face. And because, I mean, that's their first point of contact. And if I could go just a step further, I've worked in 4 municipalities. And I can tell you, while there are areas we're going to continue to look to improve, we're far more advanced here than a lot of other places, far more advanced. But in every place, there has been, and this goes to a much larger model of customer service that I really want to undertake in the next year, is having these primary points of contact, these triage centers, if you will. I don't like to use the word triage, but somebody who's trained to come in and get you where you need to be. And I don't think we can totally automate all of that. I think there's some we can. But I do think in Town Hall, we need a few people that are the go-to people and that can really quarterback what the resident, what the business owner, what the builder needs.
Do you think that this position gives you the opportunity to do that? For example, could this position, once full-time, extend beyond the departments they cover now to help with that triage? I'm just wondering if we get greater benefit for the investment the town is making here, whether that changes the equation.
It's a great question, and it's one that, we will certainly go back and look at. I mean, pie in the sky someday, I want somebody to come into Town Hall, there'd be a central information center, because, to Joanne's point, let's put CDP aside for a minute. When I'm walking through the hallways of the town office building, people don't know what departments do or which department they need to visit, and they're going up and down in the elevator, and they're becoming frustrated in real time. And I'm trying to de-escalate them and take them to the spot. So my goal would be to have somebody come in, and maybe you don't need to go beyond that person if you need a sticker for something. Maybe you don't need to go beyond that person for some of the simplest transactions that happen. But that is the model we will work towards. But I got to tell you, in terms of foot traffic, probably the busiest place in our building, certainly at a certain time of day, mornings, is CDMP. You go down there, the line's massive. And we talked a little bit about, in a previous budget, the whole concept of level service and how that relates to customer service or space. Based on some of the details in the projects Paul outlined, we're providing essentially a level service budget. I think we'll have a service enhancement by a full-time position. But the demand for permits is skyrocketing, and our ability to meet that demand isn't changing. And one of the hardest decisions I had to make in preparing the budget, and I chose to recommend this, was to deny a request to provide funding for contracted and part-time inspectional services. It's something that I hope, depending on how this process evolves over the next several weeks, that maybe we can revisit as funds change or things change and requests change. But this is a perfect example of a department where we're taking a level service approach to a department in which the demand is increasing considerably. So we've graphed it, we've trended it, we can show it to you in a bunch of different ways. But I do believe this is a significant customer service issue. So I just wanted to put in my 2 cents of why I recommended it. And like Bob drew from some of his prior experience, I'm going to, as the new guy, draw a little bit from mine. And aside from having everybody centralized, I think we're far ahead of a lot of other communities.
So I just want to make one point and then a question, real quick. I mean, just because I don't want to belabor it, but the idea of automation, not necessarily for the customer, I'm talking about for the staff, right? So that's, don't confuse the two, because they're very different. You know, in terms of being able to augment and support what our staff does in order to, you know, provide those services, can be a heck of a lot more robust, I guess, you know, is the point. The question I have is, you know, we talk about how, you know, turnover is an issue on the part-time basis, but why are we thinking that that would be any different on a full-time, where they could potentially go to a different town once we've trained them with, you know, that's offering a different, I mean, I don't understand that. I mean, you know, that discussion doesn't mean, I don't get it.
I would say, you know, the full-time staff that we have for administrative assistants, you know, they have been staying. I mean, we have a very good team. They've stayed with the team. I mean, they really enjoy working for the town. My admin's been with me for over 4 years. Tom, I imagine yours is well...
Better than 10?
Better than 10. Bob, yours is about 4. I mean, so we have, you know, the admin that are hired, they stay. They're not looking to move on. They really enjoy the culture of what's done in CD&B.
Right. But to your point, John, I think if we have, and we have 2 really good part-time people right now, but if you take a part-time job but are desirous of having a full-time job with benefits, when one of those opens up, you're going to go. If you're full-time and have benefits, you're less likely to leave for another job where you're full-time.
And that's exactly what
So I think
happened
that's the
last
piece.
year.
Yeah, we actually trained one person to view permit into our system. She was part-time with us, obviously.
Yeah.
She left to go to work for the city of Haverhill, who uses the same system, works part-time and gets benefits. We lost her to a benefited position.
Yeah.
We trained somebody, a second person, and she left for another part-time job that gave her benefits. It's one of the things we're up against.
So I wanted to make the point, and I think you used to have a full-time person there. Is that
Correct.
correct? So when there was a budget downturn and people had to cut somewhere, they chose to make this cut, and I think what they're saying is that was a mistake. They learned, and I have been, because I used to be liaison, I've been hearing them say how painful it is, how many complaints they get from the customers who come to the front desk. So they know what it was like when it was different. They have now experienced this person who's being traded off. And I want to make the point that this is not a new position. We have the number of hours, we have 2 part-time people. What it adds is essentially benefits. I mean, think about it, the school budget, we're adding, 15 people every year, new people, this is not really new. The town is growing, and, you know, this idea that, no, you can't take 2 part-times and make them full-time when we know it's going to increase the services to the community.
And processing more permits more efficiently is financially, economically good for the town.
Revenue, what are you estimating increases in revenues for FY17? A lot on the...
55. Is it the license and permit fees?
The increase is going to be estimated to be 50,000,
2.8.
higher than FY16?
So we budget that as a local receipt, so it's part of the overall local receipt calculation, which is based on a 5-year average of actual collections. So,
It's going into a
so we
bigger
do
pot.
that. Say it again?
It's going into a bigger pot, so we can't separate out this department? Because I think that looking at
We can.
the list of things on the anticipated permitting list
Can help to justify.
was significant, but there were real numbers attached just to that, and
So if we can we go back one slide?
So it'd be good to see those numbers, and it'd also be good to know in the total compensation package what this employee actually costs the town, which is what we've been encouraging people to do
Yeah,
whenever there's this
Sure.
kind of request.
actually under the because I'm the current liaison, and they said you were going to do that for them, the actual.
Right, I don't put it incumbent on any department to figure out the total compensation, and, you know, I anticipated this would come up
So that
again.
number would be really a good number to have.
And again, it's depending on what type of health insurance they get and a few different variables, but we can.
Or a range, you know. Right.
Absolutely, but I'll tell you, based on their total requested appropriation, revenue in local receipts completely more than offsets their entire budget.
This year.
Well, we're sharing some data that's coming around now for you.
Oh, good.
You know, on one of these slides, you'll see our revenues, what our budget is, and what our actual salaries are. And you'll be able to look and see that FY09, our revenues dropped. That was when the bottom dropped out of the economy. After that, we've watched a fairly steady increase again.
Yeah.
You know, we can see that these projects that are in the pipeline now are going to have an impact on us, inspection-wise and permit-wise.
Is the blue bar, that's the license and permit fees, the $1,950,000?
Correct.
So when you say it offsets, the revenue offsets the cost, additional costs we're talking about are the benefits. And when you say that it offsets the cost of benefits, is that taking into account the long-term liabilities that we have for those benefits?
So again, that's obviously a cost we're going to incur into the future. So in terms of on a yearly basis, I'm saying the revenue that's realized on the local receipts offsets the total expense.
Current year.
Current.
Yeah. So I do, what I was hearing earlier was that you're trying to maintain, with a level services staff, meet increasing demand. The investment that you're making in order to do that you're requesting to be able to make, is this cost of benefits. So one thing I really wish we could get to is a situation where we could like suck away that long-term liability as well, so that you could really with confidence say, I'm covering it, I've got it covered.
Can we fund an ARC?
You know,
For each individual?
For any new hire, any change in
because then I think it would, then we could say, yes, with confidence, we have offset not just the current year, but the long-term implications that come with that hire.
And can we do that? Is there, can we set up a mechanism? I think this.
And you know, but I think that the position that you're taking is really that you're trying to look at this from, because you also have, you know, an anticipated need, or anticipated trend,
Absolutely.
potentially for more demand as opposed to a short-term blip. So again, if you feel this position is critical, because what I was hearing was there are other implications. You know, it's kind of like you try to deal with it, but it kind of squishes out in other places, right? Someone else has to spend an hour here, an hour there, trying to fix a problem. So that's costing you, and if this position is critical in order for you to be able to then save that time elsewhere and be able to meet this growing demand, I think the one request we have is, can we think about kind of how that offset works for full cost?
And Bonnie, we do have, I think it was sent out, I know the FinCom, the total compensation model, which was a framework on how to look at this, which is, I think we saw it a couple of years ago with another department, but it is something that it is something that would give us the total picture, so that you can weigh these things and say, okay, this is, you know, short term, but I think the total compensation model is what you're talking about,
Yes.
which we have, right? I mean, you guys all have it.
Sounds like you're pursuing that? Sounds like you're pursuing that?
Yes, the model that Alex is referring to was sent out, I think, sometime in the fall, late summer, early fall, and we can certainly, you know, plug the numbers into the formula. That's certainly doable.
But it should be for just the position that we're talking about.
Right, the specific position.
Not any unfunded liability that we've built up from the past.
From the past,
Just
correct.
this
Right.
position.
Just
Yeah, because I
what
think it's a
that deal
big deal to say we're gonna, you know, try to fund an ARC for everything, right? But maybe if you think about each time you add.
But it's not the ARC. It's the normal cost. It's the amount that person is earning in future
Thank you,
benefits.
yes.
Rather than picking out the expensive things that we're digging around.
Well, we still owe the past. I mean, the
We
past
still
has
owe
to be
the
dealt
past.
with,
That's
but
not-
going forward.
But the new person is not
But
part of
the
their
new
cost.
person is the
What does the new
incremental.
person add?
Right, and that
Incremental.
anytime you're adding a full-time position, I mean, you've got to contemplate that, because you're right. Going back is it's a different discussion, but you have these choices to make moving forward, which gives you the long-term obligation.
Yeah, we're looking for
So
the
you're
full
making those
incremental
decisions
cost.
with your eyes open.
We should have an agenda
Well,
item in a
also-
future meeting where we can delve into this a little deeper as opposed to today.
Yeah, this is definitely an agenda item.
Yeah.
Also, looking forward, if we were to be able to come up with some system for starting to cover those benefits when we're actually incurring the costs, over a long period of time, eventually you transfer all your employees to that kind of pay-as-you-go system rather than what we're doing now. But And I don't think there's any problem with starting small, with starting with
Looking at one
the
position.
2 employees that you hire this year, you know?
Yep.
The two
I agree.
Well,
Yes,
whatever.
yes, yes.
You know, because there's others, I can't remember what the total is. But it's-
I have,
it's-
I have one more question. Can you frame the Pfizer timeframe estimated? Is it
So-
too soon to say?
If they get the okay from corporate, they're looking to break ground this spring. I'm very proud of our planning board. The planning board facilitated the permit of that project in 2 meetings.
Really?
175,000
Never did
square
that.
feet. In all due credit to Pfizer,
read it?
and I will say my staff, you know, they really worked as a team to iron out the issues before they even filed. So when they came in to file, it was a very straightforward process before the planning board.
Good job.
And they received their permit very timely, which was very appreciated by Pfizer. And if they get the okay from corporate, you're going to look to see action this coming spring, summer.
As the liaison to your department, I mean, I do hear all the time about our overriding goal of expediting permitting and all of the things that we talk about at the EDC, so.
Larry Bluestone, too. He
Yeah,
brought
we
that
hear
up
it
as one of
all
our
the
top
time.
ones.
So, you know, customer service is important to the people who are, and I hear about the long lines all the time. So I don't, you know, and I think this might mitigate that as well. So I love the idea of having total compensation look at it so that we understand what that position will be. But this is a customer service issue in a department that is dramatically increasing the service to the community. And that's, I think we need to connect those dots because good customer service in this department is good economic development. Good economic development is good for the community. So, you know, we have to kind of try to connect those dots. If we understand what the total compensation is, I'm good.
Just to quickly touch upon the Pfizer, to go back on the Pfizer permit, I have the benefit of working with some members here as we're contemplating discussions relating to the TIF. And one of the elements of our conversation is to look at the kind of projections or the best guesstimate as to building permit fees. And we're estimating somewhere between $350,000 to $400,000 just on that one permit alone. And then never mind the number of inspections that all of the town staff that are going to have to go out there multiple times for such a large facility in the coming year. So
Good.
I really look forward to the opportunity that we get that permit and we actually work with them to bring that project home.
2 meetings. Amazing. I mean, astounding. Okay.
Right? We good?
Okay.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good conversation. Good job.
Thank you.
So we've got a decision to make. Do we want to push through with municipal services and forego the break?
So we have general government and municipal services.
Right, we've got both. So we can either do them both, or the agenda that Andrew had put together showed a break in there.
Are we comfortable working through lunch? That's the question.
Where's the
Alex, you're way off. This has our break in half an hour, so we're scheduled to run an hour.
So let's just keep working. Maybe a 5-minute break, restroom break, 5 minutes?
You want to do that now?
As long as you let us eat.
And then we'll just work right through.
I had a dash out there. 2 coffees, 2 water.
You know, Beth left her office.
5 minutes?
It was really nice. And then I got that tickle in my throat. I'm sitting here with tears.
Isn't that a good word?
No, are we all paying for this? All right. General government. We're at general government. We had this seat open for the departments.
Where's
for the
Lynn?
department heads.
Well, where am I supposed to?
We lost Lynn and John.
Okay, good. Oh, you're fine. Stay there.
Oh, okay.
Welcome.
Madam Chair, I think we have a few people still out.
Good. What's that?
I think we have still people out.
We have Lynn and John and,
John's on the phone.
oh, John. Good.
So what's left?
Who did we lose?
Municipal.
Lynn.
Just this.
Must just been
Fantastic.
leaving.
Good.
We're going to go through lunch.
Yes.
All right, we'll give,
Yeah, maybe 1:30.
general government. Is that Donna?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Well, we might as well get going.
Yeah, I'm here, Alex.
Mary's here now?
Yep. All right. We have general government here. General government consists of 17 different departments, divisions, with a total budget increase of only $51,000 from FY16 to 17. And I'll just go through some of the more major changes. The first one relates to town council, where the budget's actually going down $50,000, and Andrew's actually going to address that.
Thank you, Donna. So the recommended FY17 budget, I've proposed bringing internal in-house town council that I think will go a long way in enhancing the organization's availability to council, having council available to the Board of Selectmen at their meetings, having council available to all the other boards and committees as necessary, and also having an attorney in town offices who's available to meet with residents if needed, but also to support the work of the town departments in essentially real time. I think it's going to be a huge benefit and go a long way in terms of the efficiency of the organization. So despite one full-time town council position, which is budgeted at $135,000, I'm projecting the total budget to go down by $50,000, and I'll try to explain the rationale for that. So what I did is, if I take the hourly rate of general counsel, so the hourly rate fluctuates depending on what type of contracted work we're actually doing. But if I take the hourly rate of general counsel and divide that into 50,000, it comes to about 277 hours of, it comes exactly to 277 hours of legal time a year. You divide that by 52, it comes to about 5 hours a week. So it's very reasonable to assume that in-house counsel is going to be able to pick up at least 5 hours of work that's currently being contracted out. In fact, I assume over time there could be a greater savings. But as part of going through any hiring process for town council, depending on whichever candidate is successful and what their relative skill sets are, there's obviously going to be a continuing need to outsource for certain services, and I'm not proposing any change in terms of contracting for labor council services. So I think this approach is a good one. I think it's going to be a significant benefit to the organization and to the town. So happy to answer any questions.
So so like again, the consistent drumbeat, right? So now we got, we're gonna bring in-house, right? So what does that do for, again, the long-term, liability and our expenses as a result of that, in terms of, having now somebody in-house? And then, related to that, Andrew, is, what I guess, what are other towns, like, again, with your experience, can you benchmark other towns? I mean, this is interesting, because this, are other towns have in-house counsel, or what, kind of who we look at as peers?
Sure. So I came from the town of Arlington, and we had in-house town council, we had an in-house workers' compensation attorney, a paralegal, and 2 or 3 administrative staff. And that department collectively was close in terms of budget to what we budget for outside general counsel right now. Again, they manage workers' comp differently. I'm not proposing anything of that magnitude. So Arlington has in-house town council, Brookline has in-house town council. When I worked in Winthrop, we had in-house town council. North Andover, thank you, Alex, just took a vote about 3 weeks ago. They're moving to in-house town council. So I think it's actually becoming a bit of a trend, and I think it differs from community to community depending on how much legal work you have. We, for a town of 33,000 people, have quite a bit. And I just think it's the nature of our work, our community, and the type of, the magnitude or the volume of work that we produce. So I think it makes sense for us, and again, I think for the budgeted amount, I went through a hiring process for Arlington's Town Council just about 3 years ago, and the turnout of capable and competent attorneys is really impressive.
Does, John, one of your questions was, that's just the salary.
Correct.
Not the benefit.
So total compensation.
Right, and we were talking about the corresponding benefits for this. So this one feels there's no corresponding revenue that would come in, you know, like the last one we were talking about. This one is ease of the town itself to do its business. You've got people at the boards, you've got, and so my question is, what kind of lawyer, because you said depending on the experience this person has, what kind of lawyer do you hire in a situation where you've got a number of things that you're trying to cover? You expect to still go outside for labor, you expect to go outside for certain things. If in fact this person is just a go-between because there's such a variety of issues that they're covering, I'm not sure that you'll experience the savings you expect.
I'm more than confident that we'll realize at least the 50,000. The majority of our contracted work is general counsel, so reviewing contracts. So
So it's more of a contracts lawyer expertise that you'd be looking for. You have a certain area you know that you could hire to get most of the work done.
So in my experience, most of the attorneys that would be invited in for an interview, if we were to go in this direction, are going to be able to do general contract work. And I'm going to defer a minute to Tom. Tom, how many contracts would you say a week, a month that we push out of your office?
On a yearly basis, we do about 60 to 70 contracts a year. So, yeah, good 5 or 6 probably a month.
And they're big contracts. So that comes at a significant expense, and we also mail them back and forth from Boston right now. And we're looking at even in the short-term opportunities to make that more efficient. So I think there's the general contract work, but every attorney is going to have a specialty.
Sure.
We may hire someone with a land use specialty. In Arlington, we hired somebody with civil litigation experience who litigated all of our civil litigation matters in court himself. And then we would contract for environmental and for some land use.
So I think the expense savings, though, really, the question here is, again, that equation of, and what is the full cost? And then does that 50,000 kind of cover that full cost, or?
My question is, aren't we going to give this person any administrative support?
So
I mean,
Is there another
I don't
application?
see somebody coming in and operating as town council without some kind of administrative assistant or some.
So Dawn and I have
Somebody.
talked about this, and I may ask you to jump in. We certainly in the infancy believe we can probably absorb some of that on the third floor with our existing administrative personnel. But I've worked with town council, but I've never run a legal office either. So one of the thoughts here was let the individual come in and then kind of decide how we should take the next step. But again, I think the $50,000 reduction is probably going to be the first reduction in a series of reductions. So do I think the legal office could evolve over time? It could. But again, I think this is the first big step.
I guess just again, back to what John's, the 135 is the settlement, right? And that's where the $50,000 reduction is, because you're lowering your town council expenses from 470 to 280 on page 22 of the budget book, is the breakdown. And the 135 that has been added to the salary is only the salary. So if you take 40% of that, or whatever debatable number you want to say you have to add for benefits, short-term and long-term, then it's going to be an additional cost.
So I think,
and the efficiencies hopefully saved to offset that.
Sure. So I think, in terms of the total comp model, for all the two positions we've discussed today anyway, I'm happy to plug it into that model. And I assume both of those items would be a future agenda. But
Yeah, and unfortunately, I think we also need to see what the other future costs might be. So I thought your question was a great one. Certainly hadn't thought about administrative support, but they may in fact need some unique administrative support.
I don't know any
might not be
lawyers that
booking,
operate
you know.
without paralegals and some kind of secretarial help.
Well, the secretarial help, I think we can absorb without much issue.
But software to access, case studies and all that kind of stuff, in addition.
Paper.
The law firm have just access.
Office space.
Office space, I think we've already begun to think through that wouldn't be a big issue for us. But, contract review, we're paying $180 an hour for contract review. General expenses last month were $11,000 for general legal expense.
And that person that's doing it for you is covering not just their pay,
They're covering everyone
but
else's.
their people that are working for them, and their office space and all that other stuff.
All in that rate.
Their overhead, right.
I look at this also as, we've just hired a new chief executive officer for our town, our new town manager. He is rethinking his executive team and how he's going to lead this town over the next 5 years. I tend to defer to him a little bit on this, which is, he's had some experience with this. This is kind of the structure he sees working best. Is the $50,000 savings real or not? I mean, we don't know. It's an estimate, and certainly not if we're going to factor in the other costs. But the second point here is the fact that we keep bringing this up, and we have to spend more time on this. Total compensation is more than just salary.
Yeah.
We do have a model. It's a beginner model that I drafted, but we do have a model that factors in. When you look at that model and add on health insurance, pension, OPEB, all of those things are rising faster than we can handle. So no matter what position we're talking about, total compensation is important. And the fact that we worry about it, every time it comes up, we keep talking about what's the total compensation, it shows you the need to reform some of these benefits. We're going after health insurance this year, that's already in the books. OPEB, we need to start discussing as soon as possible. Everything takes longer than we think to address, especially if we're going to make meaningful reforms. That's why this keeps coming up. We're not talking about the elephant in the room, which is we need to reform these benefits,
Bob?
not just account for them.
Bob, I think that may, that issue I would like to separate from this, because the need to look at current and full, long-term implications of a hire exists regardless. It's just a smaller number if you make certain reforms. So the reason we want to look at total costs is because there is a whole additional set of costs that we never look at. We only look at salary. That will always be true. There may be changes to those costs, but it will always be true. So I think there's a good practice of looking at what that total cost is. So when you're saying, it's tempting, the flip side was we were looking at an increase, and then we had a lot of conversation on, what is the cost going to be? Now we're looking at a decrease, and it's tempting because you're looking at a savings to just say, yeah, let's do it. The need to look at both sides of the equation is the same regardless, to make sure that, you're really accounting for the full cost, and then what your projected, savings is going to be against that.
So you guys, I want to make sure I understand what's being communicated here.
We're saying the same thing. I'm just leaving the issue about reform to a different conversation, because there's another time that's going to be discussed, that's all.
The way I see this is a healthy dialogue to have, whether it's long-term, whether it's reform, whatever it is, to have that dialogue every single time we talk about adding a new person.
Yeah, agreed. So you said that you're going to do the model, and I just feel that these positions that we're adding, it would be great if we came back and then looked at how does that look like? And I'm asking also for you to think about the support implications as well, not just this position, but when we're talking about a capital expense, guys, in our FinCom meetings, we always say, if there's going to be some other implication, like you're building out a space and it's going to need technology, then you need to consider the technology. For a position, if you're going to have some other associated costs, we would just ask that you consider those.
Sure, and I think, again, I've heard everybody pretty clearly. What I'd like to suggest is that anything that's proposed in the recommended budget that's going to have any associated legacy costs or total comp costs, we'll do that for everything that's proposed, make it an agenda item, certainly on the board's agenda, and would be happy to come and discuss it with the
Perfect.
Finance Committee, too.
But
So-
one step further than just the discussion and knowing what the true total compensation is where's it going to come out of, starting immediately for all new hires? Is it going to come out of an operating budget? Is it going to come out of, where are you going to? Yeah.
You're talking about funding,
Yeah.
not just accounting.
Thank you.
That's a totally different.
Like for healthcare, that happens every, when the schools add new people, we pay healthcare even though it wasn't budgeted. So
Right.
I'm guessing that
But
the estimate for healthcare
associating it with
includes the
true
gas that they're
compensation
using.
and then moving forward with that so that starting right now with any new hires, not you can't have them, you just got to pay for them.
And I think,
Ongoing.
the model that I'm working up in my head since this has started this morning is, I never want to get in a position where we're accounting for any of that in terms of an appropriation in a departmental budget. But what I'm thinking is maybe we have a line in another part of the budget, in an appropriate section of the budget, where we begin that process of paying the impacts
Future
of the new
liabilities
people.
not funded. Sorry.
Or you fund it.
Or we fund
you
it.
fund
I
it.
think what I'm hearing is we fund it.
Yeah.
We
Or
fund it.
funding. Okay, I was teasing.
Yeah, but no, that's.
If there are new hires going forward, town and school departments, if we could.
Yes.
And the schools fund the schools.
And so I was gonna, thank you,
Well,
John.
no, what he's saying is though, it doesn't come out of the department budget. What it does is it comes off what the finance committee refers to as off the top, or in the box, I think. That you, when you take that money off before you make the split between this is what's here for school and town.
But I
Why
think
not?
we're at a nexus too where
But
we've got to
we're
be able
past that
to.
for this year.
Right, but we also have to, I think quickly, just to Bob's point, the idea of reform, right? The idea of saying, why would we, regardless of what mechanism we use to fund it, does it make sense to say, do we want to continue to spend the resources of the town in this way?
Yes, because we owe the ARC. Something has to be done about that. Let's not dig the hole deeper. If we're making new hires, let's just build the cost into the budget. They're estimated costs. We all understand that there are you could argue all kinds of things about the estimate. It's an estimate we're going to put in there.
And you can build in a conservative assumption if you need to about what it's.
Right, and I think that may be helpful as we move forward. We're going to have to, over time, expand the organization.
Or an
We're
optimistic
evolving.
assumption.
So I think maybe to get in front of that is to do just this and figure out a way, develop the mechanism and just put it in the budget.
Thank you.
Good stuff.
Okay,
I'm done.
moving on.
Where were we?
The next increase.
Commission on Disabilities.
Nope, the next increase I'd like to address is finance administration, where the budget is projected to go up $18,000. This is basically to further the town manager's customer service vision, where we would purchase the Munis Citizen Transparency Module, which is basically open checkbook. This is also something we're working with the DOR on their community compact to accomplish, so there's just an annual cost for that. The other increase would be in finance, just the general support increases we have from Munis every year. That's pretty much all software. In the assessing office,
Wait, question,
sorry?
sorry. Is the community compact available online someplace? I mean, I was either watching or reading minutes, it's done, right?
Yeah, it's done, it's signed, it's a huge document, but not in terms of pages, in terms of actual size. So we'll figure a way to get that, at least the language of it online. So it's signed. I'll tell you that I don't think there's going to be this significant funding as a result of that. There may be some modest stuff to get us started with a few things, but I don't think, what actually happened, under the a state grant through a challenge grant, actually, the former program in Arlington, we got 3 years essentially free of open checkbook, and then we all got hit with like a $15,000 expense, so I don't think they're going to do that again, so I think this is a real cost that we're going to assume, and I think it's probably a good one. But there's a few other things we're doing under the compact, specifically with regard to design guidelines for the Historic Mill District, and another transparency effort that we're working on in building Andover visual budget, which a resident will be able to go online, punch in their tax bill and see exactly what they pay for every function of government, and the details all the way to, let's say you go to the town manager's office, what are you paying for our salaries, what are you paying for our expenses?
Great, yeah.
So that hopefully, when we launch the new website, Andover Visual Budget will be ready to go. Open checkbook's going to be ready to go. So I think it's going to be a
Is the
real-
visual budget in this line item, or where's the visual budget?
That I do expect to be, hopefully, our applications and to be funded through the community compact. Ourselves, Melrose, and 2 other communities have signed on, so we'll see.
If it's too cumbersome to get it onto the website, if you can just get a copy to me, I can scan it and send it out to the finance committee.
Happy to.
Thank you.
Assessing office is going down 18,000 due to the retirement last year of, this year actually, in 16, a long-term employee who was replaced by someone at the same pay scale, but just at a lower step, so she'll be going through the steps. The next one I want to talk about is town clerk. In town clerk, we have next year in 17, 3 elections. So we have the state primary in September, the presidential election in November, and the town election in March. So that's the reason that the town clerk's budget's going
And
up.
the primary, there's 4.
Oh,
July.
July. It starts in
Oh,
July.
next.
This year is, yeah, 17, yep.
And then the last one is employee benefits.
Oh, so it's 3 elections, but it's also 3 polling stations is probably part of this. He's
Right.
opening a new polling station and doing it even for the local elections, which didn't used to happen. There used to only be 1 polling.
I know.
for the
You still have
local.
to have the same number of people, I believe.
They're just in
though.
different
Didn't you say
spots.
part of it was the minimum wage issue?
Part of this is the minimum wage issue also, I believe.
We adjusted it for
Yeah.
just some of the people, not all of the people. But Peggy, to your point, with most of the election staff, they're just going to be in a different place, so the cost will be the same. The only real additional cost is the police detail. Yep.
And then lastly, employee benefits. This is the part of the budget where we fund the accumulated benefit account, which is where we pay out people who are eligible for their, buying back some of their sick time. We make an estimate of that every year, and this year we have, for 17, estimated a number of employees who are actually eligible to retire, whether they will or not. We're not sure, but we had to increase it by about 30,000 to cover that. And then 20,000 of that is an increase due to just our Medicare expense, which is the town has to pay the same share the employees pay of 1.45%. And as older people retire that have been here before 1986, newer people come in, we have to pay that on them, and as well as we have to pay it on our overtime and wages, so.
Quick question, this is a little, kind of off the budget, but are the town clerk's office in the polling, it's going to have new polling locations, like on Tuesday?
On
People are gonna
Tuesday.
go- Is there a link on the town's website so you can find out where your new polling place is?
Yes.
Yes, it's there.
Yeah.
It's there.
I think it is there.
We can send out the link. That would be helpful,
Yeah, I
John.
mean, just because if you've got somebody who used to always go to high school, and then they show up at the high school and say, no, you've got to go over to Wood Hill, you know, I just thought that'd be a nice little thing to put in that rolling update box in the website.
That's a good idea.
Well, it's supposed to be also on the fall on.
Alex?
We had, that was one of, I think, the dependent factors that we had brought up when Larry introduced the change was to, how are we going to make sure that people know where to vote? And, I mean, I've gotten a lot of calls, I'm sure others have had, it's just the overall concern about the convenience, but I think we definitely have to let people know where to vote. Just putting a link on the website is good, but I know there was something in the water bill, but I'm not sure how well it's been communicated to the community. Not as well as I had thought, but
Those signs, that roadside blinking, whatever you call that.
Are you using those?
Great idea.
Yeah, you should be.
idea.
I don't think we've deployed them
what it's
yet,
called.
but we certainly can.
I think you may want to put a sign right at the entrance to the high school, too.
Don't come
Because that's
here.
the biggest change.
Yeah, so they don't go all the way in, park, walk in, that'll be a frustration.
Didn't Larry say they were going to run a shuttle as well?
They are running a shuttle, so if you do
Run a
go
shuttle,
there,
And they're also going to have hard copy directions for people who want to drive.
Right.
So
I think
if
the
they
most
come in-
important thing is that if I go to the high school and I have 15 minutes before I have to get on the road to work, I may not vote.
Yeah, it's a real
You
problem.
won't for the presidential.
If I have to get on a shuttle or I have to drive over to Wood Hill, which is in the wrong direction if you're going to Boston, I'm just pretending, I'm thinking back to when I was commuting into Boston, that was I'm just thinking that's a risk, the bigger
People ask
risk.
me where Wood Hill is. They don't know where the school is because it's out, in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, so as much communication as you can do. It's not obviously related to the budget.
Do an automated call. You know how they say, automated call?
Yeah.
It's a really good idea.
I will tell you, the chiefs are generally very hesitant to use that system in non-emergency situations.
This is an emergency situation.
In a genuine emergency situation.
The emergency will be on Tuesday.
It wouldn't be the whole town, it could just be the precincts who
shakedown
are
on
having
Tuesday.
change.
I will certainly, we can certainly talk about doing
Don't go
something
to
like
the high
that.
school.
All right, so if I,
Traffic.
are you,
They're
sorry,
trying to avoid.
are you ready? Sorry, are you still?
Personnel summary. The only thing that changed here was, as Andrew mentioned, the town council. I just wanted to point out that in central purchasing, we actually have 2 people in that department, but 0.4% of the Tom's salary is actually charged to the school department because he also oversees all the purchasing for the school. Speaking of elections, the town clerk has requested $37,000 in the CIP budget to purchase new voting booths, approximately 200 of them, 200, 100, so I forget how many, for $37,000. And that source of that would just be the CIP taxation. And then I am requesting approximately $35,000 from taxation in the CIP to further our munis implementation. This would be to purchase applicant tracking, which is where a person who is looking for a job with the town would apply through this software, and it links directly into our, with all the proper securities, into our payroll system once the person gets hired. So it's just kind of the next thing in the plan. And town manager has approved that.
Yes, me?
Yes.
Donna, could you go back to the munis real quick? Where do things stand with position control?
The town has fully implemented position control. The school has determined that it wasn't workable for them, so they're not using it right now. They did try it. They tried it on, I think, 4 of their bargaining units, and it was just because of all the complexities in the way that they hire people and the fact that they have a lot of movement, number 1, and number 2, a lot of,
Is that consistent across other communities that use munis, that the schools have found it's not a useful tool for them?
I'm not really sure about that. I don't know.
Could you ask the munis representative if that's consistent?
Can someone just explain what that was? and
Position
what-
control?
Yeah,
Yeah,
what
we
that
didn't, I don't think we bought the position control for managing the staff in the town side.
Right.
Especially when we have one a year.
Right, the priority was for the schools.
Schools, absolutely.
Yeah,
To
that's
keep a
what
better running
fire
tab.
superintendent.
Yeah, we don't need.
But supposedly it's not user-friendly to the schools.
The other reason that I believe they said is because they have a lot of fractional FTEs.
I know, but you
So
would think.
and it's not real,
System they use
it's not
throughout the
really,
state.
is user-friendly for fractional
Could
FTEs.
you just ask the munis rep, I'm just
It
curious
can,
what.
but it's a lot of work for them to track where they're all going. And you cannot pay someone if movement has been made and something has changed, so it kind of stops them.
How much did that cost?
We didn't actually, we already
Didn't
owned
have to
it,
pay
we
for it?
didn't pay for
Okay.
it. We did have some
Implement
money
it.
to implement it, probably $7,000.
Because I only asked that because it sounds like we didn't maybe think about the requirements. But it sounds like it was something that was there, we made an incremental cost of $7,000, perhaps without understanding that it might not serve our needs.
No, that's not my recollection. My recollection clearly was that it was for the schools
Right.
and that it was going to be a very valuable tool.
And that they were consulted.
Yeah, absolutely.
And, yeah.
Yeah.
I think it would be a good question to ask the schools directly instead of me trying to speak for them.
Well, I guess I'd like to hear from an independent source, like a munis representative.
Yep, I can do that.
That it's consistent that municipalities don't find the position control
Valuable.
module workable within their community.
I'm not sure that a munis rep is going to say, you're exactly right, munis.
They're not
must
exactly
work."
unbiased.
but when I was at the MMA conference,
say
I
that
went, a Munis rep isn't going to say, you're right, it's a useless piece of software, you shouldn't have bought it. But their competitors
Other
will.
communities have challenges implementing that module.
Yeah,
You should ask the other communities probably, not the Munis rep, I think
Right.
is what she's saying.
that is what I'm saying.
It may be better to ask the other communities.
Communities.
There are some fellow communities that we could ask as
Find
opposed to
out which
asking the
communities
Munis
are
rep,
using
who's
it
not
and
going to be
ask them.
unbiased on
They're
that
not mutually
question.
exclusive, though. You can do the rep and the town.
Find out who's using it.
But the other people
Andrew, do you
who've
know if they
documented
use it in Arlington?
frustration with Munis for position control are the young companies that are now Munis's competition, and they've gotten a niche in the market because Munis is difficult, and they're all at the MMA.
They're not necessarily unbiased.
They're not going to be unbiased
Their
either, yeah.
booths and go, we're trying to do Munis, it's not perfect, and they went, of course it's not perfect, we are. So,
Maybe the question we can ask to Munis rep is who has implemented it and it's gone well, and then we can reach out to that district.
It's a great
How are they
question.
how are they tracking FTEs now? What, manually, right? Do we know?
Yeah, but the information is not available very frequently as a result.
Right.
Like quarterly, you can take a look at the numbers, and it's a lot of work to pull it together quarterly.
But it is manual right now, if
Yes,
I
it
remember
is.
right. yeah.
Yes.
Right.
Can I just ask a different question on Munis software? We saw a couple line items. Could you summarize just the total new investment we're making in Munis this year? And then are there additional maintenance costs that carry forward in future years?
New.
Or is it the same cost? Is this in fact the cost that's going to be like an annual cost?
Usually, we have approximately $100,000 a year that we pay to Munis support. The town pays a portion of it, the school pays a portion of it. They generally increase their support fees by about 5% a year. And then we do add new modules as we go along. For example, the citizens transparency would be $13,000 a year is the increase for that. For just providing the software and all of the
And then there's this.
That would be for a new module of applicant tracking, which would have a support cost to it, probably in the $5,000 range.
So I have a quick non-Munis question. On page 34, you have some graphs, and I understand the investment income being way down. The property tax exemptions have been steadily going down. Is this from a better valuation being done, or do you have any feeling for why we have that steady downward trend there?
And this also includes commercial, industrial, so perhaps just, I'll talk to David about it, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what portion is residential versus commercial. We kind of have to look at it that way first to get an idea.
So these are new exemptions in a given year? This is somebody who has done an appeal, is that what this is?
Oh, these are exemptions, so these are, so these are exemptions. These aren't available to commercial and industrial, these are just residential.
We should,
Yeah, I'll get an idea.
we'll talk to David.
Yeah.
They're not abatements, they're exemptions?
Yeah, exemptions, yeah.
So I'll touch on, if there's no other Munis questions, I'll touch on the CIP request to install lighting at the new Diamond Fields. Essentially what this does is replace the lighting capacity that we'll lose at the former Diamond Fields through the capping process. I am recommending as a funding source free cash. So this will replace exactly what essentially we're losing.
Are the organizations who use the fields contributing at all?
We're working through that now, so I'll be able to provide more information. I know they were going through a process of generating some funds to contribute.
Because we talked about this last year,
Yeah.
right?
And the year before.
Yeah, the year before.
Wait, this is for the new field?
New Durham.
Blanchard
And the
Field.
light-
They're on Blanchard Street, right. Yeah, I've heard them called as Blanchard Field, New Diamond.
Yeah.
It was supposed to be funded not with town money, but with,
There was a provision in the agreement.
Correct.
For Little League. And I know they've been raising money, but I don't think they've had enough. So.
Alex, it's
Didn't
right
they
here.
come before us last year and say, will you pick up this? And we said that wasn't the
Part of the
agreement,
agreement.
It
therefore.
also wasn't in the CIP, it came in
Warrant
kind of
article.
at the end.
Private one.
Yeah.
And now it's,
CIP.
CIP. Well, it doesn't matter where it is, I mean, yes, it does.
So I guess
but
why, I guess the question is why are we
If we
electing
didn't
to even,
consider it.
if we talked about it last year and we, it was per the agreement that there would be other different funding sources Now we're coming and saying, as a CIP, well, we'll give it more life. I don't understand that.
We're taking the services away.
Yeah.
We're taking the services away by capping the old landfill.
Okay.
So we're removing those services.
Yep.
So the proposal
that
is
was-
to replace the lights to maintain the level of service for Little League, or
But that was-
whoever uses the ball fields.
We knew that all
The idea
along.
that those fields were
Right.
But that's not new
replacing
news, Dan,
That was
right?
going to be
the other
from the
ones
start.
has been since they
Right.
were first built.
Right, but right, and the capacity to sponsor their programs reduces by taking the lights away. So if the town wants to reduce the capacity to use fields for the Little League, then don't fund it. If you want to maintain services, then fund it.
Could we take a look at the original agreement and actually see what it said instead of relying on memory?
This is for the brand-new fields that we just built.
Yep.
Correct.
Which are
On
replacing
Blanchard
the ones
Street.
that were shutting down, so to speak, the old replacement, Chandler
We
Road.
knew that, right? We knew
Right,
that.
right, but we don't have lights over there. Right,
We do
We don't
that
have
too.
lights at the new field.
right.
Right, and we knew that.
Right.
And they said it was gonna be, the funding was gonna come from a non-Andover source to provide lighting for that new field.
Private,
I don't know
private
who you
funding.
mean by they said, but, you know, you just kind of do the math. I mean, yeah, we get two fields that we knew we were shutting down. We added two fields at the new Blanchard Street. You know, so in essence, they've been
no
working
lights.
at
With
added
no lights.
capacity. Right, with no lights. So in essence, they've been working at added capacity. So now, we're taking off the lights. So now their capacity is gonna go down, because they're losing the advantage of the two fields that added the added capacity.
But we knew
And they're
that.
losing the lights.
Help me understand, we knew that that new field wasn't gonna have lights.
Right.
Right.
We
And
knew
the
that that was
question-
going to be a future expense of
Right, we
someone.
knew it was gonna be a future expense.
Of someone other than the town of Andover.
Do we know how much they might offset the cost?
So what I would suggest is, let me go back and look at the original agreement, let's see where they are with their fundraising, and if the assumption is that they're gonna fundraise the whole thing, let's be upfront about what the gap will be in terms of not having lit fields, or lit field capacity.
This would be the only fields in town that have lights.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
The fields we have now are the only fields in town that have lights.
Correct.
This would remain the only fields, right?
Right,
I
right.
mean, I, personally, as a community, if we can't provide lit ball fields to our residents, I think there's something wrong.
And I don't think that's not an argument, but the argument was, that's not what was agreed to originally, right?
I can't speak to that.
So-
When it was
but-
promised at town
but we
meeting,
are
when we
where
went to
we
town
are.
meeting and said, let's spend this money on the land, what did we, the question is, what did we tell town meeting when town meeting voted?
Last year, there was a private warrant article, I think it was even for more than this, I think it was 275 or so, or maybe it was the same amount, I don't know. And we spoke to them, and I believe they understood that when the ball fields got moved, the town would factor this in. They withdrew their private warrant article last year.
No.
Maybe I have that wrong, maybe that's the case.
Well, it gets back to when you have a capital improvement project, you look at the total cost of that project. And when this new field was being discussed, we said, wait a minute, there's no lights in there. And they said, that's okay, I can't remember the name of the group, but they said, we'll provide the funding to put the lights on.
That's right.
We, the whatever, the Little League group.
Andover Little League.
Okay, so assuming that's true, we still are where we are, which is we're gonna be shutting down two fields that have lights. We have fields now that don't have lights. Personally, I don't think this is a
Is that what we
much of
want?
an ask by our residents to have us fund $200,000.
It's not what we
to
want, Bob,
fund
but it
lights.
goes back to the, you
Right.
need to look at the all-in cost when you're going to town meeting and asking people to vote for something. And they took this cost out. So when people voted at town meeting, it was for the land and what have you, with the expectation that the funds would be raised privately for lighting. So we're just,
Change it. We
And
need
I
to-
think they are in the process of fundraising for light, and I don't know if we know what that number is. But when all's said and done, we have always billed this as a replacement of one field to the next. And to Dan's point, diminishing, or taking the lights does diminish the ability and the amount of field time we have. So I hope that they can fund the whole thing. I, like Bob, would like to see lights in this. I think it's an important part of our community.
It's reasonable, but you
for two
can't
different
sell
issues.
something to the voters
I agree.
by promising a piece of it and then not follow through.
I know.
I agree with you 100%.
Right.
I do too.
We should have a field with lights. I
Where's the
agree
gavel when you
100%. But I also
Where's the
agree
gavel when you
that
need
that's
it?
not a significant amount of money. My issue is the principle. It was sold one way, and then now we're
Playing
coming
it
back
out
and
another
saying,
way.
we need more money.
We're dealing with no
And-
numbers, though,
because
that's the problem.
I
you
think
know.
even last year, there was some dialogue about
fundraising.
paving the parking lot.
Exactly.
The field hadn't even been opened yet, and I guess it's crushed gravel, and they said, oh, we need to put pavement, we have to pave that parking lot. So then all of a sudden now, we have a field that we sold the town meeting one way, we're asking for more money for lights, we're asking for more money for paving. It's just like, come on, we've got to
So-
say, this is
It's
what we said we're
valuable.
going to do.
Right, and I think,
Their money
I think we hear all of your concerns, and the town manager has already stated that he's going to go back and read through the contract and contact the athletic groups and come back to us with an update.
Not real numbers.
I know they're raising money. I was at
I know,
a
me
recently
too.
where they were talking about accepting for these lights, so the question is, how much do they have? and
Yeah,
What do we have to compensate?
Work it out with them.
right.
What
The
was
total
original
cost
deal?
$200,000.
We want to change it.
Right.
That will come very close to replacing what they have. There was an assumption that there'd be some contribution from them.
Yeah.
I just don't know if they're in a position to fund the whole thing.
Can we
We'll
find-
have that conversation.
Can we find out how many games are played at night that would not be played because of the lights, out of a total
Well,
number?
You also said you were going to follow up on the locations.
I've coached baseball there.
Every night.
Yeah.
There
I
are-
don't want anecdotal, I just want to
It's
know how
not,
many
it's-
are.
I don't think we should get off on tangents.
Right, thank you.
We are. Too late.
Yeah. Okay. Andrew?
Oh, there's a fundamental, you're talking about principles, but I also hear like, we can never change a decision. I don't want us to operate in that mode. So I think what we want to understand is what was the agreement, why are we changing, and then make an informed
And that's exactly
decision.
what Andrew is going to find out. I think we've talked about this
We've done it.
enough. Please, Andrew, next up.
Moving on to Town Yard. So there's three articles included in the warrant with regard to moving and designing a new municipal services facility. Two are financial, the third, it doesn't require an appropriation, but is certainly of financial implications. What I want to do is just go through them and then talk a little bit about the time frame for hearing this in hopefully what will be a joint meeting of the Selectmen, the FinCom, and the Planning Board. We have a date in mind, and I'll get to that in a second. So the first one is part of what I talked about in the budget message is expanding capital capacity, non-exempt capital capacity, meaning an amount within the limitations of Proposition 2.5 that can be applied to capital improvements. So what I'm suggesting, and I'm going a little bit out of order, but what I'm suggesting is that we appropriate $900,000 for the purposes of designing a municipal services facility. While the slides may be out of order in comparison to how I think the warrant articles will be, my thought here is that if town meeting offers positive action and accepts the proposal to purchase 5 Campanelli Drive, I would like to proceed with the design phase because one thing we know is that the project's escalating at a rate of $400,000 to $500,000 a year. So if we're able to move forward with 5 Campanelli, I would suggest moving forward with funding the design phase. So what my hope would be is the design phase would take approximately 9 months. So if we began on July 1, the expectation is that would be done, 100% done, probably very close to that at the beginning of the calendar year. My hope would be to potentially even move forward on a bond authorization prior to that in order to, again, further mitigate the impacts of escalation. So in terms of the capacity impact of the $900,000, my plan, and I provided a 5-year snapshot for conceptual purposes in the budget book, is that a cash appropriation will essentially move to a debt appropriation or debt service payment that will go towards servicing the debt associated with the new construction. I want to make clear, because there have been some questions that have come up, while it's debt, it's not a debt exclusion. It's still within the limitations of Proposition 2.5. So that's the plan. This is the first step in executing that plan from a financing perspective. If there's any questions on this, we can take them now, or we can go through the next slide in terms of the purchase of 5 Campanelli, and then I can take them all together.
Andrew, just a quick one on this. Somebody asked me. This design money, this will be awarded through a purchasing bid process? That's why I thought the answer was yes, but just to confirm?
Yep.
Okay, and we have our purchasing person here, so, thank you.
It has to by law,
Just want to confirm it.
5,000.
So, so we engaged over the fall in a negotiation with the owner of 5 Campanelli Drive, and I'm pleased we were able to come to an agreement. Obviously, any agreement that I come to with the current owner is, nothing is official until an appropriation from town meeting. But the number was 2.25 million, which is over $1 million less than what was put before town meeting in prior years. I'm recommending free cash as the funding source. I don't see any reason to borrow funds to fund something that we can essentially pay off, get off the books and proceed with the rest of the project. So those are the 2 funding articles that require appropriation that will be before town meeting. The third is the establishment of the mitigation fund. The language was written quite broadly so that the town, myself, the Board of Selectmen, the Finance Committee, will maintain flexibility in terms of how we use any funds that may or may not become available from the sale or redevelopment of 11 Lewis Street to offset or mitigate essentially the taxpayer burden with regard to the construction. So I'll talk about two opportunities. The sale of 11 Lewis Street, the sale of land, those funds would go into the mitigation fund and could reduce the tax impact or the debt service impact by 25%. Could be even higher depending on which direction that goes. The other things you could potentially put towards it are building permit fees, one-time permit fees that are projected to be anywhere between $1 and $1.5 million, which would potentially contribute another 10% in terms of mitigation factor. So those are the 3 articles. Obviously, 5 Campanelli Drive will be the first up for a number of reasons that probably make sense. What I would like to do, I had no expectation that we were going to resolve this today, but arrange a time for, like I said, the Board of Selectmen, the Finance Committee, and the Planning Board to meet. We are shooting for, and I would, while we're all here, see if it works for everybody, the 14th of March, for at least whether or not we want to take votes on it that night. We can discuss that. But I at least would like to put that stake in the ground, and I will, if it works for everybody, I will find a room. Could be this room or the school committee room, I would imagine, for a meeting of that size.
If this room were
So-
available, I think it would be.
It is.
March 14th
Or the
is a
safety
joint
center.
meeting already, so you're saying
So if it's
before
already on
or
the
after
schedule,
or part of?
probably we'll
already meeting.
begin that with that, and
With
then
it,
do the rest of
okay.
our business, right?
Yeah,
And then we can, only for the reasons, then we can excuse the planning board.
Okay, good.
So that works. So we'll move forward with discussing these articles, the mitigation fund, at that meeting. If there's anything you'd like to see included in that presentation, please let me know beforehand, and we'll adjust accordingly. So,
I have an item that I'd like you to address when this comes up, and that is alternatives to an actual sale of the property. And I think, in all fairness to the town, we need to look at other ways. It's land that's right next to a transportation center, and once you sell it, you've sold it, it's gone. And if there are ways to generate revenue through either public partnership or arrange it so that that could be a continuing stream of revenue for the town forever, or for a long time, and one in which we can continue to have a voice, I think that needs to be looked at as well as just as a flat-out sale.
Such as a parking deck?
sure, we'll be prepared to talk about that. I think, the basis of the proposal assumes redevelopment and all the revenue, forever revenue that comes associated with that. So I'm not talking just about the sale of land. That obviously will be a number, but also the potential annual benefit of what I imagine to be pretty substantial economic development in that area. That's why, as part of
I want
that.
that too.
Yeah. And we'll be prepared, and one thing we're doing, and I've said, we're getting ready to issue a non-binding solicitation. Some national development groups are very interested in sending that out to, up to, I think, their whole distribution list, which is about 12,000 developers nationally, to kind of gauge interest, non-binding, but just provide us with a little bit of an idea as we move forward in the coming months and probably years of what the potential is down there. So we'll be prepared to talk about many of those things on the 14th.
Great.
Thank you.
The solicitation is to sell, right?
So the non-binding solicitation that we'd put on the street would be, among other things, you would assume that it would be sold, but then developers would have an opportunity, based on some of the requirements we're saying, to show what their ideas are. Replacement parking. So if they're going to buy both sides of the tracks, including the MBTA's land, which would be a separate transaction, they're going to have to provide some replacement parking. If they want to buy a parcel where we currently have parking, they're going to have to provide replacement parking. So what does that look like? What is the mixed use, the amenity piece that they look like? What are their plans or requirements? Going to be to rebuild that intersection? So what are their ideas for that? And that will all, again, it's more of an idea generating exercise than it is committing to anything. But if we are in fact successful in moving Town Yard, then we would move forward with a formal solicitation, which obviously would go through a significant process.
This will give us a great peek into some of the possibilities, which is really exciting.
So the 14th, we'll take this up.
Andrew, could you go back to the $900,000 slide? I just want to make sure I'm clear. So this year, you had, in the original CIP, there was excess levy capacity of about $1.2 million.
Correct.
And then you went back to the Board of Selectmen and asked to lower the excess levy capacity from $1.2 million to approximately $3 million. And that's where this $900,000.
No,
300,000.
300,000.
300,000.
You said 3 million.
I meant 3. So 1.2 million down to 300,000 where current excess levy capacity is. And this 900 is going to be used for this service facility design study.
Right, so essentially that is exactly what happened. The board voted to provide me with the flexibility to use up to the 1.2 million excess levy capacity that we left town meeting with for repurposing it to expand capital capacity. I recommended using 900,000 of it to fund design and then basically reprogram it into debt service to offset construction.
And is it,
For future years.
And for future years, right.
is it just coincidental that the design money is 900,000 and then the debt service going forward is 900,000?
So the debt service won't be exactly 900,000, it could be 921, 944.
Then your longer term.
But it is a coincidence,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So the mitigation fund that we're petitioning the state to allow us to build, you've talked about some things going in, but I think Joanne brought up at our brief finance committee meeting the other night, the first year we might not have this debt yet to put this money into, could it go, so was that article written so that it could include money from
Sure.
different places?
So what we
It's not
could do,
limited.
if we didn't incur the first 900,000, we could basically take in that year, whatever the balance of what we are incurring in the 900 amount, put it in the mitigation fund, and then use it to pay down the debt once we fully borrow.
So my other question then is, because I don't have a warrant to go look at, has it been signed, and if so, can we get a copy of it?
It hasn't been signed, so I suspect we're going to have to very briefly reopen it for some just housekeeping articles that are going to have to come in, nothing major. And then I think the goal is to have it signed by the end of March.
End of March, yes.
Is that later than other years?
Is it later than usual?
I know, I think end of March.
I think it's about the same, yeah. Yeah,
It's just getting cold.
give or take a week. Yeah.
We have a draft.
I would love to see a draft, yeah.
You can send it.
Yeah, the P numbers, are the P numbers on?
The P numbers are on
We
there.
usually get the P numbers, and we haven't gotten that.
Could we have that, Andrew?
Yes. Yeah.
Sure, and the town clerk, and I think this is what both of these groups are familiar with, the warrant article tracking sheet too. We have that, which is a summary.
Oh, yeah. We usually do get those as.
Yeah, we can get that, that's all available, so I'll send it out, I'll send it to John to distribute to the committee.
Sure.
And also, I think I need to, you rescheduled your presentation about the budget, and the finance committee didn't get notice about that, so none of us showed up at it. So anyway, can you put us on your distribution list?
Sure, and if it's appropriate, I'm happy to come to a finance committee meeting and run through it. So that's it from general government. Lunch is here, so maybe it's appropriate to grab lunch and then begin municipal services, or?
Yes, pizza's getting cold.
Okay, so we'll take 10 minutes. Not even.
Do you want to do a working lunch?
Yeah, can we bring
Working lunch.
Okay.
That's fine.
Why don't we do
Leave all
that?
your paperwork here and eat in either the old staff room or the trustees room.
Okay.
Can we eat here?
Let's take a eat and work.
Beth,
Or
is
the
it-
balcony.
Okay. Is it allowable to eat in here?
Pardon?
Or you would rather we did not?
I would like you guys to eat here.
Okay.
So let's just eat.
Okay, good. Well, then we'll call it
I know.
a working lunch.
You can eat wherever you want.
We have to inhale our pizza.
No, we actually, our rule is if we're here to go.
this afternoon is Municipal Services. Chris Cronin, our director, is here to kick off.
Thank you very much for your time. If we could start, Tom, with the next slide, please. This slide shows personal services, expenses, and sales of services, the revenues that were received. You can see that the proposed budget is $344,000 more this year than last year. $64,000 is in personal services. That reflects two things, salaries going up, changes in salaries, as well as input of half of a full-time employee that you'll see on the next page. Expenses, we can go through those now, or we can do those as we move along. And then sales of services, that's gone down a little bit. Our projections, $8,000 coming from Andover Youth Services, $52,000 coming from rentals, fields and buildings, and then $46,000 from cemetery equals the $106,000. Personnel summary stays the same with the exception of a half a person for facility services. What we're looking for there is a custodian supervisor. Currently, we don't have any custodial supervisors for the school or the town. Ed Atade and Paul Szymanski share those duties. And it's causing some issues both in the town buildings as well as the school buildings. We feel that that's a nice position for us to add. It will not only increase services, it will also reduce expenses with maintenance, particularly of the school buildings.
Chris, how does that decrease the?
Well, right now, we're having problems. So the town has the town side has 9 custodians, plus some outsourced service custodial duties. The schools have, I think it's 39 and a half employees. It's a lot of people to watch, and quite frankly, I think we'd be better served if they were watched a little closer. So we have cleanliness issues that are turning into maintenance issues. Okay? So that's what we're trying to address here.
So who supervises them now?
Ed Atade, as well, on the town side. So,
okay. And on the school side?
On the school side, they fall under Paul.
Oh. Paul Szymanski.
Yeah. Right. And so it's a duty, obviously, that Paul can't, reasonably, he can't do that duty. So we're trying to address that particular problem.
And has it always been that way?
I don't know what it was previously.
No.
Years ago, there was, on the school side, there was a custodial supervisor that got eliminated.
Okay, I see.
So just like with the other positions, every position we're talking about is going to be evaluated.
Was it cut from the shared services, or was it cut from the school back then?
It was only on the school side,
Right.
it was not on the town side.
So
the position was cut from the school budget?
Yep. And what you're going to see here in municipal services throughout, you're not necessarily going to see it so much on the presentation today, is the fact that we're really working very closely, not only with other departments within the town, but we're also working with the schools to reduce expenses throughout. There is one particular CIP item that will also show that.
So can I ask a silly question? This person is for the custodians who are in the schools?
So this person would be for all custodians.
Oh, for all custodians.
So one of the
That's why
things
it's in
that,
your budget.
right, one of the things that we've been working on, Ed was very, very successful, is in an effort to reduce custodial cost, we now have a substitute custodial agreement. So we can take schools custodians and bring them over to the town side. And that helps us reduce cost and keeps the services that we have. So we are working with the schools closely. So the idea here is half a person that we'll be funding, and then the schools will also be looking for half a person.
Split the cost?
Split the cost.
Are they separate collective bargaining agreements?
Yes, they are. So there are obviously some challenges here, right? We have 9 plus outsourced, and they have 39 and a half, and so this is a little bit outside the box thinking, but we are trying very hard to take care of that particular problem. If you've been in the schools sometimes, or even in our own buildings, you might see that things aren't cleaned as much as you'd like. They're not cleaned as much as I'd like, and I know they're not cleaned as much as Ed would like. Ed told me today with 47 bathrooms, I think, in the high school. Ed, I'm sorry.
Yeah, 47 bathrooms in the high school alone.
In the high school?
In the high school alone. You know, we have 35 buildings that it has to maintain.
The high school needs help.
It
from a
does,
cleanliness
it
standpoint.
does.
So we're talking about a supervisory position that we're sharing the cost with the schools on, and the cost is what, roughly 30,000 each, total $60,000? Approximately, yeah. For the position. I just, this seems to be the type of service, custodial services, where there are plenty of checks and balances in the system, because if I'm a school principal, or if I work in the town office, I'm going to be the first one to complain if the bathrooms aren't being cleaned properly, or if the buildings aren't being cleaned. I would think there's natural feedback coming back to the supervisor, or coming back to the heads of the department that would do it. So I really want to make sure this gets a lot of vetting, because my first reaction is, why would you need somebody to supervise those who are doing work when there are lots of end users, people that actually have to work in these buildings, that can certainly let you know when the job is not being done. Bob, I don't...
And they let you know if it could be done more efficiently when nobody's there to watch.
Yep. I agree with everything you're saying. We get a lot of feedback. But there's an awful lot that the custodians do. I am leaning very heavily on the school side. I'm uncomfortable doing that because I'm not a school employee. But these custodians take care of the energy management systems of the school. So they schedule, you know, when the heat goes on and off, because they could be renting rooms at night, that sort of thing. So to have a supervisor doing this is, at this point, I believe, very, very important.
Would it be more efficient? Is it effective to have schools have their own, and you have, or would it be more efficient to?
We've discussed, and not only recently at my level, but not much at my level recently, I should say, moving all the custodians into one group. So that has been lightly touched on. I wouldn't be the person right now to ask how that went. The previous town manager, I know we did quite a bit with that, and he and I spoke briefly about it.
I do want to speak to, you know, kind of leaning on principals to monitor cleaning. It's not what I want our principals spending their time on. So I just want to kind of go out there saying that, you know, there might be feedback mechanisms, and that's great, but if they have to spend a lot of time, you know, monitoring, you know, the cleanliness of their school, and they could be spending that time on, you know, many of their other duties, I'd rather see them spending the time in the other duties.
We raised that a few years ago, Bonnie, and we explicitly asked for the town staff, the town manager, to try and look to combine the two, and at that time, if I recall correctly, schools had no interest in it.
Yeah, it's not so much the staff, I'm saying that, you know, again, looking at the full cost versus the benefits, I think that one of the benefits actually could possibly be that you would free up, you know, those principals who right now are worrying a lot about their school.
Well, and with a new superintendent, it might be time to revisit.
Yep, good point.
Well, Dan brings
Chris,
up
I
the point that
remember-
came up last time, and I think that it is a good opportunity with
Wanted to do
two
that.
new leaders, yeah.
Right. Chris, do I remember this position also, a lot of it being, the supervising being done in the evening? Or after hours?
It'll be
I remember hearing that.
a split position, so he'll start 11 to 7. So he'll be 4 hours with the day crew and 4 hours with the night crew.
Oh, okay.
So several hours would not have a lot of people in the building to supervise them anyway.
A lot of the maintenance work is
Correct.
being
But
done.
a lot of your
right?
cleaning is done
Right.
at night.
Right.
Most of your day shifts are concerned with cleaning lunch, you know, cafeterias, getting the lunches done, all that stuff. So a lot of the cleaning's done at night, but this position will be watching both shifts.
Would this position have hiring and firing ability for the custodians?
Yes. You'll be a supervisor, you'll be in management level.
And did you, I came in, sorry, I was late, 9 town custodians and how many school?
9 plus we do some outsourcing, and then 39 and a half.
39.
So in addition to watching, of course, you know, we touch upon that because that's the obvious thing, but they'd be ordering supplies and that type of thing. It would be a management position.
I think, though, the interesting thing is, since they report on somebody else's budget, this is an Andrew question, is can we look at bringing those all under one umbrella, to Dan's point earlier, which was talked about prior to your tenure here, because I think that potentially, I mean, this looks like it's kind of a Band-Aid here for a little bit, you know, but since there's no direct ownership of the labor by this person, it's kind of a hybrid, then it does potentially put a gray area in there as far as, you know, control and that type of thing.
No,
So would it make sense to combine them all?
To combine all custodians?
Yes.
So
this looks like a halfway point here, but I'm not, you know, that's
Right. I think there is ownership on both sides, so the person being hired by the town side would have ownership over those outsourced as well as those 9 employees, including the ability, as Peggy asked, to hire and fire. Right? And then on the school side, the same type of deal.
I would think this would be your first step
Yeah.
toward this. I mean, you would need someone to be in charge
Of all the custodians. Yeah.
Anyway, so to me, this is your first stepping stone, if this is the direction you want to go in. This person right now, if we hire him, will currently answer to myself and Paul. We will literally have 2 bosses.
So right now, custodians, a town custodian would never clean a school building, and a school custodian would never clean a town building.
Correct, correct.
That could happen.
Under the new agreement that we just signed, we can now do that.
We
can now do that.
The substitute custodial pool on the school side now with the town.
Substitute, but not the staff custodian.
Not the staff, only because we have actually, I stand corrected, I have actually had town custodians go cover a shortage over at the school department and work as a custodian during the day when they didn't have anybody to cover them. So we have done it. This is going to help merge these two and be able to use the resources.
With
for
this
both.
department, when the whole town school maintenance thing was first established, the original plan included combining the custodians. And at that time, they couldn't work out the union issues, so they just gave up. But
So it could still be an issue.
40 years old.
Or it could be fixed.
Or it could be fixed. Right.
Okay.
It's 48
But it's less. It
plus
always,
Yeah.
outsourced.
Plus outsourced.
it
It's a
always
lot
made
of people.
sense.
It's a lot of people.
It
Yeah,
always made a lot of sense.
yeah.
That's a lot of people to be unsupervised.
50 people.
Or to be supervised by the budget.
By someone
the
too remote.
superintendent of the
That's what I
school.
mean.
Yeah.
He's not
It's,
in a
This is
position.
also being supervised by the principals in the building, so there's also
Except they're
some
not. They
degree
don't-
of
they don't
of
report
matrix
to the
management here. There's a degree of matrix management, you know? So, I mean, personally, what I'd like to see is at least maybe some analysis across the board of, you know, who manages what, packages up a little bit better for me to make a decision on this a little bit later, and I can.
In terms of like an org chart and what the
Yeah,
actual
I mean, an
reporting
org
structure
chart,
is.
square, you want to go into square footage. I mean, it sounds like you're trying to get ahead of a possible problem that might exist. But if there's a problem, you know, throwing management at it doesn't necessarily fix that problem.
But management is able to hire and fire.
Well, I mean, there's one right there. He can do whatever he wants, so.
but very remote, though.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
It just
And
seems,
that's
It's
the
very
issue.
distant. That's the problem right now, I believe, Dan, is it's not that Andrew, Ed, myself, or Paul can't manage people. We've built our career on managing people. The problem is, we're very, very distant from the people we're managing in this particular case.
it's 49 and a half people that have fragmented management right now. What you're saying is that.
Right, we'd like
this
to tidy it up.
This fragmentation would be eliminated by this person.
And the other piece of this, it's not a direct relationship to having a supervisor, but it's certainly indirect, is setting expectations of cleanliness in all of our buildings. Because in my short time here, you can go into a building that's immaculate, and then the same day you can go into a building that is absolutely not.
True.
So,
High school needs,
So-
high school, whatever we do,
so-
needs attention.
It
A
does.
bunch of bathrooms.
what is the expectation for all of
Not
our
only
municipal?
that,
Okay.
the outside, well, I think that's stalls, right? That's not bathrooms.
That's bathrooms.
Bathrooms.
Not stalls, that's bathrooms.
I can't count that many. I know that building. Okay,
I just counted every one of them
I
myself.
trust you.
Trust me.
Wow. Yeah, me too.
I don't really want to know that. I don't need to know that.
It's also, I mean, you also have to present your resource management, you know, like, you know, from the town side, they manage X number of square feet.
Yep.
The school side, they manage
Yes.
Y.
It is far different, you're right, Dan. Square feetage versus type of traffic versus, we don't have a lot of,
I mean, relative use.
we don't have a lot of 6-year-olds throwing up at town hall. We have that problem at the schools,
Right.
right? So it's different.
Selectmen on
So,
occasion.
right now, we're looking for, or the request is for someone to split town and school 50/50, but the custodians are not split 50/50.
I recognize that problem. However, the town ends up owning the maintenance on these buildings one way or another. Quite frankly, I think that the half a person that we'll be paying, even if we were paying for just school maintenance, excuse me, school supervision, we would make that money back in maintenance issues.
So, like, but I think what I was leading to, would it be more effective because that person then reports, just like you do, I believe, you report to superintendent.
Yeah,
and town
well,
manager. If that custodial supervisor, if it goes forward with this, would report to two, does that make, are there problems with that as opposed to combining?
There are always potential problems anytime you split management. However, we,
Two bosses my whole career.
right, we have very good working relationships. It's, you know, historically.
You don't need to go to combine the two sets of custodians to make this work.
No, I don't think we need to do that.
The big benefit is being able to move custodians from place to place. That's a huge benefit.
Yeah. Staff custodians.
Right. Okay. Most of this will go quickly. This is their Chapter 90 road maintenance. You're all very, very familiar with it. For anyone new, we know we have someone new. Our town roads are paved primarily through Chapter 90. We have no money that's set aside strictly for paving our own roads. We repair roads, we will piggyback paving on top of water or sewer main construction, but the maintenance of roads themselves are 100% funded through Chapter 90. This costs the taxpayers no additional money, it's completely funded through the state. So, no property tax money involved in this.
Well.
Tom? Okay. Minor sidewalk repairs.
Same people.
We've been doing this project for a number of years. It's been very successful. Thanks to Alex. Alex pushed with this, and quite frankly, it's worked out very, very well. So this is what we call minor sidewalk repairs. It could be as much as removing the existing sidewalk and repaving it, or putting down concrete. Small adjustments or additions of granite curbing, but no complete reconstructions like you'll see in our CIP sidewalk plan. Most of these jobs are done, but basically in the downtown area. We're doing some work now on Salem Street. That was recent, when we plan to do some there as well. But it focuses where the traffic is around schools in the downtown area for the most part.
Chris, do we own the sidewalks on, along 133?
Yes.
And we do?
Yes, we do.
Those are in terrible shape.
Right. So, you know, the sidewalks in town, quite frankly, I came on board as an engineer, and I have a lot of passion for sidewalks, and the sidewalks in town are in terrible, terrible condition, quite frankly. Yeah. And you will hear me sometimes not support new sidewalks. It's not because I don't want new sidewalks, but we're not maintaining the ones we have.
Right.
So a number of years ago, we had $0 for sidewalk maintenance when I became highway superintendent. And we since funded, I believe we started with $50,000 to $75,000, now to $100,000. I think it's been very successful. People can now walk from Merrimack College downtown. While it's not a brand-new sidewalk, you're not tripping any longer. And we can go on and on. Woburn Street, Lovejoy Road, et cetera, et cetera.
Runners run in the road, not
Yep.
on the sidewalk. You know, I see other people walking on the road. I think it's becoming a safety issue. So, and that was exactly why I raised the point, because I've heard you say in the past that instead of, we should not be building new sidewalks until we, know that we can maintain the ones we have.
Right.
So, how far are we away from being able to?
Forever away.
Yeah.
So we need to put substantially more money into our sidewalks. When we do, we have a CIP item that comes up every year, and it's not funded. It's very expensive. I understand why it's not funded. There's only so many dollars to go around, and this helps us, plug away getting to where we need to be.
Yeah, I mean, it has a lot to do with whether we want to be a walkable community. Do we want to encourage people to walk? Or?
So certainly, I won't mention the name of the road this year, but we have the ability to do sidewalks within our Chapter 90
Oh, we do.
program. And I plan on doing it in this one particular road that I won't mention because we're not there yet. I don't want to make the residents all excited that they're getting a new road, new sidewalks, and new. But so on occasion, we will do that. But for the most part, with only $1.4 million for streets, I try to keep that money in paving roads.
I think the reason I brought it up was because I think there are some issues that you bring up for year after year after year, and you kind of give up. And I just would like to make sure that those kind of at least stay visible, so that when we're making decisions, like, we're not going to spend on the sidewalks, we're going to spend on something else. We're making that decision with everything on the table, and we're not just kind of saying, oh, sidewalks, that's not even an option.
Yeah. And I think that's why, oh boy, I keep trying to think of the name of the gentleman who lived downtown. He got it as a town bylaw that we had to bring up sidewalks every year. So it gets brought up every year, even though we know that, this part of we knows it's very unlikely that it's going to be funded, but we update the cost every year in the group of sidewalks that are going to be that will go ahead.
But there is a strategy, though, for the creation of new sidewalks.
That's correct.
Which I think focuses around schools and trying to improve the
Yeah,
foot traffic around
right.
schools as a priority.
That's correct. So we do. So DPW certainly supports, with very, very rare exception, new sidewalks around the schools. So if we have them on our own list, we have two different sidewalk articles. So one of them would be new sidewalks, and one would be fixing existing sidewalks.
And typically, as appropriate, the planning board will approve or will require sidewalks around the new
Yep.
subdivisions and
That's correct.
new areas where they attach to other,
Yeah.
well, where they attach to other of our own sidewalks or within an area of the school. So
And
it's
very,
an
very-
ongoing policy.
Yeah. And very wisely, the planning board also allows the developer not to build those sidewalks if we say you don't have to build them, but we get that money. So if the sidewalk was going to be $100,000, that money goes into a kitty for us to use. So if it's, for instance, if it's a new subdivision nowhere near any other sidewalks or not in a walkable area, we're able to get that money and use it for sidewalk repairs or new sidewalks. Okay, Tom? Well, and there's always private warrant articles. All right, so this is something I've asked for multiple years, and it doesn't get a lot of attention, but right now, our drainage infrastructure has not been inspected in total since 1963. I don't know if it was inspected in total then, but we do have a drainage master plan from 1963.
Oh, we do?
We do. And I have looked at it many times for
53.
for planning, et cetera. Yeah, it's as old as I am. So most of the time, our drainage system works very well. Andover's been very fortunate. You don't see us having a lot of flooded areas, and when we do have flooded areas, it's because the whole area is being flooded. On occasion, Strawberry Hill Road a number of years ago, we had a bad flood there. It was strictly because we had no idea that those pipes were not in good shape. They were taking the 1 year, the 10 year, and the 20-year storms, 25-year storms, could not take the 100-year storm. So without getting into those pipes and looking, we don't know if those pipes can handle these large storms. And what we're suggesting here is if we could do a inspection, we'd be hiring this out, we'd be doing an inspection of various drainage systems in town. Now, internally, we know where we're having a lot of drainage issues, but not all the drainage issues. So, we know when one catch basin isn't working correctly, but in the case of the Strawberry Hill neighborhood, and I don't mean Strawberry Hill Farm, Strawberry Hill Drive off Aguila Road, that we didn't know about. That was a surprise, and we had a couple of houses that ended up underwater because we had a pipe that was full of roots.
So, it's full of, that's what it's.
Yeah, so that's what typically happens. The roots grow into the pipes, fill up the pipes, and if you're having a light storm, well, the water still gets by. A little heavier storm, perhaps it puddles in someone's yard longer than it really should, that type of thing. In a 100-year storm, in this particular case, we had houses that were underwater. Not the whole house, but the basements were underwater.
Wow.
So is the solution you send a little robot through that cuts?
Yeah, you visually, for the most part, you would visually inspect every single one. So a low-level job of junior engineer, it's something that I had done many times. You crawl into the manhole and you take a look. You can certainly do it with cameras.
Ooh, what fun.
The faster way to do it is you just crawl in the manhole, you take a peek up the pipe. Not that hard, right? And if you find a problem, and if it's a small pipe, you cut the roots out. If it's a large pipe, you're not going to cut those roots out. You're going to replace that pipe.
Chris, is this to address like a few specific areas?
Well, no, I think for 50,000.
It feels to me like it should be
It's light.
something that's part of the budget versus a CIP article. Like,
Well-
you need to have some funds to be able to do this. Or is this, if this is a comprehensive inspection of the entire town for $50,000, I'd say, yeah, great. do it.
It would be comprehensive. So, in the case of a drainage inspection, we're not having catastrophic failures in these pipes. Most of the time, they're concrete pipes. Sometimes they're PVC. We have less problems with PVC. And they're not collapsing. If they do collapse, we see that. That comes to the surface. What we don't know about, Dan, is whether or not there are roots in some of these piping systems. Because when we drive down the road, we got 14 people in the highway department. We drive down the road and the water's gone. We think everything's working fine. So we need to this would be a comprehensive inspection. It wouldn't necessarily be, and certainly would not be, comprehensive replacement of what we were to find. But I don't.
Specific, for specific areas as issues come up.
No. We want to look at the town.
The entire system.
The whole town.
Drainage.
You're going to send 2 smart, young professionals into these manholes. You're going to hire whatever engineering service that knows something about drainage, and you're going to have them go look at it. And they're going to come back and they're going to tell us, we have troubles in these 5 areas that we need to look at.
Right.
We're not redesigning the town. This is not a new drainage master plan. This is just checking to see what we have.
So this means in FY18, it would be sensible to expect the replacement schedule. which would-
So,
Necessary.
I'm hoping we don't find many problems. So,
That's okay.
again,
I
keep
mean-
going back to my past. I'll keep going back to my past. An engineer, what do engineers care about? Drainage, 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 drainage. You're gonna build a road, but first you're gonna drain, right? So we've been very aggressive at taking care of our drainage issues. You'll see drainage money in our CIP program typically every other year. As problems pop up, we are very aggressive in taking care of those problems. So do I think we'll find something? Yeah, I think we will find something. Do I think it's gonna make us do $1 million worth of drainage work? Absolutely not.
Okay.
I don't want your house to be underwater next time we have a big rain. That's what this is all about. Well, sometimes they're on hills. They just need a little low spot on the hill.
No, my house would be underwater.
Your house would be underwater.
Yes, it would. So I like this. This is good.
In terms of just, like, again,
Preventative
if we're
maintenance.
investing in the infrastructure, making sure we maintain the infrastructure.
Yes.
Is there a reason this wouldn't be water and sewer funded?
It's not water or sewer, so drainage is, water and sewer is potable water or what leaves your residence to be sewer. Drainage is typically stormwater, surface water, or groundwater. And I'm not talking, in that particular case, I'm not talking about groundwater, I'm talking about surface water, so rainstorms. Okay. All right, so, here we go. So small vehicles for public works. We're looking at $100,000. We identified, if you look in the book, you can see what vehicles we originally identified. We've moved those down to 3 other vehicles. The town manager reduced it to $100,000. We've identified the 3 priorities, but like all vehicles, something can change from October when we submit this until the next October when we replace them. Certainly, if a truck needs more work, then it may jump up. So instead of Parks truck number 63, we might replace something else. But the identified vehicles here are a Parks vehicle, a tree vehicle, and the forestry grinder and chipper would be what we'd want to replace with that $100,000.
And if I could jump in real quick, part of the deliberations around DPW 7A, DPW 7B, and plant and facility vehicles was really kind of defining a target for annual expenditure, so it's not these huge fluctuations year to year. So we really arrived at that $500,000 number. So I think you'll see as we go from 7A to 7B, and then I think the $78,000 in P&F for vehicle replacement, that we're right in that 525, yep.
All right. So this is DPW. This would be 2 highway large trucks. I can't tell you the years of these trucks off the top of my head. I have to look at the book, but these would be trucks 22 and 23. There was a big fuss. It was back when I was in engineering, so I wasn't even in the highway department then, about the town buying big trucks. Well, our first 2 big trucks need to be replaced. They were scheduled to be replaced maybe 5 years ago, would be my guess. And we did additional maintenance on them. We sandblasted them, repainted them. It prolonged the life. We're very happy we did that by the time that those vehicles got replaced. So we're scheduled, we've identified and scheduled those 2 vehicles here. Spring Grove Cemetery improvements. For the most part, we're talking about paving those roadways. We requested the money last year. It was not improved, but it would be expansion of grave sites, software upgrades, paving improvements. Obviously not a lot of money, but important money to spend in that facility. Town building projects. I would very gladly defer to Ed Tate on this. Now that he's here, I was afraid he wasn't coming today, so I'm glad he made it.
There was pizza, so we came.
Here, Ed, come on up here.
You want to sit here?
No, so Cindy's.
PNF1 is a breakdown of all the, its town building division projects. It covers a lot of town office refurbishing, security system upgrades, ADA compliance, playground equipment on the town playgrounds versus schools. Miscellaneous building roof repairs, and also paving, sidewalk, curb repairs on town buildings, on the site themselves, not on the street sidewalks. It's about the same amount that's every year. It doesn't really get any higher. Okay? PNF 2. Similar, it's mechanical electrical division. This is to, we do a lot of our regulatory stuff with this. We do our oil tank inspections and maintenance, oil, water, sand separators on the town properties, replacing light poles, fiberglass light poles on all the parks, the streetlight type poles. Public Safety Center, we do the lead abatement on the firing range, also with this funds.
Wasn't that every other year? Used to be?
The lead abatement, they're using it more, so we're having to go in there and clean it more often. And we do, there's a small item in here for energy conservation, and we use that money to hire the engineers to look at our big projects and line up our projects for, I think it's PNF 7. And then last on that is smoke detector replacements. We do that every 10 years, you have to replace every smoke detector.
So you do, the cost, the prices, budget's staying the same over the years?
Stays the same.
But aren't costs going up? So are you doing a little bit less every year? Can you tell?
We do a lot more with in-house staff, which the costs end up staying about the same. PNF 4 is the plant and facilities vehicles. There's 3 vehicles being replaced. They're old, 13 years, 2 of them, and 9-year-old vehicles. They're heavily used daily.
You pointed mine out, mine is 7.
And there's a new van for the schools?
No, that got moved over to the school department.
Yeah.
Not in CIP then?
I don't know where they're funding it from, but it's not in mine. It was in mine, and then somehow it got moved out. PNF 6 are the town major projects. There is 3 major projects on this. It would be this, the library windows, which would be these windows in this room, and in the hallway there, the old wooden windows. There is the restrooms downstairs. We'll be replacing, doing some cleaning up of those, tiling them, sprucing them up. In the town yard underground fuel tank. I'm having an issue with the underground fuel tank. It's the outer layer. It's got a double wall. The outer wall is actually leaking. It's not leaking fuel into the ground, but it's only a matter of time. So what I'm going to do is we're going to pull it out, we're going to put an above-ground tank, and if we move the town yard, we can just relocate the tank at that time to wherever it is.
Underground fuel.
Good idea.
Yeah. Yeah. All right.
PNF energy initiatives. I'm going to ask Janet to speak on this one. She is my energy manager.
What number are we up to?
PNF 7?
Page 14 in this package.
Okay, hi, everybody. Part of one of the directives we're going forward with, and I know that we did a presentation to the Finance Committee about this, is trying to, focusing on Andover High School, our biggest user, on some water stuff through grants, but we have other needs that we need to keep our buildings modern. And so we are looking to start a program for VFD pumps in across the board in the schools. So this year starts with $50,000 for VFD pumps. So pumps can be $5,000 or $10,000, and maybe 1 or 2 in a school. We're going through building by building, and these also come with pretty good incentives from National Grid.
What is what there? I don't know what that is.
VFD.
Oh, I'm sorry. So we're, just like when you're turning a fan on, it goes all the way on or all the way off. A VFD means variable frequency or variable speed, and so that these pumps, instead of going full on and full off, they ramp up and ramp down, so they're only giving you what you need. And there's 2 things two ways that saves you energy money. One, by just not using all that power, but second, when you turn something full on, everyone notices their lights dim when the air conditioning goes on. when a VFD works and it ramps up, you don't have that spike in demand that we have on our energy bills that we pay
Right.
all year long for what that spike is.
So, I'm sorry, Janet.
No.
So we have, our electric bill have demand charges. So unlike your house, where things are pretty level, if we have one particular item that made us use 5 times as much energy at that period of time, we pay that demand charge all year, because we had the electric company give us the ability to have that much energy. The VFDs reduce that number.
So it's just another way to save money.
It's huge.
And then insulating hot water pipes, I think that everybody could understand that. We want to start a program, we're going around building to building. As work has been done, as renovations have been done, we've noticed that sometimes these pipes were not re-insulated. So it really has to be a comprehensive thing that we go through, and then we can say, when we draw a line in the sand, that there are no hot water pipes supplying in Andover buildings that are not insulated. So we want to get there, and we're looking to get there incrementally. Andover High School has pneumatic controls. Pneumatic control, I know, I get to explain everything, right? So pneumatic control, when you control dampers, let's say, electronic controls are, put the damper at 100%. It says an electronic message goes to that damper and opens it by 100%. Pneumatic controls are the old style of the way that things were done 50 years ago, where there was compressed air through a tube, and that tube blows a mechanical control that opens and closes that damper. Not very efficient. Those tubes become old and crack. We know there are leaks in them. They require large compressors because you have to keep all those tubes, which is literally miles in the Andover High School, full of air and under pressure at all times during the winter. So we want to remove that system and go to digital controls, which are much easier to control. South School, we're doing a full, I would call it an in-house retro-commissioning of South School. We're looking at CO2 levels in South School, how the exhaust fans are working, really trying to prove that you can make an old building new again by putting modernizing the technology. Sometimes it's going back to the plans, as we did this week, and looking at how was it designed to work, and is it working that way now? So this is to finish South School, $100,000 on that, and then one of the other old types of systems that we're trying to eliminate throughout is steam systems. Steam systems is another, 50-year-old technology that we're moving towards getting hot water boilers. The water that circulates is at varying temperatures based on the outside air, so that you're not overheating a room, heating it up in the morning, and then the pipe is so hot that it gets hot, and then the kids are dying by noon and opening windows. So that's what steam does. Steam is only at, above 212. So when you have a steam system, you're often overheating, and shoulder months are really difficult to control in a steam system. And let's face it, most of our kids are there during shoulder months. So you've got the fall and the spring is more than half the school year. So that's just designed to see what it's going to cost for departments to do that stuff.
So are all the projects that you're considering going to be reevaluated after the facilities study comes out? Meaning if you're investing $100,000, I don't think I'm not going to guess, but let's pretend that South School was like first on the list for replacement. You probably wouldn't invest the $100,000 if that project was going to start really soon, depending on the payback.
We've already made adjustments.
Okay.
We have a lot of meetings, both with, internally with our group as well as other groups, to make sure that we don't do something that's going to be torn down and not needed.
These have great payback. You just don't want to be doing something where you're not going to get the payback because you're going to be,
right.
Okay, great.
So, and the design to convert hot water to steam, I see a couple down, it's for Sanborn also. Do you have to redo it for each school?
I do want to say that we have to keep the buildings running. So we will be replacing things in buildings that may or may not be around. Right, so we have to keep the buildings going, but we try to defer any large expense costs if we have an idea that things are changing.
Yeah.
Can you reuse the same, I mean, the design studies to see how much it would cost, I assume?
A design is the actual engineer's design for that particular building. So it's not really
So it has to
necessarily
be redone.
transferable. And the knowledge of the designers, these designers know how to do it, but it'll be different plans, so.
All right.
Okay, Chris.
Good. All right, Tom? Thank you very much, Janet. All right, so timekeeping system. Currently, right now, this project started as we needed to replace some time clocks. So we realized time clocks, traditional time clocks are a thing of the past. So we were going to change this, and we went from the town yard to municipal services wide. And then we said, well, you know, if we're going to be doing that, let's look bigger. So this is one of the items that I referred to earlier, while we're trying to be more efficient. So we included other town departments, just not municipal services. And of course, where that grew to the school department. And to pay for the system, we need $80,000. It's very comprehensive. It charges off jobs. It's very modern. I won't get into all the bells and whistles, but it talks to Munis and does all kinds of great stuff.
And I don't want to underestimate the fact that it does talk to Munis, which eventually will be our fully up and running payroll system. So there's a lot of important synergies there, rather than, and hopefully eliminate some of the old-fashioned timekeeping on paper in Excel, then entering into a payroll system. And the best part is everybody's name badge that we're all issued, literally, you'll hit it, and it'll clock you in, clock you out.
Yeah.
So we'll be able to manipulate data as a result of this program as well.
Did we
So these would be in all the buildings wherever there's employees?
If an employee needs to punch a clock.
Right.
No, you have to be there.
Did we already appropriate any money to this? It sounds familiar, like, maybe we just talked about it.
Yeah, I think we talked about it before. I mean, we were talking about it a
We
year
just haven't
ago.
appropriated anything
Well,
for that.
it grew. The project, quite frankly, grew.
But did we appropriate any
No.
funds? No, okay, that's all.
So are there any other?
talk about it.
This mentions municipal services and school employees who use it. How about DCS, or would there be?
Yeah, I believe, Sandy, it's everybody, right? Oh, they have something, I'm sorry.
They have
But
their own.
no.
Is it scalable, I assume?
Yeah.
It's definitely scalable, yeah.
So the departments could
Start.
add on to what they.
If it's
have.
Chronos, is it Chronos?
Expand the contract.
It's not.
Right, because the goal would be to have everybody on the same platform. Definitely.
Okay. So water and sewer vehicles, we had a number of smaller vehicles that needed to be replaced, and we settled on just one particular. Right now, it's scheduled to truck 47. It's another, in that case, it's a pickup type truck. The other trucks have been deferred, so. Water replacement, this is part of our annual water replacement project, $1.5 million. Yeah. And it continues on, it addresses the concerns that many of you have been hearing me talk about for years. I won't go ad nauseum on it. You will be hearing from us with the water and sewer rate study and projected CIP cost going forward. For the time being, we do need to continue with the projects that we're planning for.
Chris, I did notice the last two slides, you changed the source footnote. This is water sewer enterprise funds, whereas before it was from the general fund revenue, right? The water sewer study, you say, is coming out in a matter of...
Yeah, we should be seeing, on the 7th, right now. You should be seeing that in another week.
Okay.
And Bob, to your point, everything we're proposing here is in the hands of the consultants, and they're building it all into the model.
Yeah.
Water treatment plant, I shouldn't say water main, water treatment plant, GAC replacement. This is an item that you saw this again last year. We're asking for a CIP request. Essentially, it's to help us replace 2 filter beds at a time, and the phasing, it's important to do it in the CIP because we may end up doing 3 or 4 in 1 year, and we want to be able to carry the money over. But again, it's paid for out of the water and sewer enterprise funds. Okay, this one's interesting. So, to the right page there. Yeah, this is a big one, and quite frankly, if I had to pick one, this would be the most important CIP request we've made. So, a study was done a number of years ago. It identified some deficiencies in a couple of our steel tanks. approximately a year ago, we uncovered that, and we're addressing it here. So we want to, $1.4 million will be to rehab the tanks, but the steel tanks. So the one at Prospect Hill is $600,000, Wood Hill's $800,000. That's $1.4 million. The other $50,000 we're asking for is so we can do a inspection of the concrete tanks. We have 3 concrete tanks. And then next year, we'll be looking for $500,000 projected. We don't know what it'll be, but a placeholder, $500,000 to rehab any problems that we have in those concrete tanks. The concrete tanks are much newer. Wood Hill and Prospect each have one, and they were built, within the last 30 years. I know Wood Hill was about 30 years ago. Prospect, I don't have a date off the top of my head, but approximately the same time frame.
Is there a disruption in service while you do the inspection?
You will not be any, the inspection, no. We send a diver in either remotely or physically a diver goes in the water.
This water is after it's come out of the water treatment plant?
Yeah, so,
Somebody swimming?
yeah, you'll be okay. And they do.
Smell that morning?
They do. There is quite a cleaning process to make sure that everything's fine.
And that water will be contained and taken somewhere else?
If we have to clean
Cleaning.
that, then we have a plan for that.
We've learned about a way to handle all of that.
We have something to do with that.
Right, I just want to be sure that we, to Alex's point, that when we handle this.
Absolutely.
If it needs to be
So any
drained.
material that needs to come out,
Right.
okay?
Any sludge that might be at the bottom.
Well, that's
of the
what I'm
tank.
particularly talking about, is any sludge that needs to come out of the tank will be contained and handled in the appropriate manner.
Because there will be, I'm sure.
Well, not much in Bancroft. No.
Oh, okay, because that
Right,
was cleaned
that was
out.
cleaned recently. And we don't expect much in the other tanks either, but we have a plan for that.
Good.
Yep. All right. And then window replacement at the water treatment plant. So right now, we've been talking about this since before I was hired as a student engineer. The windows at the treatment plant are single paned, and we've always had a reason not to do it. It's a pain in the neck, it costs a lot of money. However, if we had done it 30 years ago or 25 years ago when I first started, the windows would have been paid for by now. So it's our full intention to get those replaced. We're hoping to get funding for it and make the building, of course, a lot more comfortable. It'll help us with our energy management going forward, as well as help us with the boiler system that we have that also needs to be replaced at that facility. So first step to that, of course, is take care of the envelope being the windows.
What's the life expectancy of
Windows?
that building?
That building's in terrific shape. A long, long time, Peggy. We're not replacing that building right away.
It's not in the...
No one here.
On the list.
No one here will still be here probably. And that's it.
Not our-
Any other questions, folks?
Any other questions before we adjourn?
When are we going to go over the water and sewer operating budget? Is that a future meeting?
Yes.
So the water and sewer rate study, the initial presentation will be on the 7th of March, and then the actual rate is going to depend on how the board decides to proceed with the recommendations contained within that report. So my expectation is to have 3, including the first, if not 4 meetings on water and sewer rates in the operating budget in the month of March.
So is that why in your budget there wasn't the water budget and rate projection sheet that's normally?
Yeah.
Because they're going to look entirely different after the study.
We'll be showing you something, showing something to the board next week.
March
The
7th.
The
March 7th.
8 days.
Yeah.
All right.
No
That's a
fair
joint
putting
meeting.
somebody on after
Were you going to say
lunch.
anything about like solid waste or?
Sure. Okay, so solid waste. Yeah. 2 items with solid waste. Solid waste is recycling as well as trash. We have contractual obligations on the trash side. And that's going to cost us another let's call it, rounded off, $40,000 on the trash side. On the recycling side, that's a lot more challenging. So we have a contractor, our existing contractor for recycling, has not met all their obligations. They have been substantially less money than the second vendor, proposer, I should say, not vendor, proposer. We've been having this trouble for a year and a half now. We've been discussing it. They have met all the service obligations that they've had. So the residents have been for the most part, of course, every contract you have bumps and bruises. But the residents have been happy. It saved the town a lot of money. However, we're uncomfortable with where we are with this particular vendor, and we need to address that problem. So that vendor has said they will keep their price through July 1st. I don't know how long we will keep that vendor, if we'll make it that long, but they have told me they'll hold their price till July 1. And we're actively investigating, as we have been for a while, other vendors, that vendor as well as other vendors, to get them in line with the town's requirements. They have met all legal requirements. They have not met the town's requirements. So we're looking at...
Which is what? I mean, just out of curiosity.
Contractual?
I don't want to go into a ton of detail, but they're required per the bid specs to provide a bond, and at this point in time, they're unwilling to do so. So, as a result, we may have to make a move. But to Chris's point, whether we continue with them or a new vendor, the cost is going up considerably.
Right.
And the cost is going up because the price of oil is
the
going
price-
down, so that you can't sell your
The root of the problem, of course, is the recycling market has disappeared. So none of this material that that they had been making money on has any value any longer. So, we'd get, once upon a time, you'd get what we'd call paper credits, right? We get money back for all the recyclables. Now, there are communities paying $20 to $40 a ton to get rid of the recyclables. So it's
no place for it to go.
It's a problem industry-wide. We're experiencing it here. So it's something Andrew and I have discussed numerous times. We're trying to do the best job we can for the taxpayers.
But I think as far as the message, it is still less expensive for the town to put things into recycling.
It is, by all means, everyone, please. Oh, yeah. Good, clean recyclables will save us all money. Just doesn't save us the money it used to.
Yes.
What's trash tonnage now, Chris?
6250, Ms. Garrity?
This year it's 61, and then it's going to go up to 6350 for the FY 63.
It's right in the middle, Chris.
You split the difference, Chris.
Right in the middle.
I average it.
Not really, because we're not, right now, we're paying for the collection and the disposal of one flat purchase. And that's the way the industry has gone, is that there'll be collection curbside and disposal for the tonnage for recycling.
I'll mention it and then...
It's still less than the trash, but...
Yeah.
But that cost
Yeah, that's exciting.
But is it getting recycled?
Yeah.
Is there some use being made of it? Or is-
I think there has to be by the prices. If they are ending up paying the tipping fees for trash, then
So-
the recycling tipping fee would be the same.
The answer is, Joanne, I'm sorry, I've got a few conversations going at once, but you said, is there any place for this to go? There is still a market for some of this recyclables. It just isn't the market that it used to be. Which is really unfortunate, because that means it's a big bill to pay down the end of the road, right? We all know that you have to recycle, right? Whether it's us as the town of Andover or the world as a whole, we can't just continue making trash, right? So one other thing that we didn't mention that is very exciting, a year ago when I was here, we talked more in theory about the town wanting to buy streetlights and then eventually turning them over to LEDs. And I told you my hope would be to be doing it this fiscal year. I wasn't sure whether the purchase this fiscal year, and then someday in the future turning them over to LEDs. We have made great strides in that. You see in the paper, we're able to buy all the lights for $1, which is terrific. Janet's been working very hard. She's done a great job. We expect that to be done March 15th, Janet? Okay, we're there.
Right there.
The slowdown, of course, was we had to have a maintenance agreement. And the purchase. So N-Grid, yeah.
We're in negotiations with N-Grid.
Yeah.
Friday. Great.
Right, so we're really there. And then we have a maintenance agreement in place that was just opened a week ago, saving us significant money. And then we'll be changing over to, the plan, of course, is to change over to LEDs. pay for that over 5 years, and the whole thing would cost just an additional $20,000 a year. So purchase the lights, switch over to LEDs, 20 grand a year, and that should be plenty, all done in 5 years. It is a wonderful, wonderful thing. I can talk about it all day, and if you want to talk to someone who really knows, talk to Janet. She could talk all day long as well.
So the annual cost of purchasing them over 5 years is $100,000. $80,000 will come from the savings. 20 will come in the form of an budget increase. 5 years, all the lights paid for. The useful life is expected to be somewhere between 18 and 20 years, and in that 6th year, we'll realize all of the savings at once.
Terrific. Excellent. Okay.
So can you mention what was the annual savings once it's paid off?
So the annual savings.
So it's about $113,000 a year savings, so half of that is savings from buying it and doing the maintenance ourselves, and the other half
The amount of fuel.
But those savings are gonna help us pay for it over 5 years, and then the minimal increase.
And the color of the LEDs we're getting, the warmer white and
We're gonna have
is it the same price?
pilot program.
We haven't committed yet?
Chosen a designer. Stay tuned, so everyone will be able to chime in on the lights in front of their house, and whether they want them on or off, and we'll have to then make decisions, and then we'll have success.
So I can request red lights in front of my house?
Well, you make it funny.
Really want red?
You laugh about it,
Poor choice.
but the technology for LEDs, and you started me off, and I need to stop, but, you can walk down the street and the lights can turn on as you walk down the street.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's
the
great.
advances are incredible. We're not going to obviously be on the front end of the bandwagon on this, but 20 years from today, there'll be a group of people sitting around here, and they'll be having that very discussion.
Right.
Because, they'll also have tariffs for that. Right now, that's not the tariff system. We'd be paying whether the lights on or not. But that's coming. It's very exciting. So, anyway,
Thank you.
Yep.
Can we throw a couple of shameless plugs? One of the things, we're coming out with a quarterly newsletter, so we'll be able to update all the streetlight project as we go along.
Really cool.
So if you are interested in that, and also if you
Is
haven't
it an
signed.
online newsletter?
It's an online newsletter, we're coming up quarterly, and if you haven't signed up for Facebook, please do, because all the updates, especially with street lighting, we'll be able to post up there.
Or Twitter.
Huh?
Or Twitter.
Or Twitter.
Twitter.
Yep.
Excellent.
So it's just,
We're
like I
tweeting.
said, we're using social media more to really get the information, and streetlights is gonna be really good.
Well, it's very much on the high on the list of all of our residences. I'm sure the other selectmen will attest. With every conversation is a street light conversation.
I'm sorry, but I'm a little confused about something. You said there'd be a discussion about whether lights would come on or off after this project is done, because it feels like if you have the technology to turn them on automatically when someone's in the area, why wouldn't we just turn all of our lights
No,
back on?
that's very expensive. All right, so the on and off part when you walk down the streets, we're talking the Jetsons here, and it's coming.
All right.
So, but it is coming, all right? And that's going to be very exciting stuff. What we're talking about here is much simpler. We're going to show you various lights, or we're going to show someone, a panel, various lights. They have dials on them. So you pay for the wattage, and the wattage now, instead of it being a 100-watt incandescent bulb, you're going to be able to have it be 8 to 15 watts. And you can decide. So if we have a resident that just really needs more light or less light, then if it's appropriate, we can adjust that light to that. That's what we can do today. The rest of it is stuff that's coming.
Neighborhoods could make those decisions?
Well, I don't know how much we want to do that.
I was like,
Let's buy them first.
My daughter,
Oh. We don't-
big neighborhood fight was about a streetlight.
Oh, my goodness.
Because half the people wanted them.
Absolutely.
The other half didn't.
So,
And the half that wanted them got the town to put
Yeah.
it up, and then the half.
Before,
no one's disputing buying the lights.
yeah,
We're
before
good.
I ask for a motion from the Board of Selectmen to adjourn, I would just like to thank our Town Manager Andrew Flanagan and our department heads and staff for a very efficient and high-level presentation of the budgets this year. I think this is a great way to do this exercise moving forward. And with that, I will entertain a motion.
Motion to adjourn.
second?
All in favor?
Yeah, let's thank Beth,
Aye.
too, for hosting.
Yes, thank you, Beth.
And thank you, Beth.
Thank you all.